call this Pompano Beach City Commission meeting to order November 13th, 2025 at 1 p.m. If I could ask everyone here to please go ahead and silence your cell phone or put them on vibrate during the meeting so we don't get disrupted when somebody gets a phone call. So please put them on vibrate or silent mode. Thank you very much. Mr. Alfred, can we go ahead and call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Commissioner Fezzik?
Here.
Commissioner Perkins?
Here.
Commissioner Segerson? Eaton?
Here.
Commissioner Smith?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Here.
Mayor Harden?
Here, thank you. Our invocation this afternoon is going to be given by Apostle John L. Mohorn, World of the Living God Ministries. So if we could please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Apostle Mohorn.
Let us pray. God our Father, again, we come before thy presence with thanksgiving. We come before the God that says, I am that I am. And God, I ask you to remember our city. Remember that we always open this meeting with prayer to honor you. And you said out of the mouth of Solomon, in all our ways acknowledge you, and you should direct our paths. So I ask, God, that you would touch our mayor, our commission, our city manager, that you will fill them with great wisdom and knowledge, that all decision that is made concerning this city will be in righteousness of God, for the better of the people's God. And I pray one accord, one spirit, one mind upon this board, O God. For we understand that we can't do nothing without you. For you the one that created the heaven and the earth, and you spoke, let it be light, and there it was. So we pray, God, that you will remember us and your words, that you will favor this city, that we will be a model to other cities and other states. We just honor you this day, God, and we lean and we depend on you. And now, God, you say righteousness exalt a nation, but sin is a reproach. So, God, breathe on us today. And every time they come together in this meeting, oh God, let thy kingdom come and let thy will be done. And we say thank you in the highest. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right. Can I get a motion approving the City Commission workshop minutes of September 16th, 2025?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Can I get a motion approving the regular City Commission meeting minutes of October 14th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Mr. Harrison, any changes to our agenda this afternoon?
No, sir.
Very good. Can I get a motion approving the agenda as printed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. On our consent agenda this afternoon, we'll be pulling for individual discussions item numbers 2, 3, and 4. So 2, 3, and 4 will be pulled for individual discussion. Item 1 will be eligible for discussion during audience to be heard. That takes us up to our special presentation, Stay Healthy Together program update. Melita Akiti, Corporate Transformation Executive for Broward Health, will provide the Commission with an update on the Stay Healthy Together program. Good afternoon. Good seeing you again.
Same here.
Hope I did your name all right.
Don't worry, don't worry. Once you don't call me Nakita, which is a beautiful dog, I'm okay. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. And I wanted to thank not only Mayor Hardin, but Vice Mayor Fournier and Commissioner Perkins for attending the event on July 12th. And I will be remiss if I did not mention the name of your wonderful staff, if I did not mention our Assistant City Manager, Herb Bosworth, the Park and Recreation Leader, Scott Moore, Kate Belcher, Gerald Smith, Marilyn Oliva, and Candice Sosa. You have a great group of staff, and your city is in good hands. On July 12, we had 30 community providers, 30. meaning from the SNAP program, from the WIC program, from every program, so your city and your constituents were able to really help on understanding their benefit and understanding what services they could secure. That happened on July 12th. We had not only those 30, but we actually took care of 29 children and adults that day in our mobile van. We gave out 700 hot meals and 600 baskets of food. And we all know what is happening now with food insecurity. So we were, that day, and since that day, we have been here in the city of Pompano. We are also excited because we were able to do a workshop for 136 residents of the city of Pompano Beach in regards to their health care. And we referred 40 of those individuals to our primary care and also to specialty care, because we are your safety net. If you notice everything that I'm saying, I have said it because regardless of ability to pay, we take care of all, and that is what we wanted to do that day, take care of your city. One of the things that we are proud about, and that day made me so proud because our Broward Health North, our hospital that is at 409 beds, have over 60,000 visits in our emergency room. The CEO was there present. And why was he there present? Because we wanted the city of Pompano constituents to know that we are there to wrap our arms around you. Our Lighthouse Point freestanding ED will be open next fall, and we're excited about that. We are excited because we know that through preventative care, that's the name of it, preventative care, your city will be able to thrive. Right now, and in closing, right now, we have a primary care right in the city of Pompano. We have OB care right in the city of Pompano, and we have pediatric care right in the city of Pompano, beside our hospital, beside our mobile van that is in the city of Pompano right now in Commissioner Perkins' area. We are here to serve you. We already have served 4,248 adults in our primary care. We have served 5,292 pediatric care. And one of the good news for you is that we have served, in regards to visits, 7,226 prenatal care. That means your city is growing. And so we want you to know that we are here, we will always be here, we know your needs, we know your healthcare needs, and we have always saying present regardless of ability to pay. And everyone can use our services, and we have a very comprehensive service. So Mayor, thank you for this opportunity, and I hope we will continue with the Stay Healthy Together, because that is the way to be able to really serve your city. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate all your efforts, and Broward Health, of course, does a great job for all of us. Let's stay healthy together. Thank you very much. All right, that takes us up to audience to be heard. Mr. Alfred, anybody signed up for audience to be heard today?
Oh, yes, we do, Mayor. We have 19 speakers.
Ooh, okay. We'll get through as many as we can.
Okay. First speaker, Jason Fuller, followed by Randy. Yes, Randy Christensen, followed by Bill Stockhold. Jason?
Very good. Just limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please give your name and address.
Jason Fuller, 613 Northwest 16th Avenue. In response to the letter of interest submitted by the Westview Cemetery Board to the city regarding the donation of Westview Cemetery. Just asking that your answer is no and you're not interested. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Randy?
My name is Randy Christensen. I live at 3575 T Terrace, Pompano Beach, Gulfview Estates Mobile Home Park. I'm here in regards to the dumping ground that has been allowed to go on next to our homes. okay? I'm here as the president of our HOA Association of Gulfview Mobile Home Estates to represent. We have 285 mobile homes. We have approximately 150 RV recreational slots. This dumping ground has been going on for approximately a year. They're hauling in concrete, they're hauling in asphalt, they're grinding, they're banging, noise, continuous, 5-6 days a week. This has been going on. We've been told numerous times it's going to end. It hasn't stopped. It continues to go on. As president of HOA, I'm here for the residents who aren't here today because we have a lot of Canadian-speaking, French-speaking residents. They're not sure what to say or do. You're the big city. We're just a home, you know, with a mobile home in a park. But I'm here to say that whatever is going on back there on that land that was donated to the city by Paul Mayer after Hurricane Wilma, whatever is going on needs to cease and desist immediately. It is a disaster. I spend a lot of time power washing for homeowners. I have people that have power wash their house every month because of the dust and dirt that we have to put up with day in and day out. These people haul stuff in from outside of Pompano. We have people that have followed the dump trucks in and out of the dumping ground. And these trucks are going outside of Pompano, not just stuff within Pompano that is being done. They are not following the rules and regulations that are laid out for them. They do what they want to do, and it needs to come to an end. Okay, thank you for your time, and I am now going to let Bill Stockholm speak, who is also part of our Gulfview Estates.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Mayor-
Ladies and gentlemen, please, no applause. Thank
Mayor,
you. Vice Mayor?
May I ask our city management for some clarification on what is going on here, especially if there's another speaker, so that we have a better understanding of
Mr. Harris?
what might be happening out there?
Sure. This area was being used, and evidently still, according to the gentleman that just spoke, as an area where Whiting Turner was taking the asphalt and concrete, where they had torn it out for the Dixie Highway project to be crushed and hauled away. And Commissioner Smith asked me to look into this, what was it, about 3-4 weeks ago?
Multiple times.
Right. Like every time you would be contacted. And we started working on an agreement with the subcontractor of Whiting Turner to vacate this area from Gulfview Estates. And I'm at a loss because I thought we had finished that. Cassie, can you help me out here?
We heard a hard end date was going to be November 12th. It's the last date that we had, and this is the 13th.
That's yesterday.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Cassandra Lemasurier, Real Property Manager. So in order to relocate them from the property where they are, they're going to be moved over to some vacant property the CRA has. A temporary use permit was issued. However, now that subcontractor is in for permitting so that they can get the permit that's required for the fence and screening that has to go up, and also for their temporary meter so that they can have an irrigation system to control dust. They submitted, my understanding was, for the fence permit yesterday. I believe it was being issued yesterday. So then as soon as that's done and they have their permits, they can go ahead and install their fencing, and they'll be relocating. So we anticipate that should happen probably by next week, that they'll start making those arrangements.
Where is the new site? Is it not close to residential?
No, so the new site is actually directly north of where Cutting Edge has their temporary staging area as a subcontractor of Whiting Turner. So it would be on the south side of MLK Boulevard on a vacant lot that is directly east of Northwest 9th Avenue.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Very good.
One more comment.
Commissioner Smith?
It's a shame that the subcontractor didn't have those things in line when he started the work at Gulfview, because that's been the biggest concern, is the quality of the air that they've been breathing. the noise they've been putting up with, and there was not any fencing at all put up. Gulfview Estates put their own fencing up until they brought it to our attention that there was no construction fencing there. So it's just all been, it's been a mess, and again, I apologize on behalf of the city, because I've been there and I've seen it. It's not a place that you want to be breathing and living during the day.
Yes, and their temporary use permit has very specific requirements and conditions, and if their use does not meet those conditions, or if we receive excessive complaints, they're operating outside of that, then it will be revoked, and they will no longer be able to operate at this location they're relocating to.
Well, that has been the fact, and we've been bringing it forward at least every month for the last 8 months, probably, correct? So they have been in violation of all of that, and the residents that are there in the summertime, it's been really hard on them. So I think we need to take a look at the permitting at the new location.
So I should clarify, the new location's temporary use permit has additional conditions in it that were not in the prior temporary use permit, that were directly a result of the complaints that we received, so that we have better enforcement capabilities should this become an issue at the new site.
Okay.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
Anything further?
That was my
Vice Mayor?
question also.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Appreciate that update, and thank you for coming forward once again. I've been out there also. I mean, it's driven around and looked at the situation, and yeah, I thought it was handled. I apologize. Apologize, folks. Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
Can staff send me a copy of the new conditions for the new location? Can you email that to me?
Can you send it to all of us?
Oh, everybody? Okay, that's fine.
The conditions for the temporary use permit
Yes.
No
New
location.
for the new location.
New location, yes.
And also, if you can highlight, Mr. Harrison, when staff sends that to us, highlight the new conditions as opposed to the old conditions. In other words, we can show us what's been added.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Next speaker.
Bill Stockholm, followed by Gales Coulter.
Thank you. My name is Bill Stockholm, and I'm a Gulfview Estates resident as well. This changes what I had proposed to speak to you about, so I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
And just wanted to say that this truly, and I think you all are starting to feel the impact. If everybody that's here from Gulfview would kind of raise their hands there, yeah. So that's just a small sampling. There's 20 houses that backed up to the fence line. The biggest thing that Whiting Turner and DP Development got away with, I think, on this is that it's a 10-acre site, and 5 acres of it to the north side backs up to Gulfview Estates. The exhibit B, the exhibit in the temporary use permit that showed where they're supposed to showed where they're supposed to operate at was all in the southern 5 acres. They weren't even allowed where they're at right now. It's been one of the code enforcement. So who's oversighting that? Who's watching that? So I reached out, prepared a whole document for code enforcement, went through 2 different code enforcement officers who wound up ghosting me ultimately after I sent them all this stuff, and then they wouldn't return calls. And just a lot of frustration in trying to get to the bottom of this. A lot of communication. Darlene really went to bat for us. Mr. Harrison responded as well. And so that's a big part of our frustration, is that we just didn't seem to be able to get anywhere or get anybody to understand the severity of it. I did, by the way, just reach out in the last couple of days to Broward County Environmental Services. And Chelsea there was very helpful. She didn't feel like she could hold your feet to the fire, so to speak, or the city. That was for your code enforcement to do. And so I expressed our concern with that, but I did point out to her that they weren't using the water that was on the concrete crushing that was specifically listed as a condition for this processing. And she said that was a big no-no, so I'm very glad to hear that that's being addressed at that point in time. I don't know if the city ever pays reparations, but we've got a long laundry list of things we'd like to have some remuneration for. Am I dreaming? Or power washing our roofs, power washing our driveways, having our cars washed, cracks in our patio from the vibration from the equipment, and in our ceramic tile inside of our houses. And then there's the potential health risks and things of that nature. So thank you very much for your time.
All those issues that you mentioned, if you could get with the city manager's office on that kind of stuff, because, yeah, there should be insurance for some of that stuff. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Gales Culture, followed by John Parker, followed by Lou Moscachos. Yeah, Mr. Culture. Okay. Next, John Parker.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is John Parker. I live on Southeast 10th Court in Pompano. The reason I'm here is that we, as in we the people, feel that Pompano, the city of Pompano, has passed laws, rules, and regulations that amount to nothing more than government overreach. This amounts to an infringement on the personal enjoyment of people's properties. The Florida State Legislature passed a law, Florida Statute 553.73, which specifically exempts tiki huts built by the Miccosukees or the Seminoles from building codes. The legislature knew that these building codes, that these tiki huts, would not pass any building codes in any city. That's why they exempted them. And the legislators knew that people enjoy these tiki huts. It's part of the environment, part of the ambiance. And that's why people move to Florida. That's why I moved here. So I think what we're doing is asking that the city take a look at these laws and repeal the they're actually a circumvention of the state law when they created their own building inspection laws and requirements. So that circumvention has caused, there's over probably 2,000 tiki huts here. And now the city's employees are going around and looking for trouble, just looking for people that have tiki huts and writing them up and saying they're in violation of the building codes. Well, that's why the state passed this law to begin with. So the circumvention on the part of the city people, and I know it's not all you all are too young to have passed those laws, but again, we are asking that you take a look at this and repeal these laws. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we certainly, we can't, no, if the state has ruled one thing, we can't overrule the state. But there's different categories of tiki hut versus cheeky hut. You're happy to get with our building department, our zoning department, and they can go through it with a fine-tooth comb for you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Lou Moscachos. Lou.
One of the most successful restaurateurs in South Florida.
Lou Moscachos, I'm here to talk for the parking deck.
Oh, okay.
Item number 10.
That's on the agenda. Very good. Thank you.
Mark LaFresh.
Good afternoon, all of you. As a matter of fact, I'm a snowbird that's coming from Canada, and I'm living my winter time in the Gulfview Estates. And many things have been said about that. So I don't know if I still have to try to convince someone of you people that this case is important and it would be important to stop. Maybe I don't want to repeat all kinds of things, and I know your time is. So I'm just going to try to build you an image of what it is really. Actually, if your house was at the same place as I was in the room, the two mechanical backhoes there, they would be right where the Pompano fish is over there. And your land is the height of the floor right now. And behind those nice waves, that's where the crusher is. So if your house was there, another one there, another one there, and there's no trees, just a fence, and the fence is about maybe 6 feet high, but the things, they are 10 feet high. So could you just imagine what it is? And I haven't been here for the summer, but Bill and many of those people that are good American people, they live here all summertime, and they had that in their backyard for all that time. So I'm just saying, I hope that you people will do something for that, and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Here, sir, just name and address for the record. If the clerk, your name and address for the record.
Your name and address.
He already has it. I have.
So repeat it on the mic.
You need to put it on the microphone.
Okay, you want me to say it?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Mark Lefrain, and my address is 3411 Fairway Drive in Pompano Beach.
Good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Peggy Stockholm.
Mayor?
Yes,
when
Mr.
the next
Harrison?
Speaker comes up. I was not aware that these guys were still doing all of this in violation of our agreement. So as of right now, I'm going to ask our staff to go out there and shut this down.
Good. Very good.
And as Cassie alluded to, this should not be a problem in Commissioner Perkins' district.
Very good.
Okay?
Very good. Thank you for that.
So I hope that alleviates your angst today, and we sincerely apologize that this has not been taken care of.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. No applause, though. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Appreciate that. All right, next speaker. Anybody who wants to speak on Gulfview Estates is welcome to, but you don't need to, obviously. But go ahead, next speaker.
Peggy Stockholm.
No, you can't donate. Sorry.
Jean-François Laprince. Oh, okay.
I'm Peggy Stockholm, 502 Gulfview Boulevard in Pompano Beach. And of course, you've heard all about what we're going through. So just how are they going to remediate? I watched them tear down a whole forest of trees. So now we have a direct view of cheetahs, the Gentlemen's Club. My 8-year-old granddaughter, my 9-year-old grandson come to our home. I don't, we can't let them play in the backyard. We can write on our patio table with the dust from the silica sand that's blowing through. I sit in my house and see the wind blow it through. I'm afraid to go outside. I already have a coughing problem, and it's just so hard for me to breathe. So this really needs to, I'm glad you're going to deal with this and take care of this for us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor?
Vice Mayor?
So clearly this is a bigger issue than just a couple complaints. It's been ongoing. We have someone who's in violation of a permit. I just heard tearing down trees, which always makes me anxious because your average resident can't tear down a tree. Can we get some kind of brief summary of, and maybe some pictures of what has gone on out there? Have they torn down trees? Did they have a permit to do that? What has been going on? I mean, I'll drive by and I'll go see it myself, but obviously there's a long history here. So I'd like to get just a one-page on what damage has been done, if any, too. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jean-François Lapensée. I'm a resident of 552 Gulfview Boulevard. And I'm here with the same complaint. I'm glad to hear it's going to be shut down. Our health issue is getting, I've only been here 2 weeks, and I've been retired for 2 years. I spent my last 2 years in Pompano. Great city, great place to retire, spend the winters. And the last 2 weeks, our dogs cannot sleep. Like, it doesn't sleep at night, so I'm losing all the sleep. And I have to, in the afternoon, I have to put earplugs to have a nap because I cannot sleep. And the dust, the cement dust is all over. I'm right behind the concrete. I have pictures. They're hauling trucks and dumpers this afternoon, right now. When I left, there were trucks. I filmed them. I have pictures if you need them. And I have videos in my phone. And it's terrible. I washed my car, and 1 hour later, the cement white dust is all over. And it's really very toxic. But I know you're taking it very seriously, and I don't want to make any issue, but I'd like to tell you, I'm retired. The last 2 years, my health was great, and then 2 weeks, I'm having difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker?
Michelle Lafonte, followed by Nicole Morrow. No, we don't donate time.
Oh, you can't? Ma'am, if you need to come forward to the microphone, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Michelle Lafortune. My address is 552 Gulfview, Pompano Beach. Perfect?
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next speaker?
Nicole Morrow. Nicole.
Like I said, if you don't wish to speak, you can just say, I don't need to.
My name is Nicole Morel. Address is 3411 Fairwood Drive, and I didn't speak, okay?
Okay, thank you. Next speaker?
Ryan Grinch. Ryan Grinchett.
Mr. Mayor, distinguished panel, thank you for having me.
You're tall, adjust the mic so we can hear you.
Okay. My name's Ryan Critch with Ryan Critch Real Estate. I'm requesting permission just to speak to the value of a tiki hut in the backyard and kind of what's happening, boots on the ground, in reference to buyers seeing properties that have existing tiki huts. And now they're concerned on whether or not those tiki huts will have to come down or what's permitted and what's not. So if I could just go through a couple points really quickly. Appreciate that. So I can share that working with buyers over the last 6 years, we started marketing heavily to the new Pompano Beach, especially in the waterfront area. You guys have done a phenomenal job with everything that's gone on. And so one of the primary driving forces for buyers moving down here, especially from out of state, is that when they live on the water, they want a shaded outdoor entertaining space or livable space. I can tell you from experience, several homes in the area have been sold strictly based on the quality of their backyard, their tiki hut setup. I can also tell you that there are, sorry, I was looking at the clock, make sure I don't go over. I can also tell you that homes are being passed over where tiki huts have been removed because now there's just a big gap. I do have one seller that is in Snug Harbor. They were required to remove their tiki hut, so they paid $5,000 to have the tiki hut moved, and now they can't put the home on the market because the backyard is completely bare. So they're having to wait an additional 6 months until they can figure out how to, within budget, recreate what was there originally, and they've lived there for 15 years. So thank you very much for your time.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it, sir. Next speaker?
Daryl Isman, followed by David Cohen.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Carol Eisman, and I live at 4020 West Palm Air Drive, 311 in Pompano. Now, I know this has already been voted on, but I'm going to express my concerns as a taxpayer in this city. And what I'm talking about is the Taj Mahal that this city has decided to vote for itself in the new downtown. Now, let me say this much. I am totally familiar with redevelopment. I'm from the city of San Diego, where I lived for 50 years and was involved with redevelopment there and the building of our beautiful Petco Park. So I have some knowledge of what building a downtown is like. And why I am bringing this up at this point is I want everybody to really open their eyes and say that we are going to be looking at something called AI. We're looking at it now. You're going to be building a building that in 5 years is going to be obsolete. Some of us in this room, like myself, might be obsolete. AI is going to take away positions. You're not going to have as many people working. Everything is going to be done on the internet. You're going to be looking at permits. You're going to be looking at certificate of occupancies. Most of the needs that are done within a city are not going to be done in-house. They're going to be done remotely. And people of all ages will be using AI because you're starting to do it now. I use it, and I don't want to talk about my age, okay? So all I can say is that this really needs to be revisited in addition to the new legislation that I'm sure is going to get passed that is going to reduce our property taxes, and I think, and I'll be voting for it because that is something that most people are going to want to do. It's their homes, something that they can afford. I really think that building has to be relooked at. We're obligating ourselves to a lot of money in a building that is not really going to be necessary. And by the way, when have you ever gone to visit a city to look at its city building, unless it was historical, and this will not be historical. This is not a building that people are going to run to come to see in our downtown. Build something else there, something that people are going to want to see and that will benefit the city. Keep it city building small. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, it's been a half an hour, so that concludes audience to be heard at this point in time. We'll finish it up at the end of the meeting. Thank you for that. All right, that takes us up to our consent agenda. Can I get a motion approving item number 1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Item number 2 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a letter agreement modifying certain crossing agreements between the City of Pompano Beach and Florida East Coast Railway, LLC, FEC, in furtherance of the Broward County Sealed Corridor Project, along with the Florida East Coast Railway and Brightline Corridor within Broward County, Florida, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I thought this was an important thing to highlight for residents, and I do have a couple questions. So obviously, we've talked about railroad safety in Pompano Beach with the bright lines here and how we are having a disproportionate amount of fatalities here in our city, and we have many crossings. So it looks like this is one of the first phases of these railroad improvements that are going to happen at different crossings, and there are 3 of them on the list here in Pompano. It is MLK, Northeast 6th Street, and Southwest 2nd Street, just on the other side of City Hall here. So what is do we know the timing of this? Because any of our work with FEC has taken a long time. Is this going to be quicker than what we've seen?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Rob McCon, Public Works Director. First of all,
This item is to approve the letter referring to the three crossings you mentioned. That's because the city of Pompano holds those agreements with FEC. There's also two more crossings in Pompano, Copans Road and Southwest 6th Street. Broward County holds those agreements, so they are going to pay for those, their share of those agreements. So there's actually 5 agreements within the city.
Okay.
And there's 21 crossings across Broward County. And why those 21 crossings? This goes back 3 years ago when there was all these accidents on the crossings, and they identified these as we must do something to improve these crossings because, as you're aware, there was a desire to make all these crossings horn-free. So they said, well, you need to make improvements to all these crossings. But to your question about the timeline, to be determined. Right now, the design for all these crossings is being accomplished. It's not complete yet. Expectation is construction on these crossings will begin sometime beginning of next calendar year. I mentioned 21 crossings. Are they going to start at the north and head to the south or vice versa? So it's unknown exactly when the timing will happen for the crossings in Pompano, but the construction will start at the beginning of next calendar year.
Okay. And there are preliminary drawings as to what they anticipate doing in the backup here, but not like detailed designs. So we can at least get some idea of what these safer intersections will look like here. And is this is the funding from the federal level that we received through the county? I mean, you said on the MPO, Mayor, so you probably,
Mr. McCon?
Correct. Through Broward MPO, they pursued this federal grant. So 80% of the cost is being covered by that federal grant. Broward County is also kicking in some cost share. Those 5 crossings, it's very expensive. The cost for those improvements is $2.8 million. Those 3 crossings, the city share is $355,000. So substantial amount of this is being federally funded or through Broward County.
okay, but the city share for the 3 crossings that we see in the backup here is $355,000?
Correct.
Okay. And that's been budgeted for?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on these items? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mayor, Commissioners, City staff, my name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. Just out of curiosity, in design, do you have some capacity or some element or safeguard? Because not often, but a lot of times on MLK Boulevard under the bridge, the guardrails will stay down and folks actually have to go out and pull them up for cars to come by. Yeah. So once again, and I've seen that several times. That's not just one time. So once again, as we go forward, keep that in mind that those kind of things happen. When they happen, the cars are stacked up way back yonder, so to speak. So we do need, as you go forward in the design, take that particular component into consideration, how to minimize that.
Agreed.
If at all possible.
Agreed. And I got a call earlier this week. The bells were going off on the Atlantic Boulevard crossing, but the arms weren't coming down. So there was a concern of, is there a train coming or not? At every one of those crossings, there's a 1-800 number that you call to say, there's an issue going on here. I don't have it with me now. I'll be able to get that out to everyone, but it is on every crossing, and there's someone answering that call. It's in Jacksonville, Florida, actually, but they know where all their crews are along that rail line, and they know, yes, we know we're there. It's a maintenance issue, and we're aware of it or not. But those things happen, and, I wouldn't go recommend lifting that arm.
Well, I got to tell you something. If you got 200-300 cars, particularly in the back, someone inevitably gets out of their car and lift it up. Now, the other part here is the phone number that you said. Where is that? Because it must be invisible.
Every one of those crossings is a very small blue and white sign. It identifies the crossing number.
Let's increase it, because I heard you say the small sign.
It's small.
Let's see if we can increase the size.
It's the railroad, and we'll certainly ask that question, but because it's imperative, and safety. So certainly we'll look at that because that is.
I'm going to sit down.
Just for the record, commenting on that, I would recommend that you call the police immediately and let them know in case that ever happens. And no, do not ever fool with the crossing, the arms or anything else, and it's very dangerous stuff. So call the police immediately. They'll come out and they'll call that small number.
Yeah.
But get the police involved. They are happy to do that because the last thing we want is any resident or anybody not involved with the railroad raising those arms.
And who's ever out there looking and hears that, then I would request that you respond to what the mayor said. Don't do it, but inevitably, somebody's going to do it.
Yeah, I encourage no one to do it. But yeah, call the police immediately when you encounter something like that. They can help us out there. Very good. Further input from the public. Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mitchell Ackerman, 931 Southeast 4th Avenue, Pompano. So you mentioned that it's going to cost the town about $355,000?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Right. What does that entail?
Well, I can get that information to you that you may not have seen the backup, but typically it includes a barrier on the east side of the track typically, because as you know, that track is very close to Dixie Highway. So it's not possible to put a concrete raised barrier on the west side. So in some cases, it puts that barrier on the east side of the track. So vehicles, as it is now, you see these yellow delineators. People can drive through those. So they'll put these concrete barriers to stop people trying to jump to go around the drop arms. Plus, there's more drop arms for pedestrians, so they won't go through the intersection. And then there's some additional lighting alarm systems on the rail line.
So that's going to cost over $2 million just to put some barriers and lights?
Well, you know, again, some of this also it's very costly for all these crossings. For example, when we rebuild a crossing, it's typically $500,000 because there has to be 24/7 police out there stopping, closing the road and posting them. Plus, there's a flag man 24 hours a day that's on that track to stop any train movement. So a lot of it is the cost of keeping a safe track open because they keep the rail line running when they're doing this work. But it is very expensive anytime we do work on the railroad.
Very expensive proposition, yes.
Have you gotten bids on this?
The railroad does the actual, their crews take care of this.
So whatever they say the cost is?
Unfortunately, that's the situation.
That's the situation. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Further commission discussion. Question, Vice Mayor?
Sorry, two things came up when I was listening to people. So I routinely get calls and texts from people that there's anomalies at crossings all over. So if it is flashing but the arms aren't down, what is the recommendation?
Well, if the
call the police.
I get that, but people do go through the intersection or not?
I would say at any railroad crossing where there's no controls, is to stop
and
look both ways before crossing, because there's parts of rural America, there's no arms, there's no lights, there's no anything. But in that case, because the Bright Line is such a fast train, it's going to be there much quicker than that's the problem. These freight trains are much slower. So I would say stop, look both ways, and right.
Yeah, I mean, I get that you're not like in charge of the safety of this, and I grew up in rural areas and understand you just stop and look. But it happens quite frequently that the lights are on, but the arms aren't down. So obviously, giving some guidance would be helpful to people. And then the other, I went through this intersection today, and every time I do at MLK and Flagler Avenue, is there something that the city can do to look at in terms of, and this is probably more for engineering, but in terms of the safety of that intersection? It's with the stop signs on Flagler and no stop sign going west on MLK or 3rd Avenue there. It's a very strange intersection. And when there's traffic, it leads to no one knows who, there's no, if you are at the stop signs, you literally should, or right away, wait for all of the other cars to go, but that never happens.
Right. So further back not at the track, but further back.
Right. There's very little space between the track and Flagler there.
Something we can look at.
Okay. Thank you.
Very good. And Mr. McCon, you're not a a railroad traffic safety expert at this point in time, are you?
Mayor, I am
So-
not.
So that recommendation you made wasn't based on any?
No, Mayor, it wasn't.
It was just general recommendation, but not to be relied upon by the public, correct?
Correct, Mayor. I would not know what to recommend.
Okay, does that cover it, Mr. Berman?
Who does?
Mr. Berman?
Wait for law enforcement to arrive on scene and assist with traffic control. I was caught in that yesterday. The lights were flashing, the arms weren't down. BSO got out there pretty quickly, assessed the scene, and moved traffic accordingly. They're the ones who are trained to deal with it, so don't take it upon yourself.
Very good. Just wanted to cover Mr. McCon there a little bit. Very good. I've got Commissioner Perkins.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I brought this up again. Can you better explain to me why we took away the whistle or the horn, the intersections?
Right. So I guess it was back when Brightline had considered the operation of the train on the track. They said it'd be 32 trains a day that would go down the track, not to mention the freight trains that also go. So there was a concern of the horns would constantly be blowing because they'd have to do that at every crossing. And as you're aware, these crossings are so close together, when the train's moving at possibly 60 or miles an hour faster, the horn would be continuous all the way down the track. And with 32 trains a day, that's a lot of potential disruption. And that's why they had asked could we make it a train-free crossing, a horn-free crossing.
Yeah, I mentioned this in one of the other meetings. I think it's something we should consider bringing back because of the accidents we're having with the train. The Brightline train has the nickname of Killer Train, and it's the most dangerous passenger train in the United States. And I think we should consider bringing it back. If you don't see the train, you could possibly hear it. And I think if we can save more lives that way with the horn, I think we should bring back the horn or the whistle or whatever you want to call it. I think we should look into it. I think it will be a lot, and people probably will get tired of hearing it, but if it saves lives, I'd like for us to consider bringing it back. I know design is important, and I understand what we're trying to do at the intersections, but I'm more concerned about the safety and the incidents that we've been having. And so far, with all of the, I guess, 180 killings or accidents that this train has had, and they've never been at fault. Brightline has never been at fault. So that's, we need to consider all of that. It's for safety and bring back the horn or the whistle. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
Thank you. So I just had a question related to the maintenance. So if something were to go wrong, for example, the gates are broken or the lights are flashing, that is Brightline's or FEC's responsibility, or is it the city to maintain?
It is the railroad's responsibility, FEC.
Okay. And then, I understand, just to kind of piggyback off of Commissioner Perkins, I understand that it's not necessary or not ideal to have horns going off all the time, but if we're saying from 2027 sometime, these safety measures will be in place, maybe considering, something temporary that could help to defray any additional fatalities might be something worthy. And I'm not sure it has to be a whistle, but there's got to be some other stopgap that we could potentially look into that might help us help to prevent these more effectively. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Harton?
Yes. Item 3 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a Safe Streets and Roads for All grant application between the City of Pompano Beach and the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration, accepting a grant in the amount of $320,000 to develop a local comprehensive safety action plan for city roadways and confirming the city's matching contribution in an amount of $80,000, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. So when I first read this, I was kind of excited. A safety action plan for our roadways. It sounds like something we need. We have a lot of traffic and a lot of incidents on our roads. And then I started looking at the cost and trying to figure out what this actually is. So I just had some questions about that. And I appreciate that we got a grant for $320,000, and any grants that we get, I would like to always accept as long as they make sense with the city contribution. And here we still have to contribute $80,000. So what will be the work product here? So for example, in my district, and we've talked about this, like in Old Pompano, it's a grid. And there's so many streets that go out to Atlantic and that are cut-throughs east-west from Federal to Dixie. We've put speed bumps where we can to mitigate the speeding in that neighborhood, but there's always calls for more, like are there certain roadways that could be maybe blocked off, or certain roads that don't need to feed out to Atlantic and different traffic patterns. Is this something like that? Because if it is, then I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to understand what the work product will be here for our investment.
Understood. Good afternoon, Mayor Commission. John Swaropoulos, City Engineer. So the Safe Streets for All grant is a federal grant through the USDOT, Federal Highway Administration, and the purpose of it is to reduce, deaths and severe injuries and so forth across the country. We applied for the grant in 2024. We were awarded or approved for, it's a $400,000 approval, $320,000 federal grant, 20% we have to contribute, which would be the $80,000. And the goal would be to develop a comprehensive safety action plan, and that will entail our consultant looking at crash data over the last 5 years and analyzing where improvements could be made to reduce the number of fatalities and severe injuries across the city.
Okay, so this is for people in vehicles, vehicle traffic, or pedestrians, or
Pedestrian,
anything?
vehicles, bicyclists, all modes.
Okay. What is the study that we have undertaken in the last year or two? I remember meeting with consultants on it about our roadway safety.
Right. So that's the Transportation Master Plan. And this will actually help subsidize a portion of that. That master plan will be coming before you all for approval in January. This will also be coming to you in January as a companion item. What you're approving today is just the grant agreement. We still have to develop the actual work scope with the consultant, which will come before you for review in January alongside the Transportation Master Plan. This will take a more granular look, whereas the master plan is more comprehensive, long-term, 10-year planning.
Okay, so the Transportation Master Plan ideally helps whoever wins this project decide where to look and what to do, maybe?
Correct.
Okay,
It will
but so
feed
what
into
happens next is if we approve this, then you develop a scope for this and we go out to bid, or who gets this work? Who does this?
We would get with our transportation consultant and develop a work order with them. And then we would come back to you to approve that work order.
That Kimley Horn, who is that?
Correct.
Okay, so this is more work for Kimley Horn to do related to transportation safety in the neighborhoods.
Yeah, I mean, they're our traffic consultant.
Okay. And they will meet with us and talk about, I mean, we'll look at the transportation plan, but after that, I really would like us all to regroup and decide some action steps, probably in each of our districts we have it. I know you've talked about speed bumps and the grid-like nature of Collier City also. There's different parts of the city that are more prone to this. So, okay, thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Very good. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is City Staff. My name is Ed Phillips. I currently reside at 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach. I do agree with Commissioner Fournier, but the other part of this, and with all due respect to everybody about what I'm about to say, this is kind of cynically humorous to me, and I'll tell you why. I'd like to know if this is going to, in some shape, form, or manner, cause the roads to be paved when we start talking about design safety components, because I think a road that isn't paved has a safety issue. And so I know we just passed the budget, and I'm not certain if that budget has the time frame by which roads will begin to be paved. Once again, I do want to say that this is not in any shape, form, or manner to give any aspersion about what is right or wrong. I'm just saying that at this point in time, based on this, is there anything in this that would allow them to implement paving roads from a safety component standpoint? Period.
I'm not sure what roads you're referring to as far as.
The roads I'm talking about is maybe all over the city, but primarily the northwest.
So you're just talking about the resurfacing?
Yes.
Resurfacing. Yeah, this is not
is
the
horrible.
this doesn't impact resurfacing.
It doesn't. Safety would not be a component of resurfacing. That's what I'm trying to understand here, because for me, if a road is not paved, it's a safety issue. Not unless I'm just stretching it out. But anyway, having said that, that's my concern.
Very good. Further input from the public? Seeing none? Go ahead.
Mitch Ackerman, 931 Southeast 4th Avenue. So just to kind of reiterate what the gentleman was saying, is that, yeah, the roads need to be paved. There is a safety issue. And I've been complaining about this for 7 years now, and zilch is being done about it. So the roads are not safe. They're not paved, and they're not safe. You can't ride your bicycle well down the roads. You can't forget about rollerblading or anything like that. You can't do it. The roads are all bumpy, and just you see the micro paving, which is completely gone, and it's just a disaster. So somebody screwed up with this micro paving, and they're just leaving it here for the 7 years that I've seen so far. Is anything going to get done about this?
Well, yes, we have a road resurfacing program, which we have been addressing every single year, and we put
And
more
every
emphasis
single year, it doesn't happen where I am.
It's a prioritized.
7 years now.
I hear Mr. Ackerman, but that's a prioritized program. You can get with Mr. McCon to find out when your particular street is scheduled to be paved.
No, I heard that it could be 2027, 2028.
Okay.
All right, that's not acceptable. How about taking care of your constituents instead of building big city halls and all the other stuff? You're not taking care of the base routes. This is infrastructure. This is basic. No one's taking care of it. People just sit there and stare at me with a blind look. And you're telling me, oh, we have a schedule. That's it?
Yes, sir.
Not acceptable.
Very good. Further input from the public. Sir, I'm going to ask you to please refrain from applause. Thank you. Further input from the public on this item. Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
I'd have to agree, our roads are terrible, and I hear about it all the time. But I have concerns related to this agenda item. Kimley Horn, as our transportation consultant, will they be able to do this within this dollar amount?
Well, 320,000 is a federal grant.
Right, so within the 400,000,
Yes.
will they be able to do this?
Well, we looked at other cities that have received similar awards. For instance, Boca Raton received a $300,000 award for the same study.
Okay. And what's the timeline on this?
I think it's a year and a half, if I'm not mistaken.
So we have a year and a half for them to give us an opinion about what needs to happen safety-wise in our city, right?
Correct.
Okay.
It could be done sooner, but that's what they put, I believe, in the application, just.
Okay. And then roads, like with the pedestrian safety, like for example, we have so much construction going on, and roads being closed, or I think Vice Mayor mentioned it as well as a potential for roads being closed. Would that also have to go through the county for some things, or would that be something that it would make the recommendation and we could essentially do?
We can assess that.
Okay.
Even state and county roads can be assessed as part of this, not just local roads.
Okay. And finally, so one of the concerns that has come up over and over again, and we actually have had, unfortunately, a fatality, not necessarily due to anything other than, an impaired driver, but a lot of pedestrian traffic. And we have quite a bit of things happening right at Atlantic and A1A, Atlantic by the beach, where we're encouraging pedestrians, and we should, to walk around and enjoy that space. One thing that I had spoken with, I believe, Parks and Rec, we close down part of that every now and then, but to make for wider sidewalks or maybe more pedestrian-friendly areas over there, I'd be interested to find out if that would be something with the new W coming in, and then with all of that tower and all of that, plus a loss of parking and asking people to walk further for parking, and then having an influx of additional hotel and or condo visitors right there at that same intersection. Are they going to be taking into account all of the additional foot traffic we are going to be having?
Yes.
Okay, because I think that's something that we really need to look at from a city standpoint, because we're asking people to come and enjoy the beach area, and we need to make provisions for them to be able to walk along those areas safely.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. John, so once they take all this data and they really go through it, find out where there are issues, accidents, et cetera, will they be able to make recommendations for possible solutions to mitigate it and improve it?
Yes, Commissioner, that's what the deliverable will be. It will be a list of prioritized projects and strategies.
Okay, so, and how much, with Broward Traffic Division, will they be cooperative in seeing the data from the study and doing a solution, whether they have to change their codes, or does it go, or however it works, whether it's a stop sign, whether it's longer light times, et cetera. So,
I mean, I hope so. That remains to be seen. At least we'll have that information to substantiate our position better.
good. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further commissioners, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I share Commissioner Segerson-Eaton's question and concern there, because oftentimes we know what's wrong in our districts and in our city, but the answer is, oh, it's the county and we can't do anything about it. So anything that provides us additional support to go to the county would be helpful. And you're saying this type of study is something the county will actually look at and care about, because oftentimes they don't really care what we have to say. They have their own process.
I think they will. And it's more that they have published criteria that they go by.
Okay, I think that a lot of times we hire consultants to do things and we get a work product back and it's nothing better than probably what our really smart staff could do, because they know the city better than anyone. But this is an important topic, so, and I know to my district and probably citywide, so I'm going to support it, but I, like Mr. Ackerman, would love to find $80,000 more to pave the roads. Thank you.
Very good. Can we identify things that we would request our consultant to look at?
Sure.
So like on South Cypress Road at 9th Street, the crossing light down there, to make it a regular light instead of a crossing light, which Broward County has fought against for
years.
Yeah, I was, I think, 98, so what is it, 25, a lot of years, and they have said no every single time.
We can certainly look at that.
Okay. Put it on the list. Thank you. Appreciate that. Further, Commissioner Smith.
Just a comment. This sounds like a perfect topic to have a workshop with commission when we get to that, because all of us have things we experience every day and in other districts that I think it would be good for all of us to talk together.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
I agree with Commissioner Smith on that. A lot of times these consultants meet with us one-on-one, and I think in some ways it'd be a lot more productive if we could meet with some of these consultants up front as a group, so we could, because there's something you might say that triggers something that I forgot or didn't realize was an issue also. And I do think we go on these one-on-one meetings, and I'm glad we have those at least, but I think it'd be a lot more productive if we could do those as a workshop or as a group going into these big studies.
Very good. Commissioner Fezzik.
I would have to agree as well. Workshops, look, the only way we can actually make sure that the product that we end up with is what we need as a community is by talking about it before they start to do the work. And to sort of add on to that, many of our residents, even though they might live in one district, they may own a business or work in another district, or they may be traversing through different districts to either work, play, or have family members, et cetera. So people are driving throughout our entire city. And so I think it's important for us to know what some of those pain points are across the city and be able to have those open communications before we spend the money to do this. But I think if it's going to help us with the county, then I definitely think it's important. I would just like to see us work together first. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 4 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a memorandum of understanding between the City of Pompano Beach and Gregory Tony, Sheriff of Broward County, relating to a grant award to pay for overtime hours in targeted areas of the city for personnel of the Sheriff's Office, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. This item was pulled by Vice Mayor Fournier. Vice Mayor,
Thank you. I pulled this item for Mr. Phillips.
member of the public, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Can I just say ditto? But anyway, Ed Phillips, 384 Northwest 19th Street, Pompano Beach.
Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioner, city staff. First of all, I'm for BSO. I want them to continue their contract, yada, yada, yada. But on this particular item, can you, and I'm sure it may be in someone's backup, what is targeted areas for the city? Overtime hours in targeted areas? Because is there another way we could use this money, like if they perform services for nonprofit organizations, that it would reduce the hourly wage in some shape, form, or manner? Because, and I'm just taking the opportunity to do this because I'm out here in this, and we're at this spot, because it would reduce the cost that BSO personnel would charge a nonprofit. Because right now, and I'm using this money right here, right now, most nonprofits, if they have events in this city, they just cannot afford BSO. So, Mayor, I see that we have it, and I think, and I don't know, I'm not certain, I'm sure you know better, where these funds would be used for overtime. But as we go forward with BSO, for nonprofits, if you want nonprofit organizations to help in this area in some shape, form, or manner, we have to figure out how to reduce the cost of BSO, because BSO allows folks not to have events at all. And it's not intentional, it's just the way things is. But programs, grants like this, we have to redesign our target so that we can help residents a little bit more. Because we start talking about being inundated by homeless issues, homeless initiatives. And those other entities that can help won't be able to help, because if BSO has to be involved, they can't afford it. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Major Elwood, could you just go ahead and give a brief overview of what this is? And I got to go back to work too, so. Very good. Go ahead, Major.
Yes, sir. So Project Safe Neighborhoods is a federal grant that allows us to target high crime areas, traditionally areas where we've recovered guns, drugs, and things of that nature. Our crime suppression team works in those areas. They're going to do this work anyway, and this would allow the city to recoup funds that this team would work in already.
Very good. Thank you for that. Sure. This is a public hearing. Public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Since we're talking about it, is this the same grant last year that we learned, when we learned that there was this portion that's not covered by certain grants, that in order to keep our crime suppression team using this money, we have to pay for the, whatever the federal, the fringe benefits.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the same thing, and it's budgeted for like it was last year.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes, that takes us up to our regular agenda. Item 5 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, accepting the donation of ring buoys from the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan and Scholarship Fund to be placed at various city parks in case of emergency as a life-saving tool, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon. Scott Moore, Parks and Recreation. Today I'm requesting your approval for donation on behalf of the Aiden Perry Foundation of 10 life-saving buoys that will be installed throughout our park system to enhance public safety. We're honored to have Sarah from the Aiden Perry Foundation with us this afternoon. I've asked her to speak for a couple minutes to tell the story behind this initiative and their ongoing efforts to promote water safety in our community. After her remarks, if you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Very good. Thank you for that, and welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. Thank you for the opportunity for me to be here today. I am Aiden's mom, president of the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan Scholarship Fund, founder of the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative, but the proud mom of Aiden Spencer Perry. Aiden was a 17-year-old high school junior. When he and I were out walking our dog, we witnessed a driver lose control of his car and it landed in the lake. Aiden and I ran to the lake to try to offer help to the driver. When he opened the car door, he called out for help. My son answered that call for help the only way he could have, by jumping in. Unfortunately, when he jumped in, his head hit a rock, he broke his neck, and my son died instantly. The driver of the car died as well. I was there. I can tell you there was nothing else my son could have done that night when he gave his own life. My son died a hero. He got the Carnegie Hero Award for his last most selfless act. I stand here in front of you today as I work to keep a promise I made to my son that night after he had left me. I promised him I would not let him be forgotten. I am on a mission to live my son's legacy, to continue his works that he set out that night. I knew if there was something else available, my son could have used it instead of giving his own life. So it was in my son's honor that I created the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative. I am on a mission to get one of these life rings like we have here today in every city by every body of water possible. So the next time there's a water emergency, there's something available that can be used to save a life. Currently, I stand in front of you through my foundation. We have donated over 600 of these life rings, in addition to the ones that the cities purchased on their own. We started in Broward County, we're in Palm Beach County, Miami-Dade County, we are as far away as in Tallahassee at FSU, North Carolina, soon to be in Vermont. Everywhere that there's a body of water, there's a potential for a water emergency. By having one of these life rings available, life rings, lives will be saved. I can also tell you, as I stand here in front of you today, lives have been saved with my life rings. The message that we share is throw, don't go. We put one of these signs on them, tell the public the first thing you want you to do is call 911. You want to get rescue on their way. And you could throw these rings and save a life. Our rings, like I was saying, have saved many lives so far. We had a 10 and 11-year-old save a life on Palm Beach off the inlet. A young boy was fishing. He fell into a lake in Oakland Park where 3 other people had previously died. Someone threw our ring in and saved them. We have multiple calls where rings have been saved. They've called 911 and they're able to cancel rescue from coming, and that's the purpose. So I'm here today because I would love to include you on my mission to get the city of Pompano Beach part of the Aiden Perry Hero Life Ring Initiative and allow us to donate to you some of our life rings with Aiden's hero message on them so that your waterways will be safer, and the next time there's a water emergency, there's something available to you to save a life.
Wow. Thank you, Ms. Perry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for your loss as well, but thank you for your mission. Thank you for what you're doing for the residents and visitors to our area. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. Your son died a hero. And in 3 days, well, I have a couple best girlfriends, but I would think she is pretty much my best girlfriend. Her son died in an accident November 16th, around 2009. And you could look it up, Coral Springs, when they drowned in a canal. And little Robert was a good kid. I loved him. And it still bothers her to this day.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for what you're doing for our community and for other communities. I've got young kids. Anyone here who has young kids knows how hard it is to raise them in South Florida, too. There's water everywhere. So it's really hard to listen to your story, and one mom to another, it's truly heartbreaking. But thank you for what you're doing and turning it into something good for our community. I represent a district with probably over 1,000 waterfront homes. I think we should have some of these in the backyards even, because I know I've watched many kids actually fall in the canal fishing and other things happen, and this would be a really helpful tool if they were around to help these kids get out. So not everyone has a ladder. I mean, it is it is a really important thing you're doing. Thank you.
That's something that you can help me with, because currently the city, we work with the municipalities, there's cities and counties, so I need help getting to those HOAs. Being private property, by you all allowing us to install them in your city, you can be the lead for them to follow and hopefully get them on board and maybe incentivize them to allow us into their communities.
I mean, I think about the bridges in our district, and kids routinely jump off of them. They probably should not be. In fact, I know they should not be, but they do it anyway. So if I see something like that, my mind goes there. Maybe something like that could save one of them someday when something horrible happens, because inevitably, you never know what's going to happen, but you have to prepare, and that's what you're doing to help save these lives. So thank you. I'll get in touch with you. I had a child drowned on my canal years ago, and it is every time I drive by the house or walk by the house, my heart breaks.
Good. Commissioner Smith?
On that note, bridges would be a good location for them to be thinking out in District 5 in Palmyra, the C-14 canal where the bridges are. That would be most susceptible to where somebody would go in, and there's streets there, cars have gone into there. Have we identified where we're going to put the buoys?
Yes, we've identified 12 parks. I only had staff look at parks, but parks along the Intercoastal Waterway and even inland parks, like North Pompano Park has a lake there. So we have identified 12 different parks. All the water taxi locations will have one. So we looked, it's mostly the Intercoastal Waterway though, parks.
Is that something that as residents we can purchase and put it in our communities?
Absolutely. So through our foundation, beyond the ones that we give you, we have a partnership worked out with Datrix, the manufacturer of the life rings, where they offer at-cost pricing. So any city, any HOA, any community that wants to add them on their own, I'd be happy to meet with them, extend the opportunities that we have through them, and also Broward Signs. They also offer at-cost pricing as they support our foundation.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Fessick and Commissioner Sigerson-Eden.
Thank you again for what you do. Nobody ever wants to hear anybody else share their loss, but I want to thank you for taking something so heartbreaking and turning it into something that's absolutely honoring your son and potentially saving so many other people from the world's worst day ever and life, just moment. And so it does just thank you for what you do, and that it means a lot. Mr. Moore, I'm going to try to get myself together. You answered a few extra questions about the locations. Is there an effort to support this, not just through Parks and Rec, but also citywide? Because I agree, there are, one of the other things that always frightens me is not just people walking by bodies of water, but again, the driving by bodies of water, which is exactly what the situation was. And we have so many different young drivers or older drivers, and sometimes there's these areas where we have potentials for either people or cars to veer off into bodies of water. It's one of my worst fears. I think I've had many nightmares of my children or me or something happening in an accident, and not having safety nearby. So is there any other way we can look at this potentially citywide outside of Parks and Rec as well to identify from the city standpoint where we could potentially put more of these?
I'm not sure I'm the person.
Mr. Harrison, maybe?
So the HOAs would be the best way to go about doing this. All the HOAs are on our city website.
Okay. I know that there's a lot of information that changes with HOAs, and I know that some HOAs have reached out also saying that their information is maybe not up to date or as up to date. Can we make sure that we get her a copy of that list, not just on our website, but the most up-to-date one we have?
Yes, ma'am. We'll make sure we update it before we give it to her.
Okay, thank you. And one final question. What is the cost, roughly, for both a sign, post, and to have one completely installed?
Okay, so if you purchase them beyond what we give you, the at-cost price of the rings is $60 versus $149. The at-cost price of the signs are $34.20, I believe. For the standard post, which is 6 foot tall, about 4 foot, they go into the ground 2 feet and they stick up 4. That's about $10. 50 feet of the polypropylene rope, which is a standard unless you're on an inlet or a bridge where you have a drop down. It's 50 feet. That's $10 at Home Depot. Beyond that, a hook, a big U-hook, which is about $4 to $5, a carabiner, and an I-hook to go to secure the end of the rope to the ring in case there's a windstorm, it doesn't blow away. So you're talking about a little over $100 per ring.
Okay. I'll meet with you privately. I want to support this.
Thank you very much.
And thank you again for everything you do.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Seegerson-Eden?
Yes, thank you. And I also reflect the sentiments of my colleagues. I'm very sorry for your loss. And thank you for everything that you're doing. Thank you for doing this. It's a great service to the community, and you honor your son. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
One final thing. Could you please, I'm sure you have a website, and just so that it's part of public record, so that if anybody else is watching later and they want to get involved or reach out to you, would you mind providing that?
Absolutely. We have a website, www.AidenPerry-Good-Samaritan-Scholarshipfund.org.
Thank you. You can rewind.
Just the name of the foundation, Aiden Perry, Good Samaritan, and scholarshipfund.org. I have some cards with me if anybody needs them.
Very good. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call.
If I can, real quick, we're going to unveil our first installation later in December, and you'll all be invited to that. And there'll be a demonstration on how to use them and everything else. So that'll be at Wahoo Bay. We're looking in the middle part of December right now. So you'll be invited to that when we get there.
Very good. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it. Very good. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Seegerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Item number 6 is an approval.
Approval of a budget adjustment to align the Emergency Medical Services Fund budget and eliminate a negative variance in fiscal year 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Waters.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. I'm Joshua Waters, the city's budget director. This item is a budget amendment for the Emergency Medical Services Fund. As the Finance Department and Budget Office reviewed the FY 2025 closeout data, we found the EMS fund was overspent by approximately $790,000 in fiscal 25, the previous fiscal year, mainly due to higher than expected personnel costs. At the same time, the fund is waiting on about $2 million from the state's Medicaid Public Emergency Medical Transportation Program. Those funds were approved as part of the FY 25 budget, but have been delayed by the recent federal shutdown. The state expects approval and payment of those funds early in the next year. State law requires that the city close its books on the prior fiscal year by the end of November, and in order to remain compliant with state law and fiscal policies, we're recommending a $790,000 budget amendment for the EMS Fund's FY 25 budget, and an interfund transfer from loan from the general fund to be paid once the city receives those expected PEMT funds. There is a typo in the backup memo. I apologize. It should say Emergency Medical Services Fund, not Emergency Management Services Fund. So this is the EMS Fund, the Emergency Medical Services Fund. Staff recommends approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I asked these questions the other day, but I want to get more clarity on this. So in the backup, it says that preliminary results indicate the EMS fund overspent by its budget by approximately $790,000. This is largely due to personnel costs, like you said, exceeding the budgeted estimates for the year. So what is the almost $800,000 in excess personnel costs, and is that something we should expect going forward?
So we look at the budget every year. For fiscal 25, the 3 primary overspending line items were related to assignment differential pay, FICA, and overtime. In fiscal 24, there was a similar item brought forward for the EMS fund. This is an annual item.
Okay, and is that overtime pay, does that have anything to do with Lauderdale by the Sea?
The overtime pay, all of these over expenditures are citywide. I did take a look at the fire chief's overtime analysis and looking at where overtime occurred throughout the city. It's pretty evenly spread amongst all of the fire stations throughout the city.
Right.
You couldn't necessarily say it's because of one particular station.
Right, well, and I would expect it to be evenly spread. If we have to staff another station, then we might have to backfill our stations with overtime. I understand we're terminating that contract, but I want to make sure that they are going forward paying everything that they need to be paying for the services that we are providing them. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. That was actually the question I had too. Was this related to Lauderdale by the Sea? But and this would be a good answer for us to know, would we be able to have reduced this cost had we not had those, additional hours?
So with the fire department, and I would defer to the fire chief if there are any operational questions for the fire department, but with the fire department, the vacancy rate for fire personnel positions is really low. So it's a pretty fully staffed organization. So with that, I would just say it's just citywide overtime costs.
Okay. Chief McGinnis, if you want to, you're welcome to speak to it. I really am concerned about how much we're shouldering as a city if we're not, even though you probably run a very tight ship, if you will, in terms of making sure that not one station over another is being unnecessarily burdened. So that would make sense to me that it would be spread evenly across the city. What does $790,000 in overtime look like? Or maybe it's not that much, but.
That I would have to get information back to you. I'd have to do research and study to tell you exactly what 700.
That's okay. I'm just because it was also FICA and what was it?
Assignment differential.
Right. So it's not all overtime. But was that the?
Yeah, it's a mixture of the three.
Okay, perfect.
We have made some operational changes that we're hoping to make sure that we mitigate some of that moving forward.
Okay. Well, as always, thank you to everybody that works so tirelessly for us.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Harden.
Yes. Item 7 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the execution and delivery of a lease purchase agreement between the City of Pompano Beach as lessee and J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A. as lessor with respect to the acquisition, purchase, financing, and leasing of certain equipment, authorizing the execution and delivery of documents required in connection therewith, and authorizing all other actions necessary to the consummation of the transactions contemplated by this resolution, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Furtado.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Allison Furtado, Finance Director. Kervin, do you want to make the announcement regarding the package that I submitted with the change in the master lease agreement and the addendum?
No, that would be covered by you.
Okay, so I go ahead. The Finance Department was requested to secure financing for the acquisition of certain equipment for several departments that were approved in the 25-26 capital outlay budget. After reviewing several bank proposals, it was recommended by our financial consultant, PFM, and I concur that J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.E., offer the best terms to finance the acquisition of the capital items over a 5-year period with an interest rate of 3.235%, and we are scheduled to close on this agreement on November 20, 2025. Staff is therefore requesting your approval to proceed with J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.E. to finance the equipment lease agreement, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. When I read the background explanation, it says in here that, so this is the lease that we do annually to buy the capital items. We went through this in a lot of detail last year because there were fire trucks purchased prior to this lease being in place. And that led to a conversation among the commission about what threshold things would come back to us. In here, it says these capital outlay items were approved by the commission in the approved budget. The purchase of these items will be handled by the city's purchasing department in concurrence with the city manager, including utilization of joint bids, co-op bids, state contract prices, and other prices obtained by government agencies through competitive bidding. So for example, if there was a fire truck in here, and I think there is, will that come back to us?
It is going to come back to you, yes.
So you will still be bringing back the items over the threshold that we requested for our approval of the purchase?
Yes, they will.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 8 is a second reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a service contract between the City of Pompano Beach and PFM Asset Management LLC to provide investment advisory and management services, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Ms. Furtado.
Alison Furtado, Finance Director. Good afternoon again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner. This is the second reading of the approval to award PFM Asset Management LLC to provide professional investment advisory and management services to the city. There are no changes since our first reading. I have any questions for you guys?
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion? Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 9 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a First Amendment to the piggyback agreement for a debt book cloud-based software subscription between the City of Pompano Beach and Fifth Asset, Inc., providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Furtado.
Alison Furtado, Finance Director. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. The City of Pompano Beach uses Debt Book by Fifth Asset, Inc. to efficiently manage its debt portfolio and record lease and subscription-based IT agreement in compliance with GASB 87 and 96. The platform helps track payment schedules and automatically produces report for the city annual comprehensive financial report. Staff is recommending that the commission approve the 2-year contract with Debt Book by Fifth Asset, Inc., and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions? Commissioner Fezzik.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. How many departments are using this?
This software is only used by the finance department. We are the one who track our debt, and also we track the leases that we currently have, as well as the software that we have.
Okay, and is this, in your opinion, something we've used for a while, but also would be the best thing for you to continue to use?
Yes, so efficiently, yes. There's only one company that we had before that was only doing leases, which complies with GASB 87. This particular software not only just do debt, but also does the other 2 applications versus going out and having them separately.
Okay, and is there some sort of reporting that you get on a, I guess, somewhat regular basis that will tell you exactly where we stand in terms of debt service?
This is a tracking system for all our debts. It only produces the schedules that we have and then notify us when our payments are due. The leases, it records we enter those leases both for the GASB 87 and 96, and it produces the journal entries that we need in order to comply with these pronouncements.
Okay, so and could you select all and then find out how much we have in debt currently?
Yeah, it gives us the schedules that's produced in our ACFR.
Perfect, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 10 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of RFP 25-001 Oceanside Parking Garage Design Build Project to the highest ranked proposer, the Whiting Turner Contracting Company, in the amount of $32,876,690, and authorizing the proper city officials to execute the contract between the City of Pompano Beach and the Whiting Turner Contracting Company, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon. Dr. Good.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Dr. Tammy Good, CIP Manager. This item is to approve the ranking and award Whiting Turner the contract for the parking garage. And we've prepared a brief presentation just with hopes to answer any questions that you still may have and provide further clarification on the specifics of this garage. So this garage is located at 109 North Ocean Boulevard on the current Oceanside parking lot on the Barrier Island. We solicited this particular project via an RFP, a request for proposal, design build solicitation. The criteria was for the design build firm to provide a minimum of 700 parking stalls with a certain architecture that matches in with the surrounding architecture, provide the functionality that we desired, and design it with the resiliency in mind, being that it was on the Barrier Island. Primary goals of this project is basically to stay ahead of the parking needs that we know we're somewhat deficient on currently, avoid the area business disruptions and the loss of revenue that might threaten these existing businesses, considering that we're at a deficiency now with public parking. This garage will yield approximately 200 additional spaces, and this is taking into consideration that it will replace all of the current flat parking spaces, as well as the parking that we're currently using at the W site, which will be going under construction in early '27. Additionally, we're hoping that if we construct this parking garage, that will attract a hotel or a grocer or some other retail establishment on the site, and we've left the available real estate adjacent to A1A, which is obviously more ideal than where we're going to locate this particular garage. This, again, was a competitive RFP solicitation. There were 5 interested firms that had submitted proposals, and there was a selection committee that evaluated all of these proposals, and we ultimately shortlisted 3 firms, and the committee ultimately ranked the Whiting Turner Contracting Company. So Whiting Turner is a nationwide company that was founded in 1909, and they have an extensive list of parking garage construction in their portfolio. They're proposing to design and construct 715 stalls, which is 15 stalls greater than what we had required minimally. They have a beautiful, iconic architecture design that they're providing. They hit all of the marks in terms of the functionality and the resiliency that we had made mention in the criteria package. The price tag is $32.8 million. This includes the design and soft costs. The schedule for construction is approximately 1 year, and their local participation list did exceed the 25%. And here's the list of some of the Pompano firms. This is not a comprehensive list, so ultimately we feel that they will achieve more than the 25% that they're currently committed to. Again, minimum 715 stalls, 5-story. I just put this image up here so you'll get an idea of what the existing site looks like. Highlighted in the boundary in red is the existing flat parking. There were some constraints with the layout of the existing parcel, considering its unique shape. So there was some challenges relative to designing this garage and leaving available footprint for future development. But Whiting Turner's proposal did, again, hit the marks in terms of the connectivity that we desired on A1A and Riverside, connecting those two thoroughfares, providing multiple entry and exits into the garage so we don't have any clogging when we have a full garage. They identified construction constraints in terms of still providing existing parking while under construction, because we're not going to be utilizing the entire site. They did provide an iconic architectural design with Dennis Friel, a local artist that's providing murals on the garage stairwells and the corners. And then their proposal also identified very resilient materials, considering that it's in a coastal climate. And just here's the layout of the proposed garage design, just showing the 5 stories and the location. More specifically, you can see the vehicular and pedestrian connectivity on the north side of the parcel, connecting A1A and Riverside. The proposed parking garage is on the west side of the lot, bordering Riverside Drive, which is obviously less ideal, not necessarily conducive for retail or a liner. So that's why we positioned the parking garage in that location. We've got north entry exit on the north elevation of the garage, dumping out into that vehicular connectivity. And then on the south elevation of the garage, we have entry and exit dumping directly out onto Riverside Drive. So we have essentially 3 point of entrances and exits for this particular garage. The future site, you can see to the east, we're leaving approximately 44,000 square feet adjacent to A1A, which is ideal for a retail or grocer or hotel. And just for comparables, I wanted to just provide some square footage. The True Buy Hotel in Pompano on the Barrier Island, that entire parcel is about 40,000 square feet. Aldi's, a grocer in Pompano, is 33,000 square feet. Whole Foods, I don't know that we would put a Whole Foods of that size, but the one in Pompano is 47,500 square feet. And the small Publix in Lighthouse Point, Pompano area is 34,000 square feet. Just so you have an idea what a 44,000 square foot lot could yield. And here are just some proposed design concepts. As you can see, I don't think they intentionally did this, but it mimics the sea hives that we have out at Wahoo Bay. I thought that was pretty interesting, but it is a beautiful design. And you can see these are the murals that Dennis Friel will be providing on the corners of the buildings where we have the stairwells. So we know that there are going to be constraints while we're under construction because we're going to be consuming the flat parking that is being utilized today. This is a layout that Whiting Turner provided in their proposal. You can see where the proposed garage is going, and then directly to the east of that, the area where they're going to use as a laydown storage area. But with this construction activity taking place, we will be able to have 70 spaces remain as flat spaces. Ultimately, after we're completed with the garage, we will replace all of these spaces in addition to the spaces that will net from the future development on the W site that we're currently using. And then if a future grocer, well, we're certain that they will come in, they'll demand approximately 50 stalls of the garage as well. Again, some of the other challenges that we are aware of and feel like we have accommodated is going under construction simultaneously when the W Hotel goes under construction, which is early 2027. But again, we've got alternative lots that we're currently using as well, and Jeff will come up here and talk about that as well. But we have considered all of those constraints with the construction duration, again, which will only take approximately a year, whereas the W Hotel will be under construction for about 3 years. So with that, I'll leave the next slides to Jeff, the parking manager.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission, Jeff Lance, Parking Manager. So the slide in front of you there, the top part of that slide is showing some of the anticipated deficit that we think will be missing during the construction phase. It's obviously the current Oceanside parking garage, which is the development area, and along with the site where we plan to put from the W Hotel. It's about 400 spaces. Recently, Commission approved an agreement with Amkin for the use of the St. Martin's lot, where we've put in 200 parking spaces there. CRA lots, and the addresses are there. That's about another 146. And the St. Gabriel's Church lot is selling public parking right now. And we anticipate there'd be about 86 additional spaces there. It's currently being used by construction workers for a project in that area, but that project will wrap up. And I think and as Dr. Good mentioned, it's important to mention maybe at this point, the pitch for this project would be probably the winter months of 27. If we can, with approval, we'll start our project probably late fourth quarter, 27. It's about the same time as the W will be starting their project. Their project will not be finished until 2029, whereas ours should be finished in about 12 months. So the pinch point will be when our snowbirds come down that winter of 27. That's obviously our highest demand for parking. I don't know. Oh, there you go. So along with the alternative parking, we've been working closely with Circuit. They have a number of different vehicles. So, I mean, we're familiar with the NEVs or the neighborhood electric vehicles or the golf carts. They have a number of other vehicles. So we do plan to expand our Circuit routes out further into the neighborhoods west of Federal Highway. The current golf carts or NEVs only travel about 25 miles an hour. So we realize that we'll probably have to, along with or instead of those type vehicles, use a higher capacity vehicle. And they would probably work hand in hand together. There's also a service Wilton Manors is using right now with Uber and Lyft where they pre-purchase coupons. The rides can come from anywhere as long as they end in Wilton Manors. In our case, that would be Pompano Beach. So we're looking into that as well. It's actually a $5 discount. So we're looking into that. We're also looking into any other options out there too. We've looked at maybe being able to do something to incorporate our micro transit and our larger transit systems with maybe the green route that runs from basically Federal Highway straight to the beach. So a lot of things we're still working on, we've been working on, and so I think we will be able to more than accommodate for the shortfall or the overlap in these two construction projects. So with that, I'll hand it over to Assistant City Manager Sybil.
Thank you, Jeff. Again, Suzette Sybil, Assistant City Manager. Oops, no, I got it. It's going the wrong way. Am I going the wrong way? Actually. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the contract amount and the funding sources. So the bid came in at about $32.9 million. We do have funds currently available in our Parking Enterprise Fund. We created that fund in 2013. It's a business enterprise, which means that the fees that are charged to people who utilize the services of the fund, i.e. parking and parking spaces, we also have some land leases in the fund as well, help to pay for the operations, maintenance, capital investment, and debt service as well. So when we formed this enterprise fund, similar to our water and sewer funds or stormwater funds, the intention all along was looking ahead and knowing that the most efficient means of building parking was to construct parking garages. Of course, we started with our first garage in 2016, the Pier Parking Garage. This is our second garage out the gate, and we're also looking ahead over time to expanding garages west of Federal Highway into Old Town. That's our next targeted area. So again, the bid came in at 32.9 million. We do have funds available in the parking fund to cover our soft costs, typically our design costs, as we refer to them. It's about 3 million. The remainder of the cost we would be looking to finance by issuing debt. So in my second bullet, I talk about the anticipated financing parameters, subject to market conditions at time of issuance, of course. We would not actually issue the debt until we complete our design plans, and once that's complete, we would have to bring the actual financing documents back to the City Commission. But obviously, we wanted to discuss our means of paying for the garage with you today, because obviously it makes sense that if we're going to move forward with design, that you guys are all on board that we would pay for the construction by issuing debt sometime next summer. So the terms that we're looking at here, subject to market conditions, we would issue in summer 2026, as I said. We would issue about 33.5 million, all in that covers cost of issuance, some capitalized interest, which basically means that you don't start to pay debt service till you're done constructing the asset, because it is an income-producing asset. We also, if we anticipate any premiums when we issue the debt, that's all factored into that number. So that's why it's higher than the 29 million, which is the actual construction cost. We would finance over about 30 years. We anticipate maximum annual debt service per year of about 2.3 million. And the source of repayment would be parking fees in the Parking Enterprise Fund. We are recommending, we don't have that before you this evening, that would come back to you at your December meeting. We tend to bring the parking ordinance, as we refer to you, every 3 years. We usually do cleanup. Sometimes we recommend parking rate increases. So we are recommending a 20% rate increase to the parking fees when we bring that to you in December. We did provide a survey showing you what that 20% increase would look like comparing to our neighboring communities, and we're still very competitive with those communities, so we're happy about that. But the one main thing I did want to point out is you guys have been asking for years to raise the resident discount. I've gotten emails from residents. It's a frequently asked question. Right now, the resident discount is at 20%, and it's only available through the Pay by Phone app. We don't provide it in the parking garage. One of the reasons why we pushed back at raising it to say 50%, which is what City of Hollywood has, I believe, is because we were just establishing our fund and we wanted to wait for the fishing village to stabilize, because that's where the majority of the parking demand comes from, and we wanted to just have that stabilized to make sure the revenues that we were seeing coming in were going to be consistent and we could sustain that to cover debt service for the pier garage. So we feel we've achieved that. We feel like the system is doing really well currently, so we are recommending as part of this package to raise the resident discount from 20% to 50%, and that would not only just be if you use the Pay by Phone app, but also parking in the parking garage. So again, we're trying to make that neutral to our residents, so ultimately putting the burden back on non-residents to cover this proposed rate, 20% increase in the parking rates. So it wouldn't have an impact on the residents. We would raise them both at the same time. So again, the impact would be neutral to our City of Pompano Beach residents. Future strategies, there's always demand for parking in the city. I think we've grown as a city. We've seen the success of the fishing village. I think it's become even more successful than we had anticipated. And over the years, we've really been investing in some temporary solutions to parking. We've been partnering with the private sector. We've been leasing some lots, et cetera. Obviously, on the W property, they will be starting construction either late fall 2026 or early 2027. So that's why we're moving forward with this project now. We think it's the prudent thing to do. We certainly expect a lot of questions this afternoon relative to that, and we'll be happy to answer them at that time as to why doing it now at the same time. But looking forward, we have some plans right now to also invest in additional parking in Old Town. We're looking at building a parking garage in Old Town, and we'll bring that to you in December for consideration to acquire a lot in Old Town, proposing to build a parking structure there as well. We're going to continue to expand our microtransit options. The objective is to try to keep it free as long as we can. Possibly, we do get that our neighboring communities do charge, which it's minimal. It's like $2 a ride. We'll try to push it out as long as the parking fund can absorb it. So, but we do want to expand not just the golf carts to service the neighborhoods west of Federal Highway. I know many of you have been asking and asking and asking to do that. But also you can see from the slide that Jeff showed earlier, they have different means of microtransit. They have sedans, SUVs, they have little minivans. So not only are we looking at expanding the smaller like golf carts, but also looking into using maybe sedans, SUVs, but also connecting east to west for longer routes and looking into some of their shuttles or smaller electric vans that they do have. So we're also going to continue to seek opportunities to work with the private sector. We know that there are a couple of properties around near the Barry Island that we anticipate to go under development in the next few years. So we're always having conversations with those private property owners to see if there are any opportunities when they construct to incorporate more public parking into their facilities, because obviously the city only has limited site control. We only own so much land on the Barrier Island. So we do have to look for those opportunities going forward to lease spaces within those projects. So that concludes my presentation, and would be happy to answer questions from the commission once the public gives their input. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Good presentation. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Carol Eisman, 4020 West Palmyra Drive. I have several things that don't seem to be answered by the presentation, but I do want to make a comment because it keeps getting repeated that this is an iconic parking garage, and I want you to know when people come and visit, the last thing they take a look at is what the outside of the building looks like. They're looking for the parking space. So I think that's what I'm concerned with. One, I personally would like to know with the allocation of handicap parking, how many spaces they're going to allocate for that. I do find that there is always a lack. The second thing is how the valet parking is going to be set up. And I would also like to see, as a taxpayer, the amount of money that's going to be collected from the parking fees, and of course it's just an estimation, to pay off the mortgage that has to be paid, and that is a mortgage on the parking garage. And you're looking at 30 years, and I'm very bothered by that, because in 30 years you might be ready and need a new parking garage. It seems like there's a need, the whole financing of this needs to be looked at a little bit more. I know that they have spent a lot of time on it, but I think there's still some questions that still should be asked about this, and that is the money and how maybe it could be paid off sooner and not be paying over a 30-year basis for this, but making sure that we have adequate handicap parking, that you take care of if there's going to need that, the restaurants need that. This is what draws people to the restaurants, and if you're going to keep this a vibrant area for tourists and the restaurants, you've got to be able to allow them to have places to park. People, I know all these wonderful things, the circuit and all this, and I have to tell you, people still want to take their car and bring it to the garage and park it in the garage. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker. Just name and address for the record.
Andy Fox. My address is 10309 Northwest 52nd Street in Coral Springs. And I am part of the ownership group for Beach House Restaurant and Bar Esco in the downtown fishing village. Now, when we first looked at the project before we opened up Beach House, the first rendering and model showed 3 garages, or possibly even 2. So we spent $10 million building Beach House with the promise that there would be more than 1 garage. Then a few years later, we invested another $7 million building Bar Esco with the hopes of a second parking garage. Now, on the drone show, I stood out on A1A trying to get a few reservations in, and I stood next to one of the police officers, probably turned away hundreds of people that couldn't get in because the parking was full. That probably cost us $20,000 that night alone. just with parking, because parking was full. That same thing happens every weekend. Brunch, no one could get into the restaurant because the parking is full. So if we were to lose the W parking and just have that one garage, we would never be able to sustain our business. We wouldn't last, not just us. I think the entire fishing village would fail. I think we'd go bankrupt with not enough parking there. We spend probably $250,000 a year in percentage rent. If we hit over a certain mark, we won't hit that mark. So that's $250,000 a year in rent that the city will not receive because we won't be hitting our break point. So that parking is absolutely necessary. And I don't think that the fishing village, honestly, would even last with just the one garage. I think we would all fail. It costs a lot to operate a business. So even just, I'll give you a little idea. Over the last 6 years, or last 5 years, there's been a $1 increase for tipped employees. I'm sure you'll know about that. That costs just Beach House alone about $100,000 a year. So over each of the last 5 years, we're now at an additional $500,000 in expenses for labor with that $1 increase for tipped employees. It's going to happen again. That'll be $600,000. Then I spend $400,000 a year insuring the building. So those two items alone cost me $1 million. If I lose half of our parking, we'll never be able to sustain our business and never be able to last. And if Beach House is as successful as it is, can't survive, I can't imagine that the other businesses would be able to as well.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker, please come forward. Just name and address for the record.
Mark Entregala, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. My question is for Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, you mentioned that you were going to put a stop work order on a contractor that's doing that work behind those mobile homes. What was the name of that contractor?
Is it DBF? DP Development?
Okay. I just wanted to be sure that it was not Whiting Turner.
Okay. Very good.
Thank
you,
you.
sir. Next speaker, please come forward.
Excuse me, just to correct the record, and maybe it was incorrect before, but Mr. Harrison did say Whiting Turner earlier.
Yes.
See, then I have a problem because we're going to award a $32 million contractor, a $32 million job to a contractor who has tortured our residents over the summer, has cut down trees when we need to get a letter from the Pope to cut a tree down in Pompano Beach and replace it with a tree of equal value, which, if it's a royal palm, could cost you 20 grand. And they cut all the trees down, and they're torturing these people, and we're going to give them the contract to build the garage. Think about that.
Very
Sir,
good. Mr. Harrison, can we get clarification?
Yes, sir. The Whiting Turner that you see in this information for the parking garage is not the same division of Whiting Turner that's building Dixie Highway and is the prime for DP development. So
I guess then I would submit that division to division, a mentality of a contractor is the mentality of a contractor, regardless of what division. That's my opinion.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay. Very good. Anything further, Mr. Harrison, on that matter? No? For Mr. Tony, I mean, it's just, just identify yourself.
Fernand Tony, Gabon Director. I'd like to clarify on that issue for Mr. Harrison. Whiting Turner is not involved with the site in question. It is true that the subcontractor works for them on the project, but they are not involved with what's happening on that site.
Very good. Oh, very good. Thank you. All right. Next speaker. Go ahead. Just name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Sean Cotson, 821 North Riverside Drive, Pompano Beach. My name is Sean Cotson. I'm the owner of Kilwin's Pompano Beach. It's located at 265 North Pompano Beach Boulevard. I've proudly operated this business and lived in Pompano Beach for many years. I also reside on Riverside Drive and care deeply about this community and its continued growth. When I signed my lease in 2016, I was inspired by the city's vision to revitalize the beach area and create a vibrant, family-friendly destination supported by ample parking. From the beginning, I understood that the lots at 20 North Ocean Boulevard, the W, and the Wells Fargo Bank property were privately owned. However, I was assured that the city-owned lot next to the fire station would become a 700 or 500 car parking garage, providing essential access for visitors and supporting local businesses. We finally opened our store in 2021, confident that this much-needed garage was going to move forward. Unfortunately, there have been ongoing delays in the project, and we have now lost both 20 North Ocean Boulevard and the Wells Fargo property. This situation will be devastating for the beach businesses. They have invested heavily in the area, and this was based on the city's long-term vision. I previously owned Kilwins in Lauderdale by the Sea, and I personally witnessed how the declining parking directly leads to reduced foot traffic and lost economic vitality. In contrast, Pompano Beach has thrived, precisely because it has been convenient for families and visitors to find parking and enjoy the area. People want to park nearby the beach, and they want to walk to the beach. They don't want to park far away and take a shuttle. If this parking garage is not built, the consequences will be severe for both local businesses and property values. I urgently and I strongly urge the city to prioritize and expedite the construction of the promised parking structure so that we can preserve the success and vibrancy of Pompano Beach. Thank you for your attention for this and for your continued support. In my opinion, Pompano Beach is a world-class destination, and for this to continue, we need parking. Thank you, guys.
Good, thank you, appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lumo Shakas. I live at 704 North Ocean Boulevard, and I own the Oceanic and Likey Fish next door. Way back in 2016, when I was approached by the developer to invest in the area, my first concern was parking. So I met with city officials, and they promised me parking will come in 2 years, 750 parks with a hotel above and a grocery store. Today is like 9 years later, and we still don't have it. I never had a worse day in my entire restaurant career as this past Mother's Day. We had a situation that the garage was full, every parking lot was full, the valet will not take anybody. We had people in Mother's Day, which is a special day, taking out their mothers, and they cannot find parking. So they called the restaurant and says, hey, we made a reservation, but we cannot find parking. I had a guy who insisted on talking to the owner. A guy flew down from New York to take his mother over to the Oceanic. And he was very, very disappointed, very upset. And, you know, he told me, he says, look, I flew down, we asked if you have valet parking, we were assured, yes, you have valet parking because my mother cannot really walk far. And when we got there was no valet parking, no parking anywhere to find. And being a special day, try to find another restaurant that can really accommodate you. So I really, really hope you guys take this into consideration and vote for the parking deck. And I think even at that, in a due time, will be short. I don't think we will have enough parking. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, Mitch Ackerman, 931 Southeast 4th Avenue. Okay, my number one question is, in this parking garage, the current parking garage we have right there, the bottom floor is taken up by valet. Do the restaurants pay that? Is that something that we gave them?
We get compensated for it, yes.
You get compensated?
Yes, we get compensated for it, yes.
You do. Okay, so that's good. Now, she mentioned that they're raising the rates 20%, and they were already giving 20%, it's what, 40%? So now they're going to talk about giving 50% off, so you're really only getting 10% discount.
No, it was 20% rate increase, but a
Right now, it's 20%.
increase. No,
20%?
It was increase in the resident discount rate to 50%. But the
Right,
general
so
rate
the
is a
resident-
20% increase in the general rate.
So right now, the residents get 20%.
Correct.
They're talking about increasing it to 50%.
Correct.
All right. What else would I know? So anyway, I believe the residents shouldn't even be paying 50%. Basically, we already paid to have the parking garage built. All right? So it's kind of like pay for your house, and then you got to pay for parking in your own driveway. I don't think that's a good idea. Is there anything you can do for residents? I'm not talking about snowbirds or anybody like it who's not homesteaded.
As was indicated, it's proposed to increase the resident discount rate to 50%.
Is there anything more than they can do at 50%?
It's up to the commission.
Up to you, Commissioner?
Mayor?
Correct.
Mayor, may I
Mr. Harrison?
clear up a misunderstanding here that Mr. Ackerman has? You're alluding that the residents are paying for the parking garage.
Well, we pay for it in taxes.
No, sir, you don't.
We don't pay for it in taxes.
No,
Who's paying for it?
parking garage is paid for by parking fees, just parking revenue.
But it's a tax.
No, sir, it's
No.
paid by users. The people who park there pay for it.
Okay, but we're residents.
And if you park there, you pay.
Which I do.
But people who don't park there, though, they don't pay anything for it. It's not coming out of general taxes.
So this whole thing, how's it getting funded?
Through the fees that people pay to park there.
Well, how do you get the fees if you don't have the parking?
We do have the parking.
If the parking garage is built.
Right.
I'm sorry, not built. How are you getting the money to build it?
We finance it, sir, over time. That's what Ms. Sybil was saying.
Finance it?
Yes.
Who's paying the finances?
The users of the parking garage.
All of it?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Further input from the public? Very good. Public input closed. Thank you. Commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
All right, let's unpack this. We need parking at the beach, obviously. It's an issue. I heard a lot of people come up here and speak about back in 2016, back in 2016, back in 2016, and things they were promised related to parking garages. First of all, I'd like to know who promised that, because we can have a plan, but the plans usually have to be approved by whoever is sitting here. Doesn't matter who that is, but that's how these plans get approved. So I'd like to know, first of all, who was promising this to the businesses for their leases? This is a question. It's related.
Suzette Civil Assistant City Manager again. So in 2013, a development agreement was entered into for the fishing village. And in that agreement, there was an option for the developer to build a garage or the public sector. And we elected to move forward to build a garage because the objective there was to build it and they will come. So in order to attract the high-end restaurants that we have today on the beach, we invested, the public sector, into the garage. And of course, what we see today is the result of all of those efforts of making that investment and seeing the return by having those high-quality restaurants invest in the fishing village. I'm not aware of any other garages that were promised at that point. I know that we've always had in our plans to build a second garage on the existing Oceanside site, but that was not in the actual development agreement. That's just something we had in our parking master plan.
Okay. It was very concerning to me to hear that so many folks who own businesses here say that they were promised something and that was part of the concept. In 2016, also, let me just check. I know I've got this handy, I think. In 2016, we have, January 2016, there was a CRA memorandum that went out, and that was basically saying that we're requesting, part of the moratorium, staff is currently requesting a parking modification for the Atlantic Boulevard Overlay District. which extends the parking reductions. So basically, to provide parking reductions for new developments. Is there a way that, so at the same time we're promising we're going to build parking garages, we're also telling all new developments they don't have to meet parking standards, and we're going to reduce those in order to help people build more. So my question is, if we did not do that, and the parking standards would have been the same, would the W have been required to put more parking spaces in their building, and would there be more parking requirements for other locations there as well?
That gets into very hypothetical.
Right, no, it just,
And
well,
also,
no, it's
also
not hypothetical.
Commissioner Fessick, the W was approved long before that time.
Right, but the parking, that was an extension, if you go back, there was an extension, times like 16 years, that has been somewhat back and forth. Anyhow, all right, so outside of this, would we say then, I'll pull it back. So I actually have an issue with, and so just so everybody up here is aware, back in September 12th, I was learning procurement processes, and I was very interested in how some of these things came to pass, right? So I did a public records request related to procurement processes and how our contracts were being, how they were moving through our procurement process, because there seemed to be a lot of holes or questions for me that I wanted answered. I almost asked for this item to be stricken today, because I still to date haven't received a couple pieces that I've asked for, even when I cleaned it up, related to specifically Part B, or Plan B, the second part of the meeting. I still haven't gotten the recording, and there's still conflict of interest forms that are missing from what I asked for. So there's not a conflict of interest form in my data, and there's nothing provided here in the backup. So I want to pull it to, so you're asking us to approve this parking garage and do that. So we have to talk about the procurement process in order to do that. So do we have currently on file a conflict of interest form for Chris Brown?
I'm going to have somebody from the procurement team. I don't know if Mr. Bosworth, who heads up that team, wants to comment on that. I mean, I can tell you that usually they're passed out before the session starts and everybody signs them, but I'll have Mr. Bosworth or the procurement team answer specifically.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Earl Bosworth, Assistant City Manager. I have Mary Rivero here, our Purchasing Director, so just give me a second and we will look through them to see.
Thank you.
I can't remember exactly what was on file for this project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mary Rivero, Director for Procurement and Contracts. We do have a conflict of interest form for all the participants of the committee for the evaluation committee meeting. We collect those before the evaluation meeting. We give the evaluators the opportunity to send it either electronically, or we do not commence the meeting without them on hand. Also, for the record, we do record the meeting, and the meeting we state that these individuals, we have received them. And one last thing, I know that you made a public records request for the processes or the conflict of interest for other outstanding meetings, but that was prior to this, and that was from many years ago, and we have been and are working with the city clerk to obtain those, to provide them for you. But I just want to make sure that the ones that were recent, we've already provided. You're asking for very old things that at this time was not under my purview, my leadership, so we are looking for those for you.
I appreciate that. Yeah, the one I'm specifically missing is for Mr. Brown from the March meeting, and there was an email that stated that he would bring it to the meeting, but it's not in the files that I received. So that was why I was asking for that to be.
We will make sure that it gets to you.
And then the second recording was also missing, Part B of the meeting. And this is important because in the information, which thank you for, by the way, we got today via email, there's some scoring sheets, which they sort of have in people's notes on what they're presented. But the scoring sheets for the second portion don't have comments necessarily. So having that recording to find out what would be discussed would be helpful. Outside of that, could you explain so what this RFP went out in October, correct?
Correct.
and the meeting happened in March, and then again in May, Part A and Part B, right?
Correct, there were two parts.
Okay. Could you explain to me, just so I make sure I'm completely clear, what the cone of silence means and what people are expected to do?
Thank you, Ms. Fezzik, for the question. So the cone of silence is under the state statute, and when a solicitation goes out to the public, the cone of silence takes effect. Therefore, under the statute, participants, user departments, in fact, including commissioners, anyone in the organization is not allowed to speak with vendors or anything related to the actual project. It's very specific in the solicitation, and it refers to the public, outside vendors, anyone in our organization to speak directly through the procurement office. If there are any questions, has to come through our office, from the vendors, from the commissioners, from anyone within our organization. The cone of silence remains in effect until the commission approves this. As if it's approved today, then once it's approved today, the cone of silence ceases, and then we can move on with normal business.
Okay. And does that also relate to people who are on that in the selection committee? Are they supposed to discuss this project or details of the project with internally as well, or only through you?
They can discuss internally through the lifting of the cone of silence, which when you will listen to the recordings, you will see when we do evaluations and we discuss and participate within the committee, we say we are lifting the cone of silence, everyone can talk amongst each other, we are now back into the cone of silence, so you cannot speak. Committee members can only speak with other members during that time that it is not under the cone of silence, which is when we lift it, when we make the recording.
Okay.
I don't know, that sounded a little confusing.
No, that was actually very clear, thank you. And what about emails relating to the project?
Emails amongst committee members?
Yes.
Committee members communicating with whom?
Internally, with themselves and at staff. I'm just trying to get a better picture of what that looks like.
I would probably defer to legal as it relates
Yep.
to that. I understand at least in my experience, the solicitation cannot be discussed, whether it be in person or in writing. But I will allow Mr. Mark Berman, if he has a consult on that.
Just real briefly before Mr. Berman responds, I just want to point out that you've been talking now, discussing this for 10 minutes.
And it's $32 million. Yeah.
I'm going to extend your time for 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to have to cut you off. Go ahead, Mr. Berman.
Well, if we're talking about emails amongst city staff that's dealing with the project, there's no problem with that. Staff frequently communicates with staff. The rule you're talking about really deals with bidders and outsiders dealing with city personnel and city staff and city elected officials and others. But staff should be free to talk amongst themselves in terms of preparing the project, the bid, and looking into the rankings and how it's going to be presented. That's a function that staff does, so that should not be prohibited as far as I can tell.
Okay. Just so I'll since I'm now on a time limit for whatever reason, even though we're definitely spending a lot of our money or asking to invest a lot of our money, the question I have is, okay, so with all of this said, what about social media posts? Is it generally accepted that somebody can announce who has been selected before it comes to us here? Mr. Berman?
Mr. Berman, do you want to handle?
I don't think the question can be answered the way you asked it. If it was put on a social media post, if the announcement is that these are the rankings, that doesn't mean you've approved the ranking. That means those are the rankings. And bidders often get to know the rankings before it comes before the commission. So it's not an
saying
issue.
somebody was selected,
Pardon me?
saying somebody was selected,
They're not selected, they're ranked. You do the selection.
right, so a committee member announcing that a company was selected would necessarily not be an ideal situation for us.
I'd have to see who and what before I answer the question. I can't deal with
I'll just
the
hand,
unknown.
I'll hand that to you so you have a copy of it. I blanked it out in the effort of attempting to make it a little bit more user-friendly. But I have concerns with this. So there's a lot of issues that I have in our procurement process in general that I've learned, and I'm very grateful to learn it. But I'll just jump ahead to some other questions, because I feel like I had ample time to request that information and provided ample time to get some of the questions I did ask, and I would like to know why that was not provided in that time frame. Who's the project manager for this project?
I am the project manager lead, and Dr. Tammy Good is the technical lead.
Okay. And so is it standard to have internal emails that would discuss who would be handling things moving forward if this was approved? It's, okay, let me just put it this way.
Are you saying if the project was approved by the city commission, is it appropriate to say who would be handling something?
So who would be the project manager moving forward, or let's just put it in quotes, because I have that quote. What this email was meant to say was you're the supervisor of the owner's rep. And basically, and I'll provide to you, to staff, I'm sure, the series of emails that concern me. But the question I have with this is because we're looking at $32-something million, and I know we need parking. My concern is how we got here. And since I only have 5 minutes left, or probably less than that, I'll pause for a moment because I'd like to really look into how our procedure has been handled so far, and that's why I wanted this stricken originally, because I wanted those answers publicly, not publicly, I wanted those answers privately first. Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, there were a couple questions that came up that I just need some clarification from Commissioner Fesick. May I ask a couple questions?
Okay.
Just really quick. Commissioner Fesick, you referred to a couple different emails or requests for information. And I just want to make sure I understand, because did those come through official public records requests from Mr. Alford's office?
Yes, they did.
And what were those again? Can you please let me know?
September 12th was my first email request for information. We had our meeting, you and I and Ms. Rivero, I believe it was the 9th. Let me have to double check that date. But it was in October, which was very informative and helped me. And then I doubled down on asking for a few extra pieces that I had missed because I wasn't aware of the processes until after we met, about what was recorded, what was not recorded. And I've tried to clear that up in multiple emails afterwards as well.
Okay. And earlier on, you appear to allude to a conflict of interest. Can you just give us more information on that? State who it is, what your general concerns are?
My concern is without
the conflict?
Without the conflict, what my concern is how this Oceanside project was handled. Initially, we were all promised as residents, right, that there was this going to be potentially a grocery store underneath. We were going to do this whole project with a bodega or a grocery store underneath it. There was going to be some retail wrap. And this is what we're seeing now is just a parking garage. Well, I know there's a future development site, but when we're looking at this, in 2019, I actually did pull the dates. So in 2019 and in 2020 and 2021, we moved this land from community, basically community purpose land, partially that, and some parks and rec over to B3 in AOD zoning, which is quite a bit of additional height. So if the future development site is going to be a hotel, and maybe with a restaurant or something underneath it, then that future hotel site can be up to 210 feet as per the Atlantic Overlay District. And that's where residents, even back in 2019, 2020, and 2021, were very concerned about the massive influx in height and and overreach. My secondary concern is if we put a grocery store in there or a hotel.
So,
and
Mr. Bosworth, your question had to do with conflict of interest?
So the conflict of interest is,
Thank you.
is this a successful CRA project if we're not providing parking for our businesses that are there and for residents to visit?
So the question is something having to do with the conflict of interest form.
Right. And
So that was Mr.
Because
Bosworth.
you're alleging that staff's not following up with requests, I want to make sure we know exactly what that request is, whether it came to us through a meeting with procurement or internal staff, administrative staff, or the clerk's office.
It was through the
The
clerk's office.
allegations come up, and I just want to make sure we are understanding what you need and what you've requested, and the conflict of interest statement.
It was very clear through the clerk's office, and there's an email that exactly what I asked, and I'm happy to provide that to you. And the follow-up, I'll just make sure you're looped in so you can be right on the
Thank
same
you,
page.
and because that's what I want to make sure you are getting what you requested.
I appreciate that. And I will just say also that you and Ms. Rivera were very helpful in trying to provide me as much information as possible.
I appreciate that. And what about the conflict of interest? And Mayor, thank you. I know we need to move on, but
No, I want you to get your questions answered. But
is there any more information you can give us on that? There's a lot. We run a process. We believe as staff that process was followed correctly and to the letter of our procedures. These projects can take different turns along the way. I want to make sure we get all that. But when you're alleging a conflict of interest or appear to be alleging a conflict of interest, I'd like to know so we can follow up.
Well, I can't allege anything until I receive information that would eliminate that, which I'm hoping to find, which is why I'm asking for the information. I want to remove all doubt before moving forward with this, and that was the reason for my request and doubling down for asking for this.
We'll make sure you get that again. And I just want to know, I mean, those conflict of interest forms were in the
They were not.
package, right?
So we submitted all the conflict of interest forms. I just double checked with staff, and the conflict of interest form specifically for Chris Brown, because it was manually done, was not part of the data dump that we did. But we've already, just now, it was sent to the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you for that.
And the recordings as well. It was not clear that you also wanted the recordings. I understand you said all, but all, we don't always record. Sometimes we do the meetings taken by minutes. So that is why initially, in your initial request from weeks ago, the recordings were not included until after Mr. Kervin and I met, and he clarified after he spoke with you just maybe last week that it was including the recordings, which we have began to send the recordings.
And during our meeting, I was told that the recordings existed, so that's the reason I asked for them.
And Mayor, I just wanted to comment as Kervin Alfred, City
Mr.
Clerk.
Alfred.
Yes, the records that the procurement department had provided, which was in response to Commissioner Fezzik's records request, was responded to and provided on October 20th. So I just wanted to make that known that a response was provided now. Commissioner Fezzik is stating that there's outstanding information. We'll look further into that, but information was responded to on October 20th.
Okay, so you gave the information you thought was appropriate to her on October 20th.
Yes.
Very good.
And Mr. Mayor, thank you again for the time, and I think Ms. Rivero just clarified the question regarding the conflict of interest from Mr. Chris Brown, that it was signed, it just hadn't been sent in the same package, so I appreciate your time.
It sounds like we're talking about a conflict of interest form.
Correct.
Yes. Very good. Okay, further commission discussion. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there a time certainty on this particular agenda item?
Well, I'll let Tammy, do you want to respond since it's a bit?
A time certain, Dr. Tammy Good, CIP Manager, a time certainty in terms of what exactly?
Is this something
for approval?
Very important we need to approve tonight, because the reason I'm asking that, if the district commissioner has not received some of her requests from staff, perhaps she could make a motion to postpone it for another date until she received the information, is why I'm asking.
So the longer we take to approve it, the more costly it is to the city. There is a line item in the contract for escalation, because the contractor knew when they submitted their price that they would have to hold it for a significantly longer than average time. So that we're eating away at that price. So there is a cost associated with the delay.
Okay, that was my question. What's your take on that, Commissioner?
Well, I'm not sure.
You've got the floor, Commissioner Perkins.
I'm done. I'm asking her a question.
Pardon me?
I'm asking the Commissioner a question regarding her district.
Well, I'm not sure I'm allowed to, have expound on it. I had a lot of information that I was sort of going down a question, but obviously being shut down. I would be fine with moving this to another meeting, because I would like to take the time to make sure that we're getting all those questions answered. And when you remove all doubt, then I can ask and represent my residents more effectively. So I would make a motion to postpone this to a date.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, you don't have the floor.
Well, then
Mr.
she can
Perkins
make
has
a
the floor.
Okay, I'm done. I was listening to her response.
Okay. Further commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I, too, have a list of questions about this, and I appreciate that the businesses down there need parking. I spend a lot of time down there. I struggle to find parking at times, so I understand what you were promised a very long time ago, almost a decade ago, but at the same time, it's our obligation up here to move forward with the right things for residents now and get the answers that we need to make sure that we are doing the right thing. So I'll start with since Commissioner Fezzik was talking about it, I'm going to start with the selection committee also, because I've asked some questions of the city. I got the forms today also from the selection committee. I would like to get the recordings, but who determined who is on this selection committee? Because as much as I respect everyone on this committee, there are certain names, and I'll just say, for example, Tom DeGiorgio, that I don't know how his name ended up on this list. Who decides that? Because I asked the other day, and I was told that it's procurement.
I told you that the procurement department gave me a list of recommended people to be on the committee, and I approved it.
So in general, like I asked, procurement gives you a list for who should be on the committee, so they decide it and they send it to you.
They're asking if I would be okay with XYZ on the committee, and I approved it.
So I guess our procurement director is relatively new here. How did she come up with the name Tom DeGiorgio?
Tommy DeGiorgio has been on a number of selection committees with the city of Pompano Beach over the years. He is chairman of the EDC. He is in the construction design business and knows more about it than most people on our staff.
I'm familiar with Tom's role. I appreciate what he does, but I'm curious how procurement came up with that name. I understand you might have come up with that name.
No.
I'm not saying that you did, but I can understand why you would think that was a good thing and approve it from. But I'm just curious how that came to be, because to me it seems like procurement's relatively, they're a relatively new department here. Only people who've been around Pompano know Tom DeGiorgio, and he's also a consultant of the city for a nearby project. So
the department is not new, Vice Mayor. The department's been here before I was. Mary is the only one that's new.
So you're telling me that the department under Mary came up with the name Tom DeGiorgio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They've got long history of it. Back, I don't know how many years ago, probably. I came here in 2014. It was before then. Do you, Earl, do you have any information on that?
What was the question, sir?
Tommy DeGiorgio, how did...
We don't need to get into Tommy any further. It's an example. To me, it's a hypothetical, right? Like, it could be anyone's name. To me, it was an outlier there. I understand why Ms. Good is on it. I understand why Ms. Sybil is on it. I understand all of that. When I saw that, it was a little strange to me. So I'm just getting on the record that procurement comes up with a list, and whatever part of their process it is, that is our process in the city, that procurement comes up with a list on every project and sends it to the city manager for his review.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so with respect to this project, and we went through this the other day, I want to do it one more time. We can do it quickly, but there's 715 parking spaces in this garage. In this presentation, it says there's 146 set aside for a potential hotel.
Right, not reserved.
Okay, so not reserved, but set aside for a hotel, because a hotel being built near here is not required to put in its own parking.
Well, we want to attract the hotels, so we would entice them to come by, and then we would charge them for the spaces, obviously.
Understood, but they're not required to build their own parking, kind of like
No.
the True Hilton. So one of the reasons we're in this situation, obviously, is there's valet parking and there's the True Hilton. There's things that eat away at our parking garages.
Let me restate that. If it's, obviously, what we're asking for approval today is a parking garage. What we're saying is that, and we understand what Commissioner Fessick said, over the past years, we've put out 2 solicitations for a mixed-use project. We've proposed a hotel, a grocer, maybe some retail. I can go down memory lane of how that went over the last few years if you want me to. I won't unless you want me to answer specific questions relative to that. What we're doing now is because we've tried twice, we've had issues with the market, we've had COVID, we've had issues with our charter over the years in attracting people to develop privately on the site. Various issues have come up over the years. We don't want to delay this further, so we are recommending moving this forward. Now, we're setting aside 44,000 square feet of a pad facing A1A. It's certainly the will of the commission. If you don't want to put a hotel there, if you want us to put out a solicitation and require a hotel to build their own parking under, if it is a hotel that we have, we can do that as well. I mean, we will follow whatever the commission wants us to do. If you just want a grocery market. And now grocers are harder to attract. That's not an easy thing, so we can't guarantee it. It's at the will of the market. That we would probably for sure offer parking in the garage or some on-street on the connecting roadway that Dr. Good mentioned earlier, just to entice them to come, because it's not easy to attract market. So I say all that because even though we say put aside 54 market, put aside potentially 146 for a hotel where the spaces are not reserved, because right now the Hilton Hotel, they pay for the spaces. They're not reserved. Mr. Lance works with them every day as to occupancy when people are checking in and checking out to manage that. So it allows us to use the additional capacity when they're not at capacity and use those spaces for beachgoers, the restaurants, et cetera. So again, we're just recommending moving forward with a garage and leaving that 44,000 square feet available. Certainly, if the commission wants to discuss if we are going to entice somebody to come other than the market, because I wouldn't recommend that, and the commission wants them to build their own parking, you certainly can say that, and we'll try to put it on the street and see if we attract somebody to do that.
Okay.
There are many options here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure code doesn't require them to, but so I just want to go through this again. So there's 715 spaces. I'm going to finish. If we do, the idea is a hotel and retail, so there's 146 in here set aside for hotels. So let's take best case scenario, kind of like what's already happened down there, happens again, and you attract a hotel, you use 146. There's 50 for retail. There's 278 parking spaces there right now that we are losing automatically because we're building a garage on top of it.
We're replacing those, right?
Right, to the sands. And there's, how many are we losing at the W? Net 50 or 100? What was it?
Net 53, I believe.
Okay, so that gets us to somewhere around 200 to 250, which is a little different than our numbers the other day. There's something I'm missing here because we had the lower number.
About 200.
Yeah, so it's about 200. Basically, this garage, so we're doing all this to net get 200 more parking spaces at the beach, which to me is not, I don't know if it's going to solve our parking problem or not. It's not that many spaces, net new spaces for all of this. And I have concerns about the cost and the resident parking discount. So the cost of this garage is $46,000 a parking space when you do it. And I know we've talked before when we talked about the land swap with the county and all the parking spaces we committed to build, what that would cost, and you told me it was about $20,000 for 25,000 per parking space.
30,000, something like that.
Fine. Well, let's use as an example, I don't know, maybe there's another parking garage that the city's considering building in a downtown that costs $18 million and has 600 parking spaces in it. So that's about 30,000. So why is this more than 50% more per space than the other garage we're considering?
I can answer it, but I'm going to put to Dr. Good.
And also that other one that I'm considering, I think we were considering was 7 decks, which I'm guessing from an engineering perspective, more decks would probably be more expensive.
It is more expensive, yes.
So that's another, so it would be even less than the 30,000 a space if it was on 5 decks.
So the $32 million price tag is fair market cost. And I just want to also mention that I researched the pier parking garage, which we paid $20 million for back in 2016, which equates to about $34,000 a stall. So with escalation, almost 10 years later, it just kind of validates that that $46,000 price tag is fair market rate. So we feel that that's a very fair cost for the type of garage that we're getting, it being in the coastal region that it is, the iconic architectural skin, the mural, I mean, the list goes on and on as to why the costs continue to escalate. Even still, though, it's about still fair market rate at $46,000.
Can I add something as well? I know a resident got up and said, oh, this thing hates me, I swear. So I know a resident got up earlier and said, you know, no one's going to a garage to look at it. I think when we build these garages on the Barrier Island, we want to be respectful of the neighbors and the condos looking at it. We know Oceanside Plaza is next door, and there were plenty of conversations with that group over the years in terms of what would go there, what they would be looking at. So we're respectful that it's in an area that has a lot of residential. It's in our pristine fishing village. So of course, a lot of the wrap that you see on this is expensive. I would say building garages further west, maybe we wouldn't be doing a lot of kind of these things that we have here, but that is expensive to wrap it like that, just so it fits into the marine environment and has a nice aesthetic look for the neighbors to look at.
And I would like it to have a nice aesthetic appeal also, but I actually feel like this isn't really part of the fishing village. To me, it's off Riverside. It's a little bit less of the center. So for me, this one looks, it's done way better than the original parking garage, but it's not right there. So I struggle with that a little bit, but so the cost to me seems really high, and there was a bidder that said 18 million they would do it for. So I know that wasn't all inclusive. You said that there were things that added up, but I'm guessing it didn't add up to the full 32 million or 30. This is 33 million with design costs. So
it was very close. Actually, the highest ranked firm, their base cost started at 16 million. So it was actually much lower than the other bidder that was at 18 million. So when you add in the skin, all of the MEP features and the coatings because of the coastal climate, the maneuverability, the two-way design, which is part of this concept, the costs just, they increase significantly.
Okay, so we are getting like a very high-end parking garage for this cost.
I wouldn't say it's high-end. It's conducive for the environment that we're building it in. But also the $18 million price tag from the other bidder included several allowances. So it said, if you want this particular design on the exterior, we're going to allow another $100,000. Well, we know that $100,000 is not going to come close to providing the skin. So there was a lot of ambiguity in prices that they didn't include. So they did include add alternates, which we could easily add on to the total price, but then they also included very low allowances for items that we know are significantly more costly. So when we add that in to get the concept that you're looking at here, it is going to be significantly more expensive. So that $18 million would be right at where we're at with the current.
But you could build a parking garage for that.
No, you cannot build a parking garage for $18 million.
What is the minimum you could build a parking garage for per space down there?
It's about 35 to 40,000, more like $40,000 a square foot. I'm sorry, a space, a stall.
Down at the beach here relative to.
Oh, anywhere. That's anywhere.
But how is Roca doing it for 30,000 in downtown?
Well, that's a private sector. We're public sector. It's a little bit different there. I feel like public bids always, we get price gouge. I mean, it is what it is. Contractors know that our process takes much longer. They have to hold their prices much longer. There's risk that they have to mitigate by holding their prices. That increased costs. There's just a lot more risk when you're dealing with a public sector owner versus private sector. And we met with Mr. Adachi, and he said the very same thing. I kind of knew it, I just didn't, and I kind of picked his brain on what the prices were, and they're significantly lower than what we're paying. And he also solidified it is because we're public sector. Private sector, it's just.
So parking garages cost a lot, but bridges don't cost a lot nowadays. Okay, so the other thing I do really, really want to talk about is the parking rates, because that is a tax increase, right? So I asked this question twice because I was so shocked by the answer that came back, and I'm hoping that I'm still wrong. So we're talking about giving residents a 50% discount now, and how so that's not going to impact residents, they're not going to pay for it. And then I said, how many residents in this city are taking advantage of our resident discount? And the answer came back 206 people, which is 0.2% of, if you assume there's only 100,000 people here of age. So there's 200 people getting resident discounts right now? 206?
Jeff Lance, parking manager. There are 206 active residents in the pay by phone app. Of those residents, many of them have 4 and 5 vehicles.
Okay, that's fine, but there's 200 people who have taken advantage of the resident discount. So when I look at the spreadsheet of how we're going to pay for this, and I see charge for services, that charge for services includes resident and non-resident parking fees. And clearly most of the residents, myself included, are currently paying the non-resident fee. Only 200 people with maybe multiple vehicles are paying this discounted rate. So our adoption rate is not even 0.25%.
So, so I can't speak to why. Maybe we need to do a better job marketing.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So we better do a better job marketing, in which case, what does your financials look like? If we actually get all the residents paying the resident rate, what does this look like? Because I'm not going to be okay with us touching a parking rate until you tell me the plan for how we're going to roll out the resident parking discount to the residents and hit certain targets.
Very good.
I'm speaking.
Vice Mayor, I'm going to have to.
You can say that all you want, but they've been speaking. So Ms. Sybil and Ms. Good spoke.
Vice Mayor, I'm going to overrule you right now. To be fair, I've got to cut you off. I gave Commissioner Fessick 15 minutes. I've given you 15 minutes.
You didn't give me a 5-minute warning, and I would argue that Ms. Sybil and Ms. Good, so they are no longer, so I'm going to be cutting off staff when they talk on topics.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I appreciate it. Your time is over. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion too then.
It's too late. Commissioner Fessick, you do not have the floor. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton, thank you.
Should I take up 15 minutes? No, just kidding.
I'm writing the time down.
Okay, so I just wanted to say too, it's been a long time since we did our public-private partnership back in whenever that was. And it was a beautiful concept with the parking garage, the hotel on top, grocery and retail sort of tucked in there. And it was really nice. We did have those things that come up COVID, but the number one issue that we had was financing for the developer. Why couldn't the developer get the financing? Because he could only get a 50-year lease. And you can't finance in a 50-year lease. Remember the no? We could have had a long-term lease with the First Baptist Church. We could have had a 20-year out, and we wouldn't have to wait. Except we could only do 5 years for these little short-term leases. So all of those really good things that would have helped us move forward with the public-private partnership were dashed because we couldn't get the charter amendments. There was the no. So that was why that first rendition, that first conceptual of that area failed, among other reasons, but that was the main thing. They could not get financing. The banks would not lend money on a 50-year lease. And I'm glad you came back, Vice Mayor, because that was that no, all those charter amendments. That's why that first 3P project failed. One of the reasons, most significant, because they couldn't get finance, because they couldn't get a 100-year lease or a 99-year lease. Anyway, so I just wanted to bring that up and get everyone to recollect that that was part of it. And I too looked at it and I said, oh wow, what happened to that beautiful design, this, that, and the other thing? And obviously, having had that recollection, that's what it is, and I just wanted to put that out there for public consumption as well. You know, and here we are. We have this awesome fishing village that we had, as a commission, the commissions prior, have all been working very, very hard for the past 20, 25 years. And you know, and now we don't have enough parking. And we don't have enough parking because we're a success. And we need more businesses. More businesses want to come here. And if anyone would sit there and say, oh, Pompano, no, Pompano's not a success. That is not true. Pompano is very successful. We are on the map. People are coming here. Businesses are coming here. So we need more parking. And It may not be exactly, it's a beautiful design. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, the coral should be this way, or the coral should be that way, or try to tell an artist how to do his art. That's sort of the small bit of it. The bigger picture is being able to support the businesses that are here and the businesses that are coming in the future. Now, we're going to have a W Hotel, and we're going to have a lot of more people coming. They're going to come. They're tourists. They're going to be walking. They're going to be parking. And it will continue to sustain future retail because we will have that foot traffic in the future. And you know, we owe it to, I think, our businesses. I think we have to find a way. This is our public land, and you know, I don't know why it has to be repeated so many times that the parking revenue is going to pay for it. I mean, I don't go to the beach that often, but when I do go to the parking lot, I don't mind paying whatever it costs. I don't get any discount. I just pay it. I don't go enough to, you know, have it be an issue for me. And what the heck? I mean, it's a lot cheaper than a lot of other cities, other places. But so you know, we need it. We need it. So I don't think we can put it up much longer. It is inconvenient in a way that it's not good timing with some of the W construction. But if you've been down to Hollywood Beach a year or two ago, they had major streetscapes being done, major construction. It was a nightmare, but people still went there. So I'll probably reserve my time, Mayor, if that's necessary. But I think we can find our workarounds, and I know staff's done a good job. And I just want to say we're a victim of our own success. People are coming here, and we need to support our businesses, and we need to have parking. So thank you for now, Mayor.
Very good. For the Commissioner Smith.
I think the city was really smart to make the parking enterprise fund, and to see that revenue coming in is going to pay for the parking garage and going forward. I just think that was a really smart move for our city to take. I also think that we have some parking opportunities in the west for those residents, maybe even during the construction. Maybe parking can be free of the lots in the west, and they can catch the circuit to come over to leave more spots over on the barrier island for our guests. So I think we should take a look at a way to do that, and maybe even make it free for, I'm surprised there's only 200 and some people that are doing the discount, but I like parking over there and taking the circuit. So I have heard for years about the lack of parking on the barrier island. We have an opportunity to move ahead. I really have a lot of faith in our staff and in the procurement process. And I know they put a lot of energy and knowledge into that when they make those decisions. And the longer we delay this, the longer it will be the lack of parking for the businesses that came and spoke. And I think we owe it to them to move forward and to move this agenda item ahead today. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Yeah, I have to agree. It's time to move forward. As you know, people, perhaps they weren't guaranteed an additional parking garage, but it's always been the expectation among staff and those that we've attracted to have an additional parking garage on the Oceanside lot. And Ms. Sybil, you've worked long and hard on that project, I know, and it's fallen apart several times. COVID hit, I mean, all kinds of things happened, but that delayed us to this point. And yes, originally it was supposed to be a grandiose hotel, parking garage. I mean, it was everything, including the kitchen sink, was going to be wrapped up in there, but that just didn't happen. But we still need the parking. And this is not a hypothetical that we need the parking, as we've heard from the merchants. In fact, do we have any kind of data? I mean, I understand, okay, merchants show up and they say, we gotta have it, you guys gotta build it for us. But I mean, do we have anybody who can actually say that we need this, besides just the merchants saying that, well, okay. I mean, from an economic development standpoint, is this good economic development? I mean, perhaps we could get, Ms. Briesmeister, does she want to comment on this? Because it does seem like a lot of money we're spending.
Put me on the spot, but I think the most important message you heard tonight is that those merchants are telling you and giving you real live examples of what happens when people are trying to get here and they can't park. But what has really happened, and Commissioner Segerson-Eaton said it, is we are a victim of our own success. When we started this fishing village back in 2010, it was clearly understood that Oceanside Lot was going to be a parking garage of some sort. What you don't do in that letter that Commissioner Fesick is referring to is you don't try to provide all the parking in one location. You can't do it. There's no such thing as a major garage that has to supply parking for everyone. And number two, you have to try to anticipate how you're going to get the revenue in through a parking enterprise fund, which Chris Brown, my RMA business partner, formed that parking enterprise fund for you all to be able to have that income. But what you are doing, and the question you're asking, Mayor, is do you need the parking? There is no question that when you have X amount of square footage of retail and particular restaurant, that you have to stay in front of it. What you can't predict is how many square feet of restaurants are going to open and when they're going to open. You now have a very finite set of square footage. You get 48,000 square feet at the pier, but recognize that something like Lucky Fish, that even though it's not part of that 48,000 square feet, generates more traffic than his own restaurant next door as far as people go. So one of the things that Chris and I have tried to do, and that now this team does, and that we've all been doing in this whole CRA district, is make sure that there's public locations for public parking and get in front of it so that those restaurants don't have to wait for additional parking to come from themselves. They cannot provide it themselves. The reason there was a parking reduction for the restaurants, like the Foundry, for example, right across from Houston's, they could never provide their own parking. Look, in redevelopment, you've got two choices for parking. Either a restaurant is going to have a surface lot and provide it themselves. They will never build a parking garage. No one restaurant ever builds a garage, or the public builds it. And what we've done is always build these garages and stay in front of the redevelopment that's coming. If you don't approve this parking, we don't have to tell you as your redevelopment professionals. They just told you, you're going to hurt their business. We have to provide parking. And what this staff did very, very effectively, when they hit the wall of not being able to fund and finance a big mixed-use project, we were right there with them. It's not doable, it's not feasible. You better keep moving and get that public parking. They separated it. Now you have a garage. Now you have a future space to put another use on it, be it a garage or a hotel or anything else, or a grocer, whatever you want to put on it. But you have the ability right now to solve your public parking problem and reserve space so that your A1A frontage is attractive. I strongly encourage you
Mayor.
I strongly encourage you to make sure that if we went out there in 2010 and 11 and we asked those people to come here, invest in our city, and help us build this fishing village and build the east side of this district, and it attracted the Waldorf and the Ritz, and we promised them that we were going to keep that redevelopment going, I strongly encourage you to consider the impact you'd have on them by not providing that public parking, because it will hurt their business.
Very good. Thank you for that. Yes, Commissioner Perkins, I'm sorry.
Yes, Mayor.
Question?
What role does RMA play in this project?
Good question. What role does RMA play in this project?
So Mr. Brown, Chris Brown is who I work with on the parking side of things. So he has been involved from the beginning in forming the Parking Enterprise Fund back in 2013. Usually when we're making changes to our parking code and looking at rates and supply and demand and so forth, he's integral in that. And then he's been a part of this project as well in terms of sitting on the selection committee with us and selecting a general contractor to design and construct this parking garage.
Yeah, I would think if Chris Brown was a part of this project, or RMA, he should have not have been on the selection committee.
Well, I'm a part of the project, and I was.
I understand your staff. I get
as
that.
well.
But he's considered as far as I know, a consultant. I mean, his title could have changed. I don't know. This is my take. I didn't see this scoring list until the commissioner brought it up, and I just happened to see these names here. I could not, and I would not support this project based on this, based on you calling up RMA with the damage they've done to this city, to the Northwest community. And here they are again on the beach. Now, you might not agree with me, but we do need a garage. That's for sure, because of the traffic and all of that. The way that we go about doing things in the city has to change. We need to have more of a discussion on how the selection committees are chosen, their power. We need to have more control of that sitting up here. Because, of course, the majority of us up here want things done as fair as possible and as just as possible. And that's not always the case. So I didn't have any issues with this project before this meeting. But now that I see this scoring sheet, I have an issue. Because it seems like it's a setup for people to be in line, ready to make their money, just the same as you have over here for my project in the Northwest, the downtown. People are in line waiting. And it doesn't include a lot of local people where I live that are bonded and can afford to be a part of the project. I'm saying be fair across the board. For the people, to the people. Sometimes staff have to look outside and say, you know what, there are residents out there. I know you all have money to make, but you gotta consider other people and other options. The people that I see here on this list, local participation, I've seen these people over and over and over again. So I assume that these are same people you're gonna see for that MLK downtown project. Same people, same connection. Same money. So if when the district commissioner gets that opportunity, if she wants to make a motion to I wouldn't pass this the way it is tonight. But I understand you said there's some money involved. If there's money involved, there should be enough time to wait to give me what I'm looking for now that I see a difference in the scoring sheet, the district commissioner, and the vice mayor. But right now, my issue is RMA and the scoring sheet. Otherwise, we do need the project. I mean, we need this garage, I agree.
So Mayor, if I may real quick, I want to just provide a quick clarification. Once you listen to the recordings, you will see that, I'm not sure what the issue is with Chris Brown.
What recordings? I don't.
The ones that, that were recorded of the committee members during the selection evaluation.
Oh, I didn't request nor ask for that, so.
But if you listen to those, my point to that is, I don't know what the issue is with Chris Brown. Call me naive while I stand here and say this, but he actually wanted and was voting for one of the other bidders. I remember me personally working very diligently in expressing my concern for not voting for them for various reasons and voting for the highest ranked firm. So contrary to what the issue seemingly is up here at the dais, Chris Brown did not vote for the highest ranked firm.
Yes, and Chris Brown should not have been on the scoring committee or the selection committee, in my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, another quick
I'm done, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Bosworth?
Earl Bosworth, Assistant City Manager. I just want to clarify, Commissioner Perkins, you made a couple of comments again about the process and about how the membership of these evaluation and selection committees are composed. Let me just give you a quick example. We pick, the CRA routinely picks people from outside staff and.
Wait. Hold on. No. I am not going to sit here and make statements and then staff take turns picking it away.
While they're taking
We're
your
not doing
15
that.
minutes.
We're not doing that.
It just got
I don't have 15 minutes, but we're not doing that.
Neither do we.
So I understand what you're saying, but you're not convincing me at all based on you coming back at what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. So I don't need staff to take turns and say, okay, well, Chris Brown voted this way. Okay, well, you said this. Okay, well, clarify that. We wrote this down. Now no, we're not going back and forward like that. So this is something that has just started at this meeting. So obviously this has been talked about. Okay, so when this one says that, staff is going to come with this. I've been telling you all that needs to stop. You need to stop it. This is not a back and forward. This is about elected officials trying to do the best they can in their districts in this city. That's all it is. But you're doing some behind the scenes shit that shouldn't be done.
Commissioner Perkins, come on, that's.
And it needs to stop.
Mayor,
Mr. Harrison?
there is nothing nefarious that has gone on with this group of people here. I would stake my career on it.
Very good.
And this should not be handled in a manner looking like this is a witch hunt. We're just trying to do our jobs and provide these merchants with parking that they've been crying for all this time.
Got it. Thank you
Okay,
for that.
now, was that? Yes, that was very well said. I like that. That was beautiful. Because you have 4 people standing over there, and they're waiting to go after 3 commissioners. And it's not a good look. We can only go by your actions and what you do. And I've been saying to the city and staff a long time, we need to communicate better. Whatever this commissioner was asking for, and you knew this was on the agenda, she should have received that before the meeting, so we could have proceeded and voted. She didn't get what she needed, whatever audios or videos, whatever she's trying to get. She needs to be fully equipped so that she'll be ready to vote. And that's what she's saying she's not. So again, my issue is this selection committee that I have an issue with, and RMA. I'm making it very clear so nobody get a misunderstanding. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out, looking at the local participation subcontractor list here, I just want to point out a few names that I recognize. We've got Brothers Fire Protection from Pompano Beach. We've got Fine Line Electric from Pompano Beach. Miller Glass and Glazing from Pompano Beach. Pilot Steel here in Pompano Beach. Ron Kindle Masonry here in Pompano Beach. Suprema Inc. from Pompano Beach. Mid-South Painting, Pompano Beach. Jackson Land Development, Pompano Beach. So, I mean, those are all names I recognize from Pompano Beach. So,
and they're always on the same ones.
Commissioner Perkins, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Glad you
Perkins,
read them.
thank you. I appreciate it. I've got the floor. Thank you. With the selection. You're overruled too.
Point of order, Mayor.
Some concerns.
Yes, you are following Robert's rules. At your request and Commission's request, Robert's rules waive the book. And it says 10 minutes limit on any one topic per speaker.
Don't you get the opportunity,
And
one opportunity to
it was
rebut?
discussed previously. Doesn't say one opportunity to rebut.
Okay, so for me, I am going to support the motion because I have questions that aren't answered based on things that I just got answers to this morning with 206 residents getting discounts. And I know that this item is, in order for, we shouldn't move forward and design a parking garage for $3 million if we're not going to issue the debt, because we'd be wasting $3 million. So at some point, the debt's going to come back to us, and this resident parking discount has to come back to us to pay for the debt. So if I don't have answers to that, I'm certainly not going to vote to spend $3 million on a parking garage until I have fully vetted how it's going to be financed, and I'm not allowed to do that today. So I'm going to vote to postpone this.
Very good. Further, Commissioner Smith.
Our vote today is for the parking garage, not the rate increase for parking. I believe that's coming to us in December.
Suzette Civil Assistant City Manager. So, I mean, it's all tied together. There is a pro forma in there with the plan of finance, which includes raising the parking rate 20%, raising the resident discount 50%, as well as allocating funds going forward for Old Town and some other measures. So what I had promised to many of you months ago was that when we present this garage, we would do the whole picture for the entire parking enterprise fund to see a way forward in how we're planning to finance and fund a number of measures that we're planning to roll out in the city. So there is a pretty comprehensive pro forma in your backup. Relative to the resident discount, Vice Mayor, I did answer you yesterday. You did ask for a clarification this morning. Jeff answered.
Right, it was so shocking. I didn't want to.
It was yesterday. I'm just
go ahead, Ms.
She's allowed to speak to me, but I can't speak back.
I'm just clarifying. So I did answer that question yesterday. So again, we think we've laid out a pretty clear finance plan that the parking fund, based on this plan, is able to succinctly pay for this garage if we financing the debt service. I mean, I think it is disappointing that we're not moving forward. I see all the businesses that stood up today, and we're just trying to meet their demands. We certainly don't want to be a problem for them going forward. So the hopes was to move this forward. I am disappointed as to the whole discussion about the selection committee. There were 3 staff, there were 2 consultants. Mary does a great job overseeing the process. It was run very smoothly. We had 2 bites of the apple in terms of we had follow-up questions from the proposers to make sure we clarified anything that was not clear. We had oral presentations, and I think they did a really fantastic job in bringing this forward for a simple general contractor to design and construct this garage. So all we're trying to do is mobilize quickly with a plan for how we're going to manage the disruption. We think we've done our job today, and now it's in the hands of the commission. Thank you.
So the whole thing that we're voting on includes the rate increase, is what I was wanting to make
No,
sure.
the rate increase would come back to you in December, but I have laid out that plan. So you are effectively saying, now we did account for resident discounts. In other words, it's a 20% discount. What we've said is we expect that revenues will only go up 10%, that we expect that 10% of that will be captured by the discount. There is still a cushion in the parking fund. If more residents, thousands of residents decide they want to sign up for the discount, that would be fantastic. I can commit to rolling out a robust marketing campaign to help people to sign up for the discount. Right now, the discount is only offered through the Pay by Phone app. What we're saying is if you approve all of this going forward, the discount would also be offered in the Pier Garage as well as the new parking garage that would be constructed. And we made an allowance in the parking fund to fund all of the license plate readers to allow for that technology to effect that. Because right now the Pier Garage doesn't have that. Well, I think Jeff just installed it. But that will allow us, residents who actually go in these garages, to take part in that discount as well.
Thank you, Suzette. So the motion right now is to postpone until December 9th's meeting. My question is a vote, because I see 3 3s up here. If we do not postpone and this vote goes down 3-3, what's the impact that that's going to do to moving the garage forward?
Who are you asking?
I guess I'm whoever wants to ask.
Mr. Harrison?
That's good.
Well, it's like starting all over. So we just wasted all this time and energy in bringing this forward to where we have this afternoon.
So if we don't postpone it so that Commissioner Fessick can get her answers,
Not just me.
then we're starting all over with the whole process and disappointing our businesses on the island. Well, that's a rock and a hard spot. So something to think about, Commission, because we really need to get parking We really need to move forward with this, and we can't keep doing this to our staff with doubting them. We need to have faith in them, and we need to move forward. So I'm just at a loss. Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to postpone. Got Commissioner Fezzik.
I'll keep this one real short. I have full faith in our staff. I do. I asked for information almost 2 months ago. It was incomplete. I further doubled down. I had meetings. I asked again for additional information. I even sent a message that said I need these 2 particular items related to this agenda item by Thursday end of day so I have time to review before our meeting. I still did not have those items. Okay, so I do have questions, and it is very complicated. We do need parking. How we go about certain things, how we do the small things is how we do everything, and trust is earned. And right now, in my district, residents that I talk to are very concerned about feeling like their voices have not been heard. They're very, very concerned about feeling like if they came to meetings, they just get ignored anyway and overruled. So I am trying to convince and show residents that I will ask the questions that they're asking, that they have asking me. And I have to do that by asking specific questions. And it is a complex issue. It is a complex with many, many moving pieces. There's RMA in here, there's there's different overlay districts, there's years of changed ideas and projects. So it is complex. It's complex, and residents have a right to know. And by asking questions, it helps to make sure that I hit every question or concern I have that residents are going to ask me or have already asked me, so I can make sure I can vote to move the process forward successfully. And so I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be facetious, I'm not trying to be like argumentative, but when I'm getting shut down for asking those questions that I have to be responsible to my residents to answer, financially and otherwise, that is offensive to me. So the only way moving this forward is to postpone it. Let's give staff the opportunity to get me the information and to get other commissioners the information so we can make an informed decision. That's all I'm asking for.
Mayor, this is Corbin Alpert, City Clerk.
Yes.
May I direct a question to Commissioner Fezzik, please? Mayor, may I direct a question to Commissioner Fezzik?
Yeah, I mean, if you've got some answers, sure.
Commissioner Fezzik, would you please tell me exactly, because I made attempts last week to reach out to you. I know that there may have been some issues of you getting back to me, but I did reach out to you and hoping that we could have had a conversation about this. Would you mind telling me exactly, because I remember providing the records, went back into the files and looked to see that the recordings were there. So I know that you mentioned about the recordings, and then the conflict of interest you made mention about Chris Brown. What is it exactly that you would need so that way I can focus with staff to provide you that information so we can move this forward?
In my email to you, I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday of last week, and I was out of office last week, just FYI. So, but I did respond, and I did say I needed this information by Thursday. It was specifically the conflict of interest form that was missing, and the Part B, which we got Part B, the scoring sheets today.
Okay.
And the Part B recording was not, there was an error. It was not, I'm assuming it was Part B, it wasn't labeled as such, but one of the videos was not uploaded correctly or was not there, so it was not there. And so there were those 3 pieces that were missing, essentially. I did get today at 9 a.m. the scoring sheets for Part B as well, but I'm missing those 2.
Which is the conflict of interest in making sure that the recording is accessible, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
And I needed the time to review those things. And I asked specifically if there was anything else that was missing, that I received that as well.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Very good. Further,
Mayor,
Mr. Harrison.
and Commissioner Smith, I just verified with the construction projects manager that the contractor would hold this price until we meet in December.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good.
So we would have time to completely answer if the questions are asked before the meeting.
Right.
So that's all my request is here with you all here today, is if you do have lingering questions, please ask us those questions starting tomorrow so we can get you those answers before December 9th. Okay.
Very good. Thank you for that. Further discussion on the motion to postpone? I've got a question. Ms. Sybil? And this does have a bearing on the motion to postpone. Supposing instead of but we did not approve the rate increases that you said you are bringing to us in December. Rate increases that you said you are bringing to us in December. What would happen at that point in time?
Well, it is conditional on the rate increase, which is why I laid out the entire plan with the commission and highlighted those key points that you're going to see in the parking ordinance change. Other than that, there's some minor cleanup associated with the ordinance, but the two key points that we're bringing forward is to raise the rate, and to raise the rates 20%, and to raise the resident discount 50% to make it neutral for the resident.
So, I hear you. That was a lot. So, if we approved the parking garage today,
let's do it a different way.
we did not approve the increase in rates that you're going to bring to us in December. The parking garage then could not move forward?
It could not be constructed. You could move forward with design, because I do have funds on hand to do that, but you would not be able to construct the garage.
Okay.
I would have to rerun the whole model, but I'm pretty sure I pressure tested it. That's why we recommended the 20%.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just wondering, because it's like, okay, no, either we postpone. It's almost like, well, you got to trust us that, okay, and let us postpone this thing so we can get our answers. But, well, you can also look at it differently and just trust that you'll have your answers by the time the rate increase comes forward. But be that as it may. Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I think I tried to say that before. Maybe I didn't say it well, but to me, there are three things we're basically voting for here. Otherwise, we're wasting money designing something that we're not necessarily going to build. So this plan is dependent on the rate increases, which we will also have to vote on, and on us issuing the debt over the summer when they bring that to us. So if we vote yes for this, start spending money on design, vote yes to rate increases, and don't issue the debt in 6 or 8 months, and we've wasted some money on designing this. So to me, it does all go together, that we either want to move forward with this if we have our questions answered, or we don't. So I don't really like the game of, well, I'll vote for this, and then if I decide I didn't get my questions answered, I'll vote against the rate increases. Like, to me, it's all one thing that is tied together to make it happen.
Very good.
I did want to clarify one more point. So I asked Dr. Good, if you were to approve it, we don't have a notice to proceed, because usually there's some things that have to occur from approval to a notice to proceed. You could theoretically terminate if in the December meeting you don't approve the rate increase.
Not by the time we issue the debt. I mean, you said it's next summer. So we'd be spending money before then.
Right, but you can't issue the debt till you finish your design, so.
I understand. So that's what if we're not going to vote for the debt, then we shouldn't design it. I mean, they go together.
Very good. So yeah, I think you're talking about in December.
Right.
We could terminate in December.
Right.
When you bring the rate increase back.
Correct, if you don't pass it. But I have told you, again, the two highlights that's coming forward in December, you know what they are. It's neutral to the residents. We're going to market the heck out of it, et cetera, et cetera. So
Heard all that.
I've laid that foundation.
Heard all that.
Thank you.
I've got Commissioner Segerson-Eden.
Okay, so I just want to be clear on this. If we bring this back, if we postpone and we come back in December, we will have the rate hike question answered, because, again, it's not only a waste of, it's silly not to approve it all in some ball of wax. Like, let's put the price per hour, the parking rates first, okay, as a hypothetical for the new, and tied to the new garage, because, I don't know, we've been going at this for like, I don't know, hour and a half, 2 hours, which is fine. Glad we're working it all out, but ultimately, if we're going to do this another round, we can't have a situation, I don't believe, where one thing, you can vote for the garage, but not for the rate hikes, and the garage becomes a moot point, and we can't do it. That would be a waste of everybody's time in doing that. And, either we need parking. If you agree that we need parking, we need to support a garage. And I guess I will be in favor of postponing it. You know, in order to find that question, because we need to call the question on this once and for all. And if people don't want the garage, you vote no. If you do, you vote yes. But we have to approve rate hikes as well at the same time. At this point, I don't know, you know, what do you think, Mayor? Can that be done? Can we see all this together at one time?
Well,
December?
You can ask Ms. Sippel, and if this is postponed until December, you bring in the rate increase to us in December also,
We
right?
would, yes.
So we'd have both items on the agenda.
So we have to put the rate hikes first. Is there any harm in raising the rates and not building the garage?
As far as the sequence on the agenda, you're asking?
Okay. No.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I think the sequencing of the agenda items, can we put the rate increase first before the parking garage? It's like, well, that's up to staff, kind of. They set up the agenda. We can change it if we want to.
Maybe we could find out easier that way, because if you don't vote for the rate hikes, you're not going to vote for the garage because we can't afford it. Okay. So that would simplify things, and we wouldn't have to have such a lengthy discussion about it. I think people should just be honest and put their position out there. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So, Ms. Sybil, and Mr. Harrison, I guess, two other things that I would like to know by December 9th, if we do move this forward on the 9th, would be related to the land valuation with your information. And since this was divided into two projects, are we paying a percentage of some kind, or like the numbers? I guess whatever you said, you've done the numbers on this. I'd like to have additional information provided, and it was in the backup previously, just about how you got to the numbers based on this being split into two projects, the changing it, so the future development site and this existing site. And then if we have an appraisal of any kind for this property, I'd also like to see that. Thank you.
I mean, the pro forma is in there, but I'll provide the appraisal.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on a motion to postpone until December 9th.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes. Very good. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess. done. Of course, we're missing our city attorney still. My city commissioners, my vice mayor.
I've been shamed.
You've been shamed? No. Nothing wrong with that. All right, all right. We can all start to get our seats back, wind down our conversations. We've got additional items we have to get through here. All right, let's see. Looking for Commissioner Perkins. Hey, Commissioner. Commissioner Perkins. She's coming? I heard somebody say she's coming.
Oh, you're perfect.
All right. Woo-hoo. We are about to start item number 11. There she is. All right, let's go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Pompano Beach City Commission on November 13th, 2025. Item number 11 is a first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the proper city officials to execute a lease agreement between the City of Pompano Beach and Colt South Florida Owner LP for the fire logistics facility, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good afternoon, Chief.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorney. Pete McGinnis, Pompano Fire. What we have before you today is a new lease because the previous lease is expired, and it's kind of bringing us up to the normal market rate for the lease agreement itself. But it's for a logistics facility which carries all of our EMS equipment, most of our fire equipment. Basically, we store everything there but fire trucks. So it's the hub of everything that we do operationally. With that, I'm available for questions.
Very good. Thank you for that. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik.
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier.
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Item 12 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the City of Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.42 institutional healthcare uses to further define listed uses and standards for separation from residential uses and for overnight treatment, and to create a new use for hospital-based off-campus emergency department, providing for definitions in Article 9, definitions and interpretation, Part 5, terms and uses defined, by amending Appendix A, Consolidated Use Table, to reflect existing and new healthcare uses, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Good afternoon, Ms. Dolan.
Afternoon, Commission, Mayor, Jean Dolan, Development Services. This is a private sector initiated code amendment for I think I got it. For the hospital-affiliated off-campus emergency room. So this use is a relatively new use. It's been adopted in Chapter 395 of the Florida statutes, and what the applicant is proposing is to have it be a permitted use in B3. The definition of the hospital-based off-campus emergency room is a hospital-affiliated emergency room for outpatient services that does not include any overnight stays, so you can't be admitted to the hospital there. It requires signage that clearly states it's a hospital-affiliated emergency room and that you will be charged emergency department rates because they want people to know it's not just an urgent care facility. So there is a distinction between them in the statutes and requires a lot of signage so people don't mistake it for an urgent care facility. The standards that are being proposed for this use are it can be open 24 hours a day. Additional element they added was it has to have at least 1.5 acre site. Emergency vehicles must be accessed from a collector or arterial road. If the off-campus emergency room is within 500 feet of single-family or two-family zoning, it would have to have the access from the collector or arterial street. Secondary access would have to direct traffic away from residential neighborhoods. All side streets abutting the roadways would have to have an additional landscape buffer requirement of 20 feet wide with a wall at least 8 feet high, landscaping on both sides. Also included in the proposal for the private sector initiated amendment is a change to the urgent care use. This is because the urgent care use is considered less intense than the off-campus emergency room, so they can't have standards for a use that is less intense when it's a less intense use. So the proposed changes to the urgent care facility is to make it a permitted use in B3 rather than special exception, to take away the separation requirements, allow the facility to be 24 hours a day, and if it is within 500 feet of a residential district, then the access again would have to be off a collector or arterial street with the secondary access directing any traffic away from the neighborhoods, and have a type C buffer on any streets that aren't the collector or arterial. A type C is a 10-foot wide buffer with an 8-foot wall, landscaping on both sides. So just to give you some background, there are 3 urgent care facilities currently in the city and one in the city of Lighthouse Point that's just north of Copens. It's barely almost touches our boundary line, so it's really close. So this 1 through 4 are the locations of our existing urgent care facilities. That number 2 there in City Center, that's the newest one. That's just recently gone into an old T-Mobile out parcel on the City Center Mall. So we made some other text changes to this section while we were doing this private sector initiated amendment to make the section make more sense. We moved the medical or dental lab use to the first use after medical office and to place it before the specialty medical section. We removed this template approach, which was in this section before, because it created confusion and redundancies, particularly with the 24-hour being open 24 hours but not allowing overnight treatment. That was very confusing to most people, so we wanted to get rid of that template. We also rewrote this whole specialty medical section to actually define each one of the uses. They were just in a list before with no definitions, and they all had the same standards, and when you really look at the definition of each use, those standards were not appropriate. Like, for example, they had a birthing center that couldn't be open at night. Like, you sometimes give birth at night, so that's kind of a crazy standard. So we separated those uses, specifically designed them to help our staff know when one of these uses came in and to have more appropriate conditions for each one of those uses. So I just wanted to point out that since this code was adopted in 2016, we've only had 7 special exception applications for specialty medical uses. So that's less than 1 per year, so it's not really a landslide of these uses coming in the door. The 2 that were denied was I'm sure you remember the ambulatory surgical center that was up on Sample Road. They were denied their variance, so they ended up coming in and changing the code for that. and that hasn't caused any problems. It's active today, and we haven't had any complaints about it, and actually the building looks much nicer. And then number 3 on here on this graph is this outpatient emergency room, which was denied the variance because they wouldn't give them a variance from the 500-foot requirement. So now they're coming in to amend the code as well. So there are code requirements for amending the code, these 7 requirements. I've detailed how these meet these requirements in the staff report. I won't get into the detail in this presentation unless you ask me to. But the number 2, where it says does not conflict with any provisions of this code or the code of ordinances, that's the reason why we made these other changes to these other medical uses, so that we weren't putting more strict requirements on uses that had less impact than this hospital-based emergency room. So the recommendations we were able to get for this, the Economic Development Council, the EDC, unanimously recommended approval on March 12th, 2025. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended denial on March 26, 2025 with a 6-to-1 vote. And the primary concern for the P&Z was the 24-hour uses within 500 feet of the RS and RD residential districts. So the applicant did some research and talked to people, and they've made some additional changes to the text, which they'll detail as they present to you. And staff does recommend approval. So you can have questions from me now if you like, or you can have the presentation by the applicant, because they'll give you a much more detailed presentation.
Very good. Any particular questions for Ms. Dolan right now, or should we go ahead with the presentation? Go ahead with the presentation. Applicant wish to make the presentation?
Thank you. My name is Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, and I have some slides to show. So when we started on this effort, we first looked at, in 2021, the legislature amended the statute to create this new category called, it's quite a mouthful, hospital-affiliated off-campus emergency room. We call it freestanding emergency room, just as easier to say, but it's the same thing. So when we started on this effort, we saw the legislature put this statute in effect. I think they did this for a couple of reasons. First of all, to provide more locations for service, but the main point of the statute was a consumer protection type statute. That's why Ms. Dolan was talking about you have to identify this as an emergency room, you have to have signage saying such, because you might pay less money if you went to an urgent care than if you went to a freestanding emergency room. On the other hand, the urgent care doesn't offer all the same medical facilities and services that a freestanding emergency room does, and we'll talk about that as we get into this a little bit more. We also have had a lot of discussions with the community. We've gone to various meetings to talk to people about the use, to get input from the residents of Pompano Beach. So what we've done is we've looked throughout Broward County to see where have we already seen freestanding emergency rooms built, where are they under construction, or where are they approved but not yet under construction. And so if you look at the map, you see that many of our cities already have freestanding emergency rooms. Either they're already in place, they're under construction, or they're approved and about to be built. And you see the cities in blue are the ones that already have it. The cities in gray are the ones that don't. And a couple of the cities on the map, you wouldn't expect them to have it. You know, for example, Southwest Ranches is almost entirely residential. There is very little commercial property there, so you wouldn't be surprised that Southwest Ranches wouldn't have one. But I would definitely be surprised that Pompano Beach wouldn't have one, and I think it would, other than the regulations that are in effect that really don't allow for it. When we were working on this initially, we had produced a map to show that there was almost no place you could put this based on the category that it would currently go under, which is the specialty hospital category, and I'll show that in a minute. But at any rate, so these are the places where this service is offered. Those are ones in blue, and the places in gray are the ones where it's not offered. So why do we need it? You know, we often, when we have these uses, people say, well, why do we need one of these? Can't you just go somewhere else to do it? So currently, in the hospitals that are available in this area, if you go to the emergency room, you see the wait time that you have, or the visit time you have, 165 minutes. So with these freestanding emergency rooms, people are able to be seen more quickly. And if you've ever been to an emergency room, you definitely want to be seen more quickly. And so 35% faster for the entire visit time, and the time from the time you walk in the door to you see a physician is approximately 5 minutes. Now, you might need a test, you might need an x-ray or something, but at least you have seen the physician. They're telling you what you need to do in order to find out how to resolve your medical problem. And so that's why it's needed. When we first started this effort, we looked at the categories that you have in your code today. So you have urgent care and you have specialty hospitals. We were originally categorized in the specialty hospital category because you didn't have one for freestanding emergency room. And that's not unusual. The legislature only passed this statute in 2021. So it's not like you're lagging way behind or anything. It just was done 4 years ago. So this is just showing you what the various uses are. I think urgent care, we're pretty familiar with it. They're generally not open 24 hours a day. When I first saw the city code, the current language that says urgent care, 24 hours, we all thought it was kind of unusual. My clients who are in the medical business thought it was unusual because urgent cares are generally open about 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So a freestanding emergency room, of course, would need to be open 24 hours a day, just like a regular emergency room in a hospital would be. So the urgent care, limited facilities, limited services. You're not necessarily seeing a board-certified emergency room physician in an urgent care. You may be seeing a physician's assistant or a nurse or something like that. In a freestanding emergency room, just like an emergency room in a hospital, you're going to have a board-certified emergency room physician. That's who you're going to see. And of course, all of the other medical personnel that need to support that will be there as well. You'll also be able to have much more diagnostic tools in place at a freestanding emergency room, just like you would at a regular hospital emergency room. Many of those things an urgent care would not have. So when we look at this and we say, and then specialty hospital, which we clearly are not. Specialty hospitals are hospitals that do a certain type of thing: cardiac, psychiatric, labor and delivery, but not a full range of things, and certainly not an emergency room type situation. So we're not a specialty hospital, we're not an urgent care, and we're something new that we're hoping that you'll add to your code because it is a new facility and they're being allowed throughout the area. So who's doing it now? So you see the logos of all of the hospital groups that are currently doing freestanding emergency rooms in Broward County. And you see a lot of familiar names on here. So this ordinance would help all of these companies be able to do this in Pompano Beach. This is not something for one party or one company or one group. It's an ordinance that would apply citywide in the B3 zoning district. And I've worked on freestanding emergency rooms for Baptist and for HCA in Pembroke Pines recently, and I've seen them coming in a variety of other places. So we'd obviously like to see them here in Pompano Beach as well, and to have them be properly regulated, as Ms. Dolan was talking about. So as we talk to neighbors, we got questions about traffic, about noise, about ambulances, lights. So we want to talk about each of those things and how this type of facility deals with these types of issues. So first, traffic. So this is in the B3 zoning district. So we just took an example of a property that would be of a reasonable size to do this. These freestanding emergency rooms tend to be about 10 to 11,000 square feet for the building itself. Now, if you're building a building that has other facilities in it, for example, the one I worked on in Pembroke Pines for Baptist has a freestanding emergency room on the ground floor, but then they have medical offices above and imaging and that sort of thing. If you do that, it's going to be a bigger building because you have those other uses in it. But if it's just a freestanding emergency room, we see about 10 to 11,000 square feet. And so, what kind of parcel size do you need for a building of that size? That's part of how we came up with the 1.5 acre number. But if you look at other uses that would go in B3, retail uses, restaurant uses, that sort of thing, they generate a lot more vehicular traffic than the freestanding emergency room. And we didn't just make these numbers up. We were able to look at other freestanding emergency rooms and see how many cars are coming each day, how many patients are coming. And you see we are a significantly lower traffic generator than other uses that might go on a B3 parcel. We also looked at ambulance traffic, because when we first started this effort, people said, well, gee, are we going to be hearing ambulances all day and night? Are we going to be seeing lights all day and night? So part of what we did here in Pompano, which is the same thing we've done in other communities where we worked on these, is we met with the fire department to say, would your EMS be taking people here? And if your EMS did take people here, would you be running lights and sirens? So the answer we received here was the same one we received in Pembroke Pines. First of all, it's my understanding that there's two types of ambulance runs. I can't remember the names, Group 1 or Group 3 or whatever, but one of them is lights and sirens, and one of them is not lights and sirens. So when it's not lights and sirens, the ambulance is just like any other vehicle on the road. It's just driving. And so I asked, first of all, would the EMS folks be bringing people to us? And the answer I got was they wouldn't be. They would be taking them to one of the full hospitals. But what if someone came here in a car, a friend drove them here, and they said, this person really needs to go to a trauma hospital. So you might have an ambulance then picking the person up and taking them into that hospital, but not bringing them here by ambulance. So if they were picked up here and taken to a regular hospital, if they needed to run lights and sirens, again, the answer that we got was they're already off on the main road and going before they even turn it on. So we have a slide we'll show where it has the sound associated with this type of a circumstance. And all I will ask you when the slide comes up is please listen very closely because you can't hear very much. So then, this is the slide. Now, Paul, what do I do here? What button do I press? Just press the button, huh? All right, see if it works. You see it's going to be driving up. A minute. Then it's going to be driving away. Am I doing this right? Okay. See, that's regular road noise. Not from the ambulance, just road noise. Here we go. See, it came in. Do I need to press the button again for the departure? Okay, I'm getting the hang of this. See, he hasn't left yet. Hopefully soon, because I know this has taken a long time. It's late. You guys have been at this since 1 o'clock. All right, there you go. You see him now? He's leaving. Quiet. That was the point of the slide. Okay. That was exciting. So then the buffer that Ms. Dolan talked about. In your code, you have type A, type B, and type C buffers. C is the biggest buffer, A is the smallest. So what we've created for this ordinance is a buffer that's even bigger than the type C buffer. So you see the type C buffer on the left, which is your biggest of your A, B, and Cs that are in your code. And you see on the right, the one that's been proposed for this ordinance, to make sure that we're being a good neighbor, we're screening everything from the view of the neighbors, and so we have the buffer with the wall. I hope you can see that wall in there among the trees. So safety, 24-hour security cameras, security personnel on the property at all times. And that's not just here, that's what we always do. So it's not unusual. And then what concerns did we hear? So let me get into that a little bit more. The traffic we talked about, it's a significant lower traffic generator than other standard B3 uses. And we didn't go crazy on the comparison. We didn't suggest I hate to say it, but everybody always talks about it, Chick-fil-A, for example, because we know on a per square foot basis, they probably generate more traffic than other uses of their type. We just went with standard restaurant, standard retail for our comparison. Less than one ambulance visit per day, and no sirens certainly on arrival, and maybe no sirens on the departure either. The ordinance provides that the entrances to the facility have to be from main roads, not from residential streets. So the traffic is going to and from US 1, Powerline Road, Sample, Copans, but not from neighborhood streets. And that's in the ordinance as well. We mentioned the security. And then this is just a graphic showing not anything particular other than being able to see where the driveway is, how it's going out to the main road, and the landscaping and the lack of access into the neighborhood. So the text amendments. As Ms. Dolan said, our request was solely for the freestanding emergency room. But the staff said, well, there's some other things in this medical section of the code that we need to clean up. So what we've tried to identify is the items that we had requested and then the items that were introduced by staff. I have no objection to the items introduced by staff. I understood why they did it, but we separated out what we asked for and what they asked for so everyone would know where the request came from. So you see, part of this urgent care stuff is really boilerplate, although part of it's substantive. For example, having the words 24-hour in the name, why do you put it in the name, especially if it's not 24 hours? But then there were other things as well. And then, of course, the second part was what we asked for was to take this new definition that's in the statute and put it in the code. That was our request. And then, again, Ms. Dolan talked about cleaning up some of the definitions you already had in the code for other uses. And then there's, your code has pictures and graphics and tables and grids and all that, so even if you're changing it in one place, you've got to go to the appendix in the back and put it on the list or take it off the list or change the letter on the list. So there's a lot of extra paperwork that goes with this thing just to make sure that it's listed in everywhere in the right place. So that's a lot of what this is. And then you see what Ms. Dolan was talking about, some of your other medical uses where the definitions needed to be cleaned up, or this. There was a template approach where it would have the name of the use and then it would have different things below it. And what was cumbersome about the template approach is some of the items in the template applied for certain circumstances and didn't for others. So it just wasn't necessarily the best way to list it, but it didn't change the substance of taking it out of the template and just making it into sentences. And then the text amendments. So as Ms. Dolan mentioned, after the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, we had additional meetings with residents, additional meetings with neighbors, and we saw that we needed to put in some extra restrictions that we did not have in our original draft of the ordinance. So you see where we have these items in red. Initially, we had an ability for the traffic to not be directed solely to the collector and arterial roads. When we were at P&Z, there was a lot of discussion about that. So we said, well, let's make that tighter. Let's make sure that the traffic is going out to the main road and not to the neighborhood. So we changed that language. We had no minimum parcel size in our initial draft, and there was discussion about that. And these people said, well, first of all, let's be practical. What parcel size do you need for the size building you're building? Well, certainly a 10 to 11,000 square foot building, you need a certain size parcel. So let's put it in there. Let's not just have it be wide open. So we added that. And then the original buffer, we had, I think, used one of your A, B, and C. I think it might have been the C. And people thought, well, maybe you should do a little better than that. So we provided for a buffer that's more trees, wider, with a wall than the type C. So it would be in your code, the highest buffer category that you would have for this particular use. So we went to the Pompano Beach Economic Development Council. It was a unanimous vote of support. Two of the members abstained because they're also on the P&Z board meeting, and I would imagine they thought, I shouldn't vote on this now when I know I have to vote on it at P&Z. So those two members abstained, but other than that, It was unanimous recommendation of approval. And then in our efforts with the community, and I think you have copies of some of these in your backup, we have over 200 letters of support and petition support cards. Aaron, are you in the room? Do you have the originals of those cards? Could you give them to the city clerk, please? Again, they're in the backup, but those are the originals. So that's what our request is today. This is not a request for a specific piece of property or for a specific health care provider. This is a request to allow this new use to be in your B3 zoning district so that this service can be provided here in Pompano Beach like it is in the other communities around you. There may be public comment. As the applicant, I'd like the opportunity to respond at the end of the public comment period. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. All right, this is a public hearing. Can we get input from the public on this item? Please come forward. Just name and address for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
My name's Rob O'Neill. I live at 2611 Northeast 22nd Street. That's less than 500 feet from this facility. People live adjacent to this property line. There's residents there. The graphic that they showed from the federal highway didn't even show you where 24th Avenue was. It went right through the middle of their property. These guys write their own story to get their own building. None of my neighbors knew this was going to happen. I've talked to all of them several times. I've been waiting to come to this meeting since July. My neighbors would have come with me, but you guys, you don't have a schedule. I mean, the parking lot thing is a good example about your schedule runs awry. Secondly, there are really individual properties that are right next to this property. There's a parking lot, 24th Avenue, and then there's a bowling alley. You all been to the bowling alley? You know, so fine. Bowling alley, nobody had any trouble with it. They had lots of traffic, league nights, things like that. But this interpretation of a freestanding emergency room is not an urgent care. If it looks like a duck, it talks like a duck, it's a duck. I urge you not to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Matthew Garner, 201 East Sample Road, Deerfield Beach, Florida. Good evening, commissioners, vice mayor, city staff. I'm actually here representing Broward Health North specifically. I'm the chief executive officer. And I am here to speak against what is getting proposed right now. I do want to clarify a couple things that were shown in the presentation. I do know that they showed that certain counties specific, or certain cities, specifically Pompano Beach, don't have a freestanding emergency department. What they did not show is the locations of the emergency departments that are in adjacent cities. So for instance, we're currently working on standing one up in Lighthouse Point, about 2.8 miles north of that site, for which we had to go through the exception process in the city to get the special exception that's currently required per your code right now to proceed with this the specialty medical use. And there's also actually one more just about a mile north of that in Deerfield Beach that is getting worked on by Holy Cross right now. So you're going to have 2 additional freestanding emergency departments within a 4-mile radius from the site right on Federal Highway. I do want to specify that I am not opposing the addition of the freestanding emergency department specified use to the code. We feel that if there is a defined need, for which I don't think I saw any data that defines what the need is going to look like once we open up these 2 new freestanding emergency departments within the next 6 months, I don't have any issue supporting this type of use moving forward. But I do think that the special exception process should be kept in place, specifically around the distance from the residential, the 500 feet. I do know that's been a hot button issue with a lot of the residents that we've spoken with, and I do know that that's something we had to overcome for the site that we had in Lighthouse Point as well. Again, they're saying that this is not a site-specific request, but based on the first speaker and what he said, I think we all know this about the old Starlight Lanes, the bowling alley. And I think that all these requests that they're requesting to be changed in the code are very specific to that site to allow them to build out there. And I think it's the wrong move for Pompano Beach overall. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Melida Keedy, representing Broward Health. It's interesting because healthcare, sadly, healthcare is a business, and profitability is part of a business. Ordinances were created to protect the community and protect the residents of the community. It's interesting because also I live right adjacent to the city of Southwest Ranches that was mentioned. Well, what should be open in Southwest Ranches will never be a freestanding emergency room because there's only cows and horses. And so the density of that population is so low. One of the most important things is that we need to do need assessment. What is the need of your community? And when you look at your community and the need, you have a very vocal community. You have a community that talks. Yeah, you have a community that once they know about what is happening, they are here. And they knowing is extremely important because if they know and they have a need, a healthcare need, they will be voicing it to you. So we have to be very cognizant that once we start changing things, and we had 8 different logos out there, you don't want 8 freestanding emergency rooms in your city. And ordinances were created to protect. So thank you.
Thank you. Further speakers?
Mark Entregal, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. I don't live anywhere near this site, but it says a lot that somebody came here and made a sales presentation on a for-profit enterprise, and they haven't spoken to or dealt with the people around the parcel that they're talking about. And and I hear about it all the time here about the cracked city staff we have here. Perhaps we should be doing some due diligence on some of these other facilities that they say have no problem and have no sound to find out about what their experience is before we go ahead and greenlight it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Further input from the public?
Hi, my name is Mike Weir. I live at 2200 Northeast 25th Avenue. I can look out my front door and I can see the bowling alley. This isn't about just updating the city codes. This is about HCA setting things up to put the bowling alley and have an ER center in that place. Right across the street from Holy Cross's new urgent care center on Federal Highway. HCA is the poster child of profits over patients. Probably no other healthcare institution in the history of our country has had more fines for being found guilty for cheating our healthcare system. Although he shows very nice pictures, you know that what it looks like when the plans get approved don't have to be the same. And although he talks about big buffers between the neighborhood, he exempts these collector and collateral roles, which is what 23rd Street is considered. I urge you to take a look at the last time this issue was addressed. It started off in 2022 when the codes were made. 500-foot separation seemed reasonable. It's not excessively restrictive in keeping this type of business from existing in the city. Then, when a variation was filed to allow it to be there, code enforcement or zoning and the commission found it was inappropriate. Things have only gotten worse. Traffic is heavier, and the large diesel vehicles that carry patients to these centers have to run all the time in their parking lots to keep the insides cool. I urge you to see this for what it is, a special interest trying to pervert our city codes for their own profit.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Michael Skaversky, 1630 Southwest 5th Avenue. I disagree with some of the previous people, and there is a large laundry list of people that are all for this. We have what's called the chicken corner over there, just a little bit to the north. Well, we may as well have the healthcare corner. The more, the merrier. I think it was stated earlier that 60,000 people, or there's 60,000 trips to the emergency room in North Broward. Well, if we could lower that to some of these other places, like I said, healthcare is very important in this country, especially in South Florida or the state of Florida, where we have a lot of aging people. So, once again, the more, the merrier. I know these healthcare companies are out for themselves. There's not too much we could do about that. But the thing is, though, it's better to be safe than sorry, and put it up. And well, that's not what we're doing here. But eventually, we want to put up. And I think it's a terrific idea. And I was waiting for my good friend nurse to tell me if it's a good idea, but I had to go on without her because she hasn't responded.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Evan Boyer, I live at 9494 Kenley Court in Parkland, Florida. I work at 201 East Sample Road at Broward Health North. I'm an ER doctor there. I'm the Corporate Chief Medical Officer for Broward Health as well. Just piggyback on that, actually, is more the merrier is a very slippery slope in healthcare. So with a by right then proposal, there's kind of really no limitation of how many facilities like this may come into your neighborhood. With a special exception, you get to be able to kind of analyze, what the need is at the time and what the surrounding healthcare needs are. So Broward Health North is a stone's throw away. Imperial Point is down the road. There's 4 urgent cares in your community already. 2 freestanding ERs are going up right up the road. And the reason why I caution more the merrier is because it takes a certain, if you're sick and you want to go see somebody, especially a freestanding ER, it's not an urgent care. There's a higher level, the higher standard there, that you have to be able to have kind of the resources, and you have to be able to have sufficient physicians and well-qualified physicians to staff these places. So the more we water it down, the quality of care is actually going to decrease, which is a concern. Another concern that I have is that some of the slides that were shown are trying to essentially say, hey, come into this freestanding emergency department, you're going to get seen really quick. Well, what's not told is that in freestanding emergency departments, especially the ones that start new, there's lower acuity initially. And the acuity is what we call in emergency medicine world is either ESI level 1, 2, or 3, so kind of a lower acuity patients. I could tell you at Broward Health North, they get seen in 5 minutes, and they're out of the hospital in 84 minutes through a fast track process, and Imperial Point's even quicker. So the turnaround time should be taken with caution. The other thing that's interesting is they do bring noise, which is something to be considered. And really, a special consideration should take into consideration if you're a patient in the community, and let's say the proposal from HCA's, they put the freestanding there. If you need to be admitted, now you're going in an ambulance way out west, pretty far from where your community is, and then your family's got to drive out there. Where if it's under special consideration, maybe some of the cases might go to Broward Health. So if we have a freestanding in Lighthouse Point, they're going to come to Broward Health Point. It's still Broward Health North. It's still close. The other thing is, if it's an emergency, a real emergency, because it's an emergency department, guess where they're going? They're going to Broward Health North. And that's 2 separate medical records. There's other issues to look into, so I think special consideration is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Further input from the public? Going once, twice, public input closed. Thank you. Mr. Mealy, care to wrap up?
Yes, thank you. Again, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, on behalf of the applicant. I've been working on these freestanding emergency rooms for a while. I mentioned a couple in Pembroke Pines. I'm working on one in Davie. And the one thing that I've seen is that I represent HCA, I also represent Baptist. We don't object to other people's developments. We think competition makes everyone do better. We think competition lowers prices. It's a standard economic principle. The more opportunities you have for this service, the more locations that are available, the better the service will be, and the more cost-effective the service will be. So why would the gentleman who spoke earlier go to Lighthouse Point? Because they couldn't come here. because your code doesn't allow it. There's no 500-foot separation rule in Lighthouse Point. There's no 500-foot separation rule in Deerfield Beach. And so why were they able to go to Lighthouse Point? They amended the code in Lighthouse Point to allow the use, just like we're doing here. So I don't understand how you get up and say, don't let them do it, only let us do it. That's not the way things should work. I know we don't have a bunch of people here today, but you've got 200 folks that signed up saying, we think this is a good idea. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. All right, commission discussion. Questions, concerns? Got Commissioner Smith.
I've given this a lot of thought, and I've talked to a lot of people over this past week, all from all different districts and even people outside of Pompano Beach. And when people go to look for a place that they want to live, they want services. They want schools, police, fire service, medical service, groceries, shopping centers, recreational opportunities, and transportation. And I think medical service is part of what people are looking for. So I had a hard time finding one, but I found a freestanding emergency room in Coconut Creek near Sample Road. So I went there yesterday about 3 o'clock. I hung around in the parking lot just watching for noise and people. I didn't see anybody. Nobody was in the parking lot. There wasn't any ambulance. And it was a very peaceful, I don't know what their codes are out there, but it was a very peaceful environment. And so I thought, well, I'm going to go in and just talk to the staff. So at 3 o'clock, they had 12 patients. So 12 patients all day long. And there had been no ambulance at that time, but yes, they did say they do come when there's a patient that needs it. So I didn't have the chaos and stuff that I was expecting to see. I was pleasantly surprised. And I got thinking, you know, urgent care was new a few years ago, and it's a place that we can go to when we can't get into our physician. So it's like a substitute for our doctor when we need to see somebody. The freestanding emergency rooms is a substitution for the hospitals. And unfortunately, at times, we all need to have that facility. And I do feel that we need to make it more convenient. So if we approve the zoning code, and I'm going to support the zoning code, the next step for the property that we keep talking about, the bowling alley property, we're not approving that tonight. And if the zoning code is changed tonight, it's my understanding that the bowling alley property, the HCA property, will have to start over. So they'll go through all the city recommendations, planning, and discussions, and they'll start over. So going into a property that is zoned for it, and now they can work on what it looks like, what the traffic is, what the buffers are. And they can work with community perhaps better than they did last time. So I feel that it's something that Pompano Beach needs to have. I would love to see a freestanding emergency room in District 5 because we don't have any hospitals out there. So to have a couple of them in Pompano Beach would be a good thing. So that's all I have to say, Mayor, and I'm voting for it.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Like Commissioner Smith, I have spent a lot of time on this. I followed this through ZBA, this particular property, and just this topic of standalone emergency rooms. Spent a lot of time on it over the last couple of years. I have young kids. They always get ear infections and like earaches in the middle of the night. That's just when it happens. So I understand the appeal of this relative to going to an emergency room. We need health care and accessible health care in our neighborhoods close to where we live. So I do believe that we probably need to do something to our code to allow this use. I am struggling with what is presented to us here, this entire ordinance change, because as I always say, I don't like broad text amendments. If you bring me a text amendment that's really narrow, I feel way better about it because I don't worry about the unintended consequences or proliferation of something I didn't expect. So this one, to me, is rather broad because it's not just adding a new category of standalone emergency rooms. There's other changes in here, and there's other things I started looking at that I think just makes our code somewhat inconsistent. So for example, and maybe Ms. Dolan, please correct me if I have any of this wrong. A specialty medical office, so a doctor's office that's 5,001 square feet. So it's a big large but not that big, right, of a building that's open from 7 a.m. Most of them, except for the birthing centers, they can only be open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And to be in, they still have to be 500 feet from residential and requires a special exception. So that is a much less, to me, intense use. It's a doctor's office. It's a half the size of this, and it has to be separated from residential, go through the special exception process, and is not open 24 hours. And the Planning and Zoning Board, I think, was thoughtful when they talked about the 24-hour use being close to residential being an issue. So then in this code here, in this amendment here, we are taking urgent care facilities, which are allowed to be open 24 hours a day, and in my mind, it's a much lower bar to open an urgent care facility than a standalone emergency room. So any of these urgent cares, I just looked up the one closest to me, it's 5,000 square feet. So it's half the size of this, it's not that big. They're allowed to be open 24 hours a day, and currently they need a special exception. It's not permitted by right. And they currently have to be 500 feet from residential. This code takes it from special exception and allows those urgent care facilities to also be permitted in B3, eliminates the 500-foot distance from residential for urgent care facilities that are open 24 hours also. So I'm really struggling with that one because to me, when I talk about narrow versus broad, that's a pretty broad change that I did not have my head around until I really dug into what this was doing and the changes. So you could have urgent care in B3 now, any B3 by right. Right now it's a special exception. So right now by right, and it could be right next to residential. It eliminates the 500-foot buffer. So I'm just imagining, I don't know what it takes to open one of those, but it's certainly gonna be less than the standalone emergency room. I'm imagining whatever, especially if there's so many healthcare facilities that want to compete for this money, proliferation of those opening. And maybe I'm wrong about that, how the business will work, but I always worry about that. You know, I go back to vape shops or things that you just you blink and there's a bunch of them and we're like, what do we do? So I have real concerns about urgent care facilities that are open 24 hours a day and not maybe as regulated as these standalone emergency rooms just popping up next door to a house and just allowed by right. That's a big change to me. And I think the public should understand that's what we're considering here also, not just the standalone emergency rooms. And then, so it also then adds this standalone emergency 24-hour use permitted and eliminates permitted by right and eliminates the 500-foot buffer. So I just feel like to open a doctor's office that's open 12 hours a day, you can't have it near homes, you have to get a special exception, but to open a standalone emergency room in this code, you don't have to, you can put it anywhere you want as long as you have the right buffers and the right size lot. Am I missing something, Ms. Dolan? No, okay. So for me, I'm not opposed to standalone emergency rooms in the right spot. I think District 5 probably could desperately use one. I'm just struggling with the broad changes in this section of code that's been put before us today. So I don't know, if anyone else feels that way, let me know. But that's where I'm at. I would like to take a look at this further and maybe, can we carve some of this out? Could we carve out emergency room, urgent care facilities? Or does that, I talked to Max yesterday and he said, you can't, if it's a more intense use, you can't give more rights to something that is a more intense use than something that's a less intense use. And am I close to my 15 minutes? Good? How am I doing?
You're fine.
Okay. Can you answer quickly, Ms. Dolan? Because I'm not done.
Yes, you can carve this up if it makes you feel better, yes.
is there any risk to that or any issues that result? Because I mean, you guys are the experts at creating these ordinances in this code, and I don't want to start carving stuff up and creating us like legal exposure or something else.
Yes, there is a risk because you have standards that are more strict for less intense use. So those uses could come after you and say, this is an unjust code, you're discriminating against our use. But we can also add the use that you want to add and face that bridge when it comes.
Okay. So to Commissioner Smith's other point on the site plan process, this brings me to something that I've been wanting to talk about for I don't know how many meetings now, but our meetings go so long we never have time. I think so. Yes, they will have to go through a site. If this is approved, anyone will have to go through a site plan process to get the new facility approved. But this board doesn't look at site plans. We don't look at minor site plans, major site plans. We don't look at anything, and yet we get, I mean, I know I get blamed for them all the time. So if someone doesn't like something that's coming to next to their house, it's definitely my fault, even though I didn't get a say on it. So this is, I guess, in some ways our opportunity to get a say, right? We set this kind of policy, but I really think it's time that this board adopts some kind of site plan, like major site plan call-up option, like what is done in Fort Lauderdale. And I can talk about it in my report, or I can make a motion now. What's the right way to do this? But I'd like this board to really think about. So in Fort Lauderdale, if a commissioner wants to call up a site plan from planning and zoning for the commission to review it, they're able to do that. And there's details to this, but they've been doing it and it works well. So it doesn't, I know, like Commissioner Eaton, you've brought this up, that you don't want to look at everything. And I agree with you. I don't want to look at every minor site plan or every detail. But I'm sure you'd love the option in your district. You don't have to give me a look like that. You have talked about that. So I, like you, don't want to look at every minor site plan, but I do think that we all should have the right to look, if there's something important in our district and planning and zoning, and it went through and there's some exceptions to our code, that whether it's administrative exceptions or we disagree with the planning and zoning outcome, that this board can call it up and have a say in it. So
Might be best to bring that up during a report.
I will, but we don't seem to get to reports because we go so long. But I want to plant that seed as we talk about this that yes, there's a site plan process, but this board has no role in that process. So I think it's time this board takes some role in that, so that when we pass things like this, if and when we pass things like this, we don't feel like we're relinquishing all of our rights and just letting it out to be left up to planning and zoning. So I'm not okay with how this ordinance is written right now, and I'd like to talk about the call-up option during my report. Thank you.
Do you want to make any changes or anything?
I mean, I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say. I mean, I would try and carve it out, but I'm not sure I feel like that leaves us in a strange place with our code. So let me hear what everyone else has to say.
Got it. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick?
So this has been a hot topic. I personally have no problem with businesses being businesses. I would have to agree. Like, businesses can operate, and they should operate competitively. But so I got a lot of emails from residents, and I had a lot of phone calls from residents in the area, and I understand that, like I think the gentleman pointed out, that our schedule is all sorts of crazy sometimes because we never know when it's going to show up on the actual agenda or how long things are going to take. It is difficult to have people take the time out of their busy days to show up. But yet, over and over again, we have had people take the time out of their busy day to email or call or text. I have only one concern. Well, actually, I have a couple concerns, but not. I feel like that it has come a long way from where it was before to where it is now. So I think that there's been a lot of intent put into trying to make this as good as it can be based on one singular property. That's not what we're voting on. Right, so we're not voting on the property, we're voting on this amendment. And my concern, though, is related to Senate Bill 180. And Senate Bill 180 basically, if we were to remove we remove restrictions on what we chose to do for planning and zoning, with Senate Bill 180, we can't make anything more restrictive right now. And I know that there's people challenging it from a state level, but and other organizations, we're one of those people challenging it, right? So part of that has to do with our home rule, right? We put in these zoning and we've planned and we've zoned, and thank you to planning and zoning members and our, Development Services Council. We have done these things to make sure that our neighborhoods stay neighborhoods, or our neighborhoods have some sort of buffer zone. And when we change these things, we have to be really mindful of what we're doing, not just for one particular item, but for everything. Vice Mayor, I'm actually really concerned about it eliminating the buffer zone for all urgent cares, because there was another urgent care, I think Cano Health, I'm not sure, but that's at 1990 North Federal, and they're open during regular business hours, but that's yet another, I actually already said, if you have a heart attack, Chicken Corner, you're pretty much in good luck already. Like, you're pretty close to some healthcare options. So, fried chicken and a heart attack, I guess, you're good. But I don't have, like I said, it has nothing to do with businesses, but I have a concern about what residents have said to me about the concerns that they have that are valid. I have a secondary concern related to Senate Bill 180, because the more we're removing restrictions, the tougher it's going to be to protect sort of what we want to have in our community. Mr. Berman, this is more restrictive, this would be broadening allowable uses. Would there be anything with Senate Bill 180 that I'm wrong, or?
Likely not. Senate Bill 180 only involves making things more cumbersome. This makes it less cumbersome.
Right, so basically, but we could never come back from this currently. So let's say we all of a sudden have a bunch of vape stores, or, a bunch of pop-up ERs.
Well, if our litigation is successful, we'll be able to come back and likely, just because we make a change doesn't necessarily make something more cumbersome. We are reducing or changing a process to allow something by right rather than go through a process, and that is less cumbersome. Can we ever go back to that? That will remain to be seen. It might be difficult if the legislation remains in place, but there are already bills, I know, in the legislature for fixes on this, plus the litigation, so I would think that we would be okay in the future, I would hope, but right now this has no effect on Senate Bill 180 does not affect this at all.
Okay. All right, well, one other concern I have is we talked about it ad nauseum today, is our new hotel / whatever we're going to do near the parking garage. We rezoned that particular area to B3 from basically community facility and Parks and Recreation to B3 commercial. So with the way that this is written on the outside with the other uses, if this eliminates 500 feet for urgent care right next to residential, then feasibly we could have an urgent care center set up at the bottom of one of those hotels instead of a grocery store. And that's a concern to me as well. So then you have a bunch of urgent cares popping up in the bottom of condo buildings, or, here, get your shot here. And I think that's why this was created in the beginning, was because there were a bunch of opioid or pain pill popping, whatever, businesses that started popping up all over South Florida. I would like to see a peeled back version of this if we want to look at it from being a competitive freestanding ER usage versus something so broad here. So if we are able to pull it back and sort of split things up, then I would be happy to look at it again. And because, again, I believe in business should be able to operate and take it on a case-by-case basis. I'm fine with that. But this is what I was working with in terms of how it was explained to me in meeting with, I met with multiple people involved in this project, right? So to explain things or what they were trying to do. And one thing that came up in an email from me, by the way, just quickly, is residents had said that they did not feel like they had been reached out to. So I actually had doubled down multiple times and asked, could we please reach out? Could we please make sure what do your metrics look like? Who did you talk to? So I would be very interested to find out where those 200, and I'll look it through them, like where those addresses are and those 200 plus as well, because I know it's citywide, but I'd like to know how those were collected, because the residents that are here today, if you are in District 1, raise your hand, and if I know that I see, yeah, I've gotten phone calls out there from Carla, and I've gotten emails from other people. So I know this is a concern, and I feel pretty strongly about trimming this to make it apply before we look at it again. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eden?
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a meeting at the Cresthaven Civic Association some time ago, over a year ago, and we had about 45 people, and with the exception of maybe 2 or 3, I had nothing but positive responses because we're sort of kitty corner from the area, and I have a very elderly population. And I do feel like, and by the way, too, and I had residents call me up as well in support of it. So within elderly population, I agree with Commissioner Smith, where the convenience of being able to have an emergency room east, because we're so densely populated, you could never build another hospital anywhere east, and we have such a concentration of residents. I would think of it in a little different fashion. I would say, what would the ability to be able to retrofit one of these facilities in a shopping center space? And because I feel strongly that we should not prohibit this use. I don't think we would be doing our city residents any favors by disallowing it. Now, I don't live far from North Broward Hospital, and my husband recently had surgery there twice, and it's a fantastic hospital. I give it 5 stars. And but on the other hand, if you have to go to the emergency room, that's a little bit of a different animal, because you never know. If it's on a Friday night, oh my goodness, it's packed, and they're great, but when it's packed and there's a line, there's a line. Nothing you can do to get around it. It's just a fact. No bad reflection, because our health system and what we pay our tax dollars for is a good thing for our community. So it is a private hospital, emergency room, but I don't know that I would equate in a 24-hour urgent care, particularly with the emergency room. Urgent cares are generally not 24 hours. If you get sick in the middle of the night, or you feel like you're having complications from surgery or whatever, you're going to an emergency room, no matter what. I also, some of the sort of like unintended consequences, I agree. But the fact of the matter is, in our city, Federal Highway has B3, B4 zoning up and down from north to south. That's B3, B4, and it directly abuts residential. We have car dealerships that do touch-up painting across the canal from residential neighborhoods. So when we adopted our comprehensive plan 35, 40, 45 years ago now, when the state required everyone to have a comprehensive plan, well, they said, oh, you got B3 here and you got residential here, and this is what you got, and you got to live with it. And on Sample Road as well, we just did, had to have a variance and then a special exception, or a special exception and a variance for a very nice doctor's office. I have empty storefronts that could very easily take a window car tinting business that makes no noise, has no pollution, and is ecologically clean. So, but nonetheless, the storefronts are vacant because of this 500-foot distance regulation. And I agree, on a lot, this or that 500-foot prohibits the redevelopment of some of our major corridors that are directly, you can't get away from it, whether it's across the street or behind you. Just look at an overhead map anywhere in the city. But I also think as well, I mean, this is a new thing, and and it's innovative. You know, you have insurance only, and you go there you know, if you break your leg, you're on the beach, you're there, this is the nearest, it's nearby, or whatever. So I would hate to see the city be denied the opportunity to have this type of facility. In District 5, in Palmyra area, heck yeah, we could possibly need one at the Pomp, for example. Might be a good spot. Do I think I don't think that we will see bunches of them popping up everywhere, because it is actually a business. But I think more than that, it's convenient, especially to highly dense eastern communities. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want
Mr. Harrison?
to clear up one thing Commissioner Fessick was concerned about. In the Atlantic Overlay District, urgent care facilities are not allowed anywhere. So it could not be put in the floor level of the new parking garage.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harrison. Further commission discussion? I've got Commissioner Fessick.
Actually had a question. So are there any statistics related to either freestanding ERs or ERs as a whole as to how many residents they would serve in like a geographical or a population-based area? So, because my concern is more about, like, so I have another, secondary concern is we just take this where we can have it be without a special exception, it's just open up anywhere. At some point, do we oversaturate the market? And I believe that one of the doctors that came in and spoke said something about, there's quality of care and lower acuity. I'd just be interested to know the stats on what a general ER, like, so let's say we wanted to have somebody open up a hospital in District 4 or in the new downtown, right, or District 5, and will this prohibit a potential facility that would not be freestanding, right, because there's so many additional freestanding ERs? Would that be a prohibitive thing where they wouldn't come to build their hospital or not? So how can we make this work where it all makes sense? And that's why I say I'd like to really revisit this as a whole, because healthcare is important. So I'd just be interested in knowing what the percentage looks like. Thanks.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Well, I'm sorry, sir. You can address the question that was asked by Commissioner Fessick? Commissioner Fessick? Yes? Okay. Then please come forward. This is an answer to your question, Commissioner Fessick.
Hello, my name is Kenneth Jones. I'm CEO of HCA Florida Northwest Hospital. I live at 10211 Lone Star Place, Davie, Florida. So kind of some background history related to the Florida regulations. Probably 4 or 5 years ago, there was a certificate of need regulation that was eliminated. Some of the thought process was related to making sure that there's opportunity to put up facilities based on, what the local, communities felt like was appropriate, and just kind of reducing regulations, because healthcare, as everyone knows, is something that is needed, especially in a growing community. So you asked a question about the potential for patient population. On average, we're estimating this facility will see about 10,000 visits per year to start, and growing based on that particular number. So that's on average what we would see from an actual patient load standpoint.
Go ahead,
Secondary question while I have you here. Yes. What does that, so overall, based on the studies that you've looked at, what does that look like from the people in the population, or the market rate, market-wise, market share? What does that look like for, what percentage of, let's say, market share would that look like?
I would need to pull that up.
That's okay. I know this is, yeah, and that's the reason why I was asking. Would be very interested to know, what does that look like? Because I feel like every business, and healthcare is important, should have a chance to compete for market share. I just want to make sure that if I would much rather, if we're looking at a special exception, I would be, that's different than some of the other things related. So.
I can tell you from a market share standpoint, our primary service area is the 10 zip codes in northern Broward. Okay. So Pompano Beach is in our primary service area. On estimate, 15% of our 15 to 18% of our patients already come from this area. So we already have a large amount of patients that come from this area currently.
Okay, good. Right. That was, I just, like I said, I want to try to separate these two, but that was very important information to find out where you're.
We can definitely, I can.
Yes, that's fine.
Put on my phone and in a few minutes have that data for you.
Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson.
Yeah, just a couple quick things. My daughter recently gave birth out at your hospital, and it was excellent service as well. I just wanted to say thanks, and it was top of the line. So I wanted to say that. And I also wanted to say that the legislature, I think last year or this year, now is requiring hospitals, urgent cares, to put their prices on like a menu board, so you know what you're paying for a MRI, or so there's a lot more like truth in advertising going on there. So,
very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ms. Dolan, it wasn't something you put up, but it was something that was put up that showed those cities in Broward County that have these freestanding. I think that was one Mr. Mealy put up, but perhaps you can access his, or maybe Mr. Mealy will have to answer the question. My question is, if this law was changed 4 years ago, how is it that almost everybody countywide, except Pompano Beach and a couple other communities, have these things? Is there something different?
So remember what I was, Dennis Mealy, 200 East Broward Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale. When I was showing this, I mentioned these are places where the freestanding emergency room is already built, where it's under construction, or whether it's been approved but not built yet. All three of those categories.
But it's been approved but not built or under construction. Okay, but I mean, it's like every place in Broward County except for just a couple of locales, and I'm just wondering, what's different between Pompano Beach and these other locales? Was it already in their code to allow these things? I don't know who can address this.
Again, someone mentioned earlier, not too many years ago, urgent care was a new thing, right? Mm-hmm. So how did we see different cities dealing with it? I saw certain cities that said, well, urgent care is like a doctor's office, so wherever we allow doctor's offices, we're going to allow them. Other cities said, well, maybe we better put a new category in our code. But more did it's like a doctor's office than did, oh, it's a new code. And so, for example, the one that was mentioned in Coconut Creek on Sample Road, it hadn't been there that long, but Coconut Creek's code already allowed it under other categories. They didn't have to come up with a new code.
Okay.
In your case, because of the 500-foot rule, that's why Pompano Beach is gray instead of blue.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's valid considerations and points about the urgent care center being more restrictive rather than less. I mean, it does. It kind of seems, what's up with that? But I think the use is a good use for the city to have. But has something changed between what the Planning and Zoning Board saw and what is being presented to us?
Only in the category of the off-campus emergency room. They added the 1.5 acre requirement to the site, and they added the more intense buffer requirement.
That was my question. So that more intense buffer has come forward since the Planning and Zoning Board saw this?
Yes.
Because of course, I mean, it's being denied by the Planning and Zoning Board. It also makes you scratch your head and say, wait a second, what do they see?
Mayor, there was three things we changed after P&Z. The minimum acreage requirement, the stricter buffer, the bigger buffer requirement, and the restriction on which roads driveways could be on. Those were the three things we changed.
Gotcha. Okay, that's Vice Mayor.
So I just find it, like I said before, inconsistent because an urgent care facility can be open 24 hours a day. I'm not saying they will be, but they can be. And they don't have to be close to residential. And it's apparently a lesser use, but I guess they have a buffer, but not the same buffer. We're just creating a lot of different things here. And I do think we're giving a lot here with this urgent care thing that I haven't thoroughly vetted or talked to people about or even looked at where they could all of a sudden start popping up. So I personally, I think I support these facilities. I think we need them in our community, but I think this is a big deal, and we should get it right. Like, I'd rather dip my toe in it and then, so I would like to table this for now. I'd like to make a motion to table it.
Can you wait just a minute?
I guess I can wait a minute, but
Yeah, it's 'cause I mean, it's,
I'd like to make a motion to table it. I mean, we could try carving this up. And,
no.
But
My only suggestion would be, I was thinking this needs to be looked at, needs to be figured out. This is first reading. If we pass on first reading, we got a month before it comes back to us, or a month, right? Yeah. So I mean, that
I
keeps
never
it
like
on.
passing something with I just feel like the second readings come and everything.
Yeah. But this one, I mean,
I know.
look, I think we've all been kind of upfront about that. We got issues with it.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion to table it.
Okay.
I would feel more comfortable doing that
Okay.
till first reading on December 9th.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Move the table to December 9th. Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion to table. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Yes. Okay. Takes us up to item 13 is first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 100, Streets and Sidewalks by amending Section 100.09, plat approval, amending Chapter 155, Zoning Code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.2101, Summary of Development Review Responsibilities, Section 155.2303, Application, Submittal, and Acceptance, Section 155.2304, Application, Subject to Staff Recommendation, Section 155.2305, Public Hearing, Scheduling, and Notice, and Section 155.2410, Plat to modify procedures for approvals of plats consistent with newly enacted state law, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Moved and second for discussion. Once again, Ms. Dolan.
Thank you, Mayor. Commission, Jean Dolan, Development Services. Senate Bill 784 was approved on June 23, 2025, and made effective on July 1, 2025. The bill amends Section 177.071 of the Florida statutes to require local governments to review, process, and approve plats or replats submittals through administrative authority and an official designated by ordinance, and without action or approval by the governing body. To implement these requirements, Section 155.2101 and Section 100.09 must be amended to make the Development Services Director the decision-making authority for plats. Section 155.2410 of the Zoning Code that describes the process for processing plat applications must be amended to remove the requirement for public hearings. As referenced in the platting section, the following other sections of the code must also be amended, which is Section 155.2303, which is about application and submittal requirements, Section 155.2304, which is the staff review and action, and Section 155.2305, which is the public hearing schedule and notice table. Staff recommends approval of this in order for us to be inconsistent with Chapter 177.071 of the Florida statutes, to remove the public hearing requirements for the platting process. That concludes our presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Berman.
Thank you. Not that Ms. Dolan needs any help from me because she presented everything very well and correctly. I want to point out the change in the language in 177.071 that was approved says plats must be administratively approved. No further action is required by governmental bodies. So that's what we're doing. We're making that consistent with state law. And I just want to remind everyone on the dais, don't feel like you're giving up anything, because as you recall, it involves a quasi-judicial hearing in the past. We get here, the question is asked, have all legal requirements been met for plat approval? Yes, they have. Once that happens, I always keep chiming in and reminding you, then the process is purely ministerial, not discretionary per multiple cases under Florida law. You must approve at that point, and y'all look at me and say, well, how come it's here then? Why'd you stick it in front of us? I think the legislature recognized that and basically made these changes to be consistent. So I don't have to say, wait a minute, don't get, and you don't have to look at me and say, then, this is good. I don't get the bad looks, and I don't have to interrupt you. So thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Berman. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with you, Mr. Berman. These are always strange. It's like you can't vote no to it, but we have to do it anyway. However, the one thing it is useful for is bringing a plat and oftentimes a site plan before us, because we don't look at site plans as a commission. It's our opportunity. I understand that we're not voting on it, but it's often we look at that and we say, what's going to be there? Because, and it is, you don't like it, but it's often our only opportunity to talk about. I mean, I can roll the tape of you saying this isn't about that, but we still, it's the opportunity to talk about a certain site. And when it's being platted, and yeah, we can't vote no, but we can at least say, well, what's going to go there? What is that? And so for me, it just reinforces the need for us to talk about some kind of call-up option for this body, because when we're not even going to look at plats anymore, even if we couldn't have voted no to it, it was at least a chance for the public to speak and for us to speak on what was coming on that site. Whether it mattered or not, I don't know, but since we always had to vote yes, but it was the opportunity for public comment on a certain site. So to me, it reinforces the need for us to be able to look at certain major site plans that are important in our districts. Thank you.
Further commission discussion. Seeing none, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Segerson-Eaton,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harton.
Yes. Item 14 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.4303, standards for specific accessory uses and structures, to provide use standards for synthetic turf and to remove use standards for lighting fixtures, projecting or freestanding, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Good evening, Mr. Weems.
Good evening, Max Weems, Principal Planner, Development Services. Yep, this is a text amendment for artificial turf. I know we've had a lot of discussions about this, so I'm happy to bring it here today. So to start, I just want to cover what our code currently uses to regulate synthetic turf and how that might apply to a typical property. So let's look at a typical 8,000 square foot lot where we have front yard setback requirements, pervious area requirements, and then also required pervious areas within the front yard of a property. So in your front yard, it's 25 feet setback. The overall pervious area of the property is 30%, and the required front yard pervious area is 50%. So impervious surfaces are those like pavement, anything that doesn't allow water to directly percolate into the soil. So any covered structure, paved areas, sidewalks, driveways, anything like that. Pervious areas are specifically defined in our code as living plant material. So that 30% of the property must be living. Additionally, it specifies that of that 30%, 15% of that area can be non-living, but still must be pervious material. So think like mulch or river rock that you might have like as an infill material in a flower bed or something like that. So what does that look like? I apologize for my rudimentary drawings, but I think it makes the point pretty well. There's a typical lot with the foundation, the slab of the house. That's what it might look like fully developed with driveways, maybe a shed, a gazebo, a swimming pool and patio. And then that's the front yard area, that first 25 feet of depth where I was talking about 50% of that area must be pervious. So what that might look like with artificial turf is you may have some impervious area of the overall 70% of the property that still exists. So I've provided this lime green area around the pool. Think like maybe I have some area left on my property where I could have more patio space. That's where you could have additional artificial turf. In the front yard, where that's limited to 50%, that could only be this much of the property. So it's a very limited application for artificial turf with existing regulations. But what do people actually want? It's either a majority of the property or a majority of the front yard, which, as I've just covered, is not permitted with our existing regulations. So that being said, there's a lot in the backup. For this presentation, I've really just boiled it down to what are we proposing. So what we've done is we've looked at several comparable municipalities, as well as legislation from the state that I'll get into to look at what these standards might look like. We've established a definition, we've established standards related to drainage, design, and installation of artificial turf material. We've looked at landscape requirements. They're still in place. You'll still have to have the same number of trees and shrubs that would otherwise be required. And maintenance, which is a big deal for code compliance, to make sure that whatever is installed is maintained in a quality, appearance, and as it's intended and as designed. It's prohibited within the public rights-of-way and swales, and it shall always require a building permit. About the state regulation. In July of 2025, the state put a statute in effect that directed DEP to develop standards. And the specific language of the statute just says that local government and HOAs cannot prohibit the use of artificial turf, and that whatever regulation you may have must be consistent with those guidelines from DEP. I think it's no secret I've been dragging my feet on this amendment a little bit, waiting for that guidance to come out of DEP. It has not, but they've provided draft regulations that include the following slides, that they must address the material type, the color, the permeability, stormwater management, potable water conservation, just meaning that maybe the synthetic turf must be separate from water bodies, maintenance of water quality, so that if anything is provided in the turf, like infill materials, it's not going to be a rubber or something that's going to have those kind of forever chemicals. It'll need to be a silica or more natural material, and that the turf won't be too proximate to trees to allow for the health of those trees, and other factors. Additionally, must be lead-free, disposable, and no rubber for infill. Green must be a permitted color, and that the material must be permeable or pervious as defined in our code. So, also stormwater management standards and additional potable water conservation. All of that is to say that the guidance from DEP that they have provided draft regulation for is consistent with the regulation that we've proposed within our code. I don't know that what they'll ultimately propose might be less restrictive, but based on their draft regulation, it'll be equally or perhaps more restrictive. In any case, we may have to come back and revise what's proposed, but in the meantime, we have a lot of applications in limbo that I would like to be able to process with regulation that we understand to be consistent with what will be released from DEP. With that, I don't really have anything else to say about the regulation, but I know there's a lot in the backup, so I'm available for questions on anything else.
Mayor,
Very good. Thank you for that.
Mayor, can you just put the slide back on? You went through the last.
This one here?
That one.
Mm-hmm.
Cannot be installed with an in-ground irrigation system.
Correct.
And what does that mean?
So you can't irrigate an artificial lawn. If you have irrigation, you have to cap it, or that irrigation needs to be directed towards living material.
So you got drainage, and wasn't there something about the permeability?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was the one back or two back. It must be affixed to a permeable backing with a pervious subgrade equal or exceeding natural turf permeability.
Mm-hmm. So the way we've defined that in our code, which is consistent with most of the installation standards that we've seen from different products, as well as various codes that we reviewed, was a understood permeability to match natural conditions would be 30, it's like 30, oh my gosh, hold on. Something per yard, per hour, it's a calculation.
I think I saw it in there.
Let me pull up the specific language that we're proposing. A minimum permeability of 30 inches per hour per square yard. So what I don't know is that if DEP's guidance will get that specific. If they release a specific number, we'll match it. But otherwise, I think that what we've provided is consistent with that general language.
And how is that achieved?
Is that provided to us?
No, how do you achieve that permeability rating in the installation?
Sure. So both the material will have to be porous, water will have to be able to flow through whatever the sod is and the backing. And then whatever the sub base is, it's going to be some kind of like crushed rock or some kind of material that's not going to solidify when it's compacted. So it won't be a too fine of a sand or something like that where it becomes a very solid when it's compacted. Something with some
Right, but it has a permeability factor. No, thank you.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and open it up to the public. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Okay. We can put closed. Now commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
I actually had a question about a previous slide, I think if you, maybe one or two before this one. Maybe one more.
Was it my material or FD?
It was yours, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So, okay, so, well, let's see, I'm trying to find, so right now, we currently allow one of your first drawings, correct? Or,
So like this example would be what's permitted.
Okay.
Where the light green represents the artificial turf. Now, if somebody didn't have a deck or pool in their backyard, much more area could be permitted as artificial turf. But think of it as equivalent of a deck. That's how we treat it today.
Okay. And then, so if you go forward just a little bit, I believe there's a few slides. So you mentioned, let's see, I just happened to see, it must look like, okay, so poly design standards, height of 1.5 inch minimum, face weight. So polyethylene, dual yarn system.
So that happens to be one of the most common materials for the synthetic lawns. It's also, I mean, there's no like truly recyclable option, but of the options of materials, it's the least impactful.
Okay. And then one more slide. Forward. So if it's prohibited in swales and such, I'm just trying to think about how that looks like when you're looking at a single family residence. Like I can understand in between like a concrete pavers and a driveway, so you don't have to obviously weed whack. That makes total sense to me. Or like a walkway, sort of, again, to try to keep things maintained. But I'm just trying to think about like when you're looking at a property from the street and we have our, was it 10 feet for the most part? And then
From the edge of pavement?
generally, right?
Yeah, so you'll have a swale that's public land, and then the property line, and that's 5 to 10 feet from the pavement.
Okay. And then the one more slide forward, which again you skipped over kind of quickly, but as we're going through things, maybe another one forward. So permeability, and then the material must be lead free. Oh, sorry, you were right. Must be disposable under normal conditions at any Florida landfill. And must not use rubber for infill. What is generally the backing made of, like permeable backing?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fiber of some kind, and it's usually a synthetic material, so it's not going to be a natural material. So the disposable under normal conditions at any Florida landfill, I don't know what that means. And so we've provided some regulation in our code related to the material and its recyclability, and that they're also stating lead, there's a lot of these types of standards that are in draft. And so, I mean, I can talk about what we have in our code as.
Well, it's more so just, so we're with this, we're really just adding to the area where somebody wants to put a larger amount of this product in their yard, they can, is the basics.
Yes, so we're either getting applications after the fact, or the applications that we're receiving we have to deny because they just are simply proposing too much. Now, if they're able to propose too much and meet our otherwise required drainage standards, then they're meeting the intent behind our pervious area requirement of the lot. So that's the general thought behind the exemption that we're creating for artificial turf.
Okay. I'm a complete hippie, and I would much rather see us like try to go the opposite direction with some of this and require more native florals and more native plantings, especially given with all of the water and lack of like root systems. That this essentially, even if it's permeable, it's not the same as a root system. So I have a few more questions, and I know this is first reading, but I think it's important to get a little bit more background on, if we leave it alone where it is right now, I mean, how many people are trying to put this in every yard?
I don't have that number, but I mean, we had,
Right. So I was just saying, I'm like, are we getting a run on artificial turf for single family and townhomes right now, or?
no, it's not like there's all of a sudden this increase. I mean, there are cases where somebody gets a violation and then all of a sudden everyone on their street gets a violation because then they're just reporting each other. But generally, we're not actively policing artificial turf because we know we have a number of applications that are in limbo pending whatever the state provides, and then of course our own efforts at meeting our community's desire.
So I guess backup question on this too, like you just mentioned with code violations. Obviously the same thing's happening with tiki huts and you know.
Hopefully to a lesser extent, but.
Right, well, yeah, probably don't. No. But yeah, I think that there still needs to be, I'd like to hear what other people think. Thank you.
Very good. Vice Mayor.
So maybe I can provide some background on this one too. So I had some residents who owned property, landscaping companies. They used turf. It looked great. They put in a whole drainage system. They were actually probably helping alleviate some of the drainage from a street that drained, honestly. They put in such a good system. And then they got, I think, a code compliance issue, and then there were some others. And so this was a while ago. It's probably been
like 2 years.
2 years, maybe? Probably when we started talking about site triangle stuff. These all seem to come at the same time. And we sat down and we met with some of the residents, the landscaping companies. We did a lot of benchmarking on what other cities do, because some cities consider it pervious, some consider it impervious. You know, there were tons of like benchmarking and that we went through, and Max created this first kind of draft of this code. And then nothing, you know, really happened. So these people who had code compliance cases are sitting in limbo because they're waiting for this something to happen. And obviously in the interim, other people probably got cited, or people wanted to install turf, so they would submit an application, and there's no rules, there's no code that allows them to do that in Pompano. So we didn't really have anything, whereas other cities, some of them did, some of them didn't in the benchmarking. But in the meantime, the Florida legislature passed a bill, House Bill 683, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I will read one sentence or two sentences here. So it requires and this was this summer, so this just was passed and went into effect in July. Requires DEP to adopt minimum standards for installation of synthetic turf on specified properties. This prohibits local governments from adopting or enforcing any pronouncement that prohibits or is enforced to prohibit property owners from installing synthetic turf meeting certain requirements. So in the meantime, this state tried to preempt municipalities from creating rules anyway, or rules that are more restrictive. So then I think what we're looking at here is what the initial FDEP guidelines are, but we don't have the final ones from the state. And Max has taken a look and said, okay, the draft we have of turf stuff is not going to be, it's likely to comply with whatever they come up with, but it'll give us something in place so that we have some ability to keep things moving and to deal with the code cases. So that's why I asked him, is it worth doing something now? Because if the state's saying we can't do anything anyway, or more restrictive, I would be okay waiting on this, but then we realized all these people are waiting, and we don't know when the state's going to come up with anything. So for me, it made sense, especially, and then I said, is there something about having something in place before the state preempts you, kind of like short-term rentals? If you had laws in place, like, are you grandfathered in? That's not the case here, but as long as we don't think we're going to be in conflict with the state, and if they are, we just have to change it, I think it's probably time to do something, because it's inevitable that this is coming, that we're going to have to allow more use of turf. The state's preempted us at this point anyway. Did I say anything wrong?
No.
Okay. Thank you. So in conclusion, this has been a long process, and with the state kind of putting drawing a line in the sand or the artificial turf this summer, and we're kind of stuck with doing something. It's okay. You don't have to shake your head at me.
Very good.
Are you okay?
we're all,
Being over there and being like.
we're all okay.
I think you're getting a little paranoid, darling.
We're all okay. We're all okay. Max, 30 in, the DEP is looking at 30 inches per hour of drainage. Is that it?
Yeah.
What is natural turf drain? I mean, 30 inches per hour. That sounds like a lot of drainage.
So the standard that we are, I don't think that theirs is that specific. I think it says porous material at least 3 inches thick, permeable backing, and I don't think they actually say the.
No, there is somewhere.
Right. So our own recommendation is for, gosh, let me find the. was for a minimum permeability of 30 inches per hour per square yard.
That's it, 30 inches per hour per square yard. Okay, so in a square yard, 30 inches of water is supposed to drain in there in an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, so hence my question, what is the
That's
permeability of turf?
understood to be generally consistent with, obviously a very healthy soil. And so these are intended to be designed to be very good at drainage, but of course also a part of a drainage system. So that may drain to a low point on the property, or it may drain directly into the soil below.
Okay, because, in looking at what, in fact, can you go to your proposal, what's going to be allowed?
Mhm.
You show that on the screen? No, the visual, just the, pictures, come on, pictures, we like pictures. Okay, so the picture on the right-hand side shows what would be allowed
In a front yard.
in a front yard. And the dark green is real turf and the light green is fake turf.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you really anticipate that most people are going to be happy with that situation?
We have had proposals of this situation. I think that opinions on synthetic turf vary greatly. You're either fine with it or you're not. And so, that's really what it comes down to. If somebody wants to put it in their yard, this is the maximum that they could do.
And I get that, but the point behind me asking the question is, are we just setting ourselves up for a problem here? So you're going to tell somebody, okay, well, you can put in fake turf over the most of your front yard, but you've got to have these two strips on either side that it's real turf, and you've got to irrigate it and all this kind of good stuff. Why would we set ourselves up for that kind of a headache? Why wouldn't we just say turf all the way across?
Well, this was actually a specific recommendation by the Planning and Zoning Board to require separation between properties. And the example that was provided was like if my lawn company is mowing my lawn and then accidentally runs over a portion of the neighbor's property, now I've damaged their turf and there's a liability issue. So it's really more about creating separation from the property line than it is about requiring that area to be specifically grass. It could be a hedge. It could be, fence with.
It'd make more sense to me to require some sort of divider there, because but I'm fine with it the way it is. But I just see we're setting ourselves up for a problem, because somebody's going to look at that and say, well, why can't I just put it all the way across?
Right.
It makes sense to me, especially if it's really as pervious as you say it's going to be, 30 inches per hour. That's pretty good drainage. So anyway, that's all I got. I'm good for I've got Commissioner Seegers and Eaton, then Commissioner Fessick.
Okay, so, and I think you asked the question, Mayor, but what is natural turf? What is the drainage for that?
Oh, I don't have the specific number. I'm sorry.
Is it?
I would say it's comparable to the number that we've established for it.
Jean looks like she might have an answer. Thank you, Jean.
If you picture the permeability of the sod is like as if you held it and let a hose run on it and the water would flow down. It doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be absorbed by the soil, because if you've already had 3 days of rain, the soil's already full.
I get that.
It's just going to run. So that's what that means. It's not, you're not expecting 30 inches to go into the ground.
But with this requirement, you're saying it must drain.
Comparable to sod.
Not necessarily be absorbed, but be in some sort of drainage system so that it can go move properly to where it needs to go. So if that's pervious, why make the distinction between living and non-living if you're putting why not have the ability to do the entire front lawn? Because that's what people have done.
That is nearly what is proposed.
Well, not according to your little drawings where the light green versus the dark green.
Right. So there would be required areas of separation between the property line and the start of the artificial turf.
So on page 5, you have an entire yard that's green.
Oh, 5 here.
And then you have the front yard. Are you saying that's all artificial turf?
No, no.
What's the
In this
next
one, I was trying to just paint a picture of a standard lot.
Okay, and the next page then, the use of turf, you have that little light green strip.
That's
and you're
just-
saying of that area, that is the maximum amount
Today.
today. And is that what the ordinance is going to reflect?
No, this is the condition the ordinance would reflect.
And the next page is what you're proposing?
Yes, the standards that would permit that condition.
Okay, so what do you have over here on, the first one looks like it's got a border around it, right?
Yeah.
And the second one is just the front yard.
Yeah, and again, I don't want the focus to be on the arrangement of it so much as I'm just trying to convey that this is the desire, that people are wanting synthetic turf in their front yards and they're wanting it for a majority of their property.
Well, I get that. So my question is, what is the ordinance saying that we're doing? Does it say that we're going to be allowed to do picture A, the first picture on the left side? And by the way, on the next side, on B, there is less turf, light green, than there is on the left side.
Right, and again, I'm just trying to
I'm totally
compare it to
confused.
the before and the after. So in this example, what I'm showing is the overall property with pervious area requirements, and then in this example, I'm showing that overall property where synthetic turf is provided in lieu of living material while still meeting the intent of our pervious area. I didn't mean for this slide to be how the standards are applied, just that this is the desire that we're getting in applications.
Okay, the left one is the desire.
Well,
and the
and
right one is what we
Just
will.
because we have existing standards related to the pervious treatment of front yards, I was making a distinction between the overall property and a front yard. And so I just did that twice, even though if somebody's going to put artificial turf in their front yard, they're likely doing it in their backyard too.
Well, you don't know that.
No.
Whatever.
The standards are flexible, so now you could put synthetic turf anywhere on your property so long as it's meeting our drainage requirements and the other design and installation standards.
You can put it anywhere, just a question of how much.
No, it's no longer a limiting factor by pervious area so long as that drainage is provided and of course the separation from the properties, or if you're against a waterway in the back, those would still have to be met. And
So
if you have
as
a
long as
tree, there's
as long as a person applies it, puts it down in the correct way, you can do your entire front lawn.
correct with, I mean,
The buffer.
yes, nearly your
With the
entire
edge
front lawn.
buffer.
Yes.
It's like 7.5 feet.
Okay, thanks.
Very good. Commissioner Fessick?
So, okay, so I thank you, Max, for that. So I think maybe the confusion here was between like the first set of group of pictures and the second. You mentioned the pervious, like in percentages, right? How we've been measuring things. Is there with this, is there a 5-foot setback for this, like, are we looking at like a shed or a piece? Because I see like the way that you have this little like drawing around here, that there's like a 5-foot living setback kind of thing, is that?
Right, exactly.
Okay. So that little section there is roughly 5 feet.
Roughly.
Okay. And then would this change just so it would not be considered impervious area? Is that that's the major shift?
Correct. Yes. So we would still have the like lot coverage requirements. So it's not like now your house can be the whole size of your lot as long as you're meeting drainage. It's just synthetic turf in lieu of a living material for the purpose of providing the pervious area that would otherwise be required. So that percent pervious, we're no longer going to look at, are you meeting it or not? It's, are you meeting the drainage standard that's required for your property?
Okay, now what happens with, so I've had this happen in other properties, so when something comes and gets developed, whether it be, you know, a new building whatsoever, or let's say they use artificial turf, that water, you know, like where does that, so even if it's drainage requirements, but oftentimes we have on our streets right now, we have water, especially in District 1 in certain areas, so it's low lying, that we already have drainage issues and the water has nowhere to go, even if it on the site, it would meet your requirement, but it would just go into the street or into this non-functioning drain system.
So this is not at all an attempt to solve our issues around, you know, inundation and where does the water go. That's certainly an understood issue, and if a property does have those drainage problems, maybe this is a solution coupled with a robust system, but if water has nowhere to go, it's not going to go anywhere, whether it's on synthetic turf or a natural lawn.
Right.
The downside of like pooling water on synthetic turf is that it does have required infill material that could then float off the property, but that would become a code enforcement issue of maintaining that, and that infill material needs to be something that's not going to damage our drainage systems or roadways or anything like that if we're, you know, running it over or anything like this.
And what's the setback for waterfront properties?
I think we have 10 feet from a natural waterway.
All right. I think I'd like to hear more from residents on this. I'm happy to move it forward, just first reading, and then kind of get some feedback.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Commissioner Eaton? Commissioner Perkins? No? Vice?
If we're waiting for 1 second. Max, where is the 10 feet that you're talking about? Because in the actual ordinance, doesn't it just say that if it's installed next to a seawall, it has to be behind the seawall?
Yeah, so I'm more referring to if you have a slope on a canal, you have to be separated from that so you don't have any direct drainage into it.
Without a seawall?
Right, so if there's a seawall, it's behind the seawall, not over the seawall. That's the only standard related to seawalls.
Good, because I saw one the other day where the seawall was covered in it, and I was like,
no, that's not.
Does not.
Yeah, I should have clarified that. Most waterfront properties are with seawalls, but.
Okay, and one more thing, not to beat this to death, but where in the code does it, in the ordinance, because that's what I've been looking at, does it say anything about these buffers between properties that you said P and Z mentioned? I don't see it in there.
That's what I'm desperately looking for.
I am too, and I don't see it.
The conversation was around how are we treating these properties, and I know that we added regulations for a hard material that separates it, but in my head, I'm remembering a specific setback that I'm not currently finding in the ordinance.
Okay, I don't see it either.
And what I'll do following this meeting is make sure that I met the request of the Planning and Zoning Board. I'm sure that I did, but I'm just misremembering it because too much time has gone by.
Okay, understood. Yeah, I just was wondering where I could find that also in here. So let me know when you find it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call a roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. Item 15 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 155 zoning code of the Pompano Beach Code of Ordinances by amending Section 155.3203, single-family residence 2, RS2, Section 155.3208, multifamily residence 7, RM7, Section 155.3209, multiple family residence 12, RM12, Section 155.3210, multiple family residence 20, RM20, Section 155.3211, multiple family residence 30, RM30, Section 155.3212, multiple family residence 45, RM45, Section 155.3302, limited business B1, section 155.3303, community business B2, section 155.3304, general business B3, section 155.3305, heavy business B4, section 155.3306, marine business M1, and section 155.3501, transit-oriented TO to modify building height and setback measurements by amending section 155.5302, fences and walls, to modify fence height measurements by amending section 155.9401, measurement and part 5, terms and uses defined, to further clarify measurement references for building height, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second for discussion. Mr. Weems.
Good evening once again. Max Weems, Principal Planner Development Services. So this is another amendment to our code focused on the measurement of structures, whether they're habitable or non-habitable, modifications related to the measurement of fences and walls, particularly when on top of a retaining wall, and then various corrections to notes and references within our code related to height. So if you liked my graphics on the last one, you're really going to love these. Again, these are to aid in understanding. Don't focus too much on the legitimacy of the drawings reflecting the regulation. So for a habitable structure, the desire is to measure from required finished floor elevation rather than from the grade at the front of the structure. Finished floor is a number that's determined based off of a base flood elevation, and that's a number provided to us by FEMA on the flood insurance rate maps. So that the foundation of a property is required to be generally 1 foot above that base flood elevation. So all new development, substantial improvement have to comply with that regulation. So our thinking is that if properties are being required to elevate, and we have a maximum height for single family of 35 feet, but now their foundation is 2 feet higher, are they losing 2 feet of developable area and perhaps a floor off their building that, now I have a 2-story building where I expected a 3-story, for example. So currently our code measures from the grade at the front of the structure. So if they're just elevating their slab and not filling the property to build on top of, then now measuring from grade, I've lost buildable area. I felt like a logical conclusion was to change the point from which we measured to that required finished floor elevation provided by FEMA. For non-habitable structures like a gazebo or shed, which have height regulations, we would continue to measure them from the grade at the front of those structures. Now, one thing that our current reading of the ordinance allows that we are looking to prohibit is the use of fill to artificially elevate a property so that now the point at which I'm measuring my building from is artificially elevated, and perhaps I have a subterranean level that's habitable, but that's not counted for in my building height measurement. So now I have this sort of mound at which I'm building the second floor of my building, but that's the point from which my height is measured. We have had some instances of this, although very few. So this modifying the way that we're measuring to that required elevation limits the additional floor that may be obtained by just adding fill to a property. So that's what we're showing here, where we have an existing property at maybe whatever the existing grade is. Their neighbor comes in and redevelops the house, and they have to use generally what we're seeing is a difference of 2 or 3 feet. So they'll use maybe 2 or 3 feet to elevate the house, so now you can see it's that much taller, versus what's not desired is this use of fill to create this subterranean layer of habitable space, so that the point from which it's measured is the ground to this roof, and you can see it's substantially higher. So that's what we're looking to prohibit in this. With the height of fences and walls, the reality is when you raise a property 2 or 3 feet, you're going to need a retaining wall at the limits of that property, or construction with stem walls that elevate just from existing grade to whatever your new foundation is. But by and large, the requests that we see are for filling of property with retaining walls. Now, desire is to change the way that we're measuring those fences on the limits of these filled properties to measure them from the interior side rather than the exterior, so that there's still an expectation of privacy for these elevated developments. They can still expect a 6-foot wall, a common experience. However, the downside of that is now from the exterior, the existing grade residence, there may be an 8-foot wall or a 9-foot wall where I have a retaining wall and a fence atop. I can see this from multiple perspectives. I've been seeing what other municipalities are doing, and I was a bit surprised to see in some municipalities there was no objection. In fact, there was a desire from the community to change the way that these fence heights were measured to allow this adjacent higher property to do a 6-foot fence, so that no longer would they have an experience where this person in their backyard is looking down into their property. And it just felt like an invasion of privacy. In Wilton Manors, where I live, that was exactly the case. And the community came to the city asking for 6-foot walls on top of retaining walls. Okay, let's move on. So now here's a example of that, where you see, he can't see over the fence. That's what I'm trying to paint here. And the house, the overall property is elevated to whatever was necessary for their required finished floor. However, the property next door, they're seeing some of the retaining wall as well as the entirety of the 6-foot fence. So let's move on. Here's some illustrative examples, none of which are in Pompano Beach, just so the audience doesn't, this is no one's house. And so you can see there's retaining walls with a variety of types of fences on top of them. One of which is a 6-foot fence where the top 2 feet are slightly transparent. The other is a retaining wall with a solid 6-foot fence atop of it. And then lastly, we have maybe my least favorite example, where it appears like a 3-foot retaining wall, sort of stem wall for the pool, where none of the side yards are elevated, just the foundation and the deck, and then a transparent 3.5 foot fence atop it. Now, if this is my yard in the back, no one is getting any privacy in this scenario. And so this, although it's maybe a less imposing solution, I don't think it's an elegant one. Some alternatives. So we could place limits on the use of fill, which would require the use of stem walls and steps to get up to your front door or to leave your patio. So windows, decks, and pools will be higher in these elevated properties, but the fence at the property lines will be of heights that match the abutting properties. So there's still this issue around the elevation and some expectations of privacy, but generally the interface between properties are more compatible. And so here I'm just showing that alternative where the house is on an elevated slab, where the fences are at equal heights, and then the other condition where it's filled, and then the house is slab on grade at this higher elevation. So quickly, I just want to talk about some fill versus stem walls with steps differences, just for the point of discussion. The use of fill is less expensive and also much more common in terms of the applications that we receive. So by and large, the public is requesting the use of fill with retaining walls and then some fence at the property line. Pools must also be elevated out of the base flood zone, base flood elevation. So if we did say, okay, let's just use stem walls and no fill, that whole pool and rear yard still needs to be elevated. And so there's still this issue of incompatibility between outdoor areas and the adjacent properties. Properties cannot be sloped in a way that cause direct runoff onto adjacent properties. So you can't use fill just to raise the foundation and then kind of slope down to the property lines, because then you have direct runoff onto your neighbors. Seawalls are required to be elevated and backfilled. Now, the new requirements for substantial improvements or new seawalls is 5 feet in AVD, where the old requirement was generally 3 feet, and most seawalls are somewhere between 3 and 5. So if your neighbor is elevating their seawall 2 feet and otherwise required to backfill it if it's a new home, sorry, I'm talking a lot. Their new foundation is higher, but if it's the old home, they still have to backfill from that raised seawall, slope down to their slab, and at the edges of their property, they're going to have maybe a 2-foot difference just because the seawall requires backfill. Our building code also requires fall prevention barriers for any drop greater than 30 inches. So we currently allow the use of fill, and if a property is elevated more than 30 inches above the neighbor, they're required to have something that prevents someone from falling off that, regardless of what our fence heights permit. So, you know, if we're not comfortable with that condition, we really need to look at restricting the use of fill so we're not creating a fall hazard greater than 30 inches. And in the long term or in flood events, filled properties will be more flood resistant. There's more soil volume for retention, and that property is potentially not functioning as the bathtub for the neighborhood. Elevated properties, or elevated fences provide more privacy for both sides. Okay, so just to recap, because I know I've kind of gone away from the kind of main ask here. Building height, if it's a habitable structure, measure it from the required finished floor. Non-habitable, continue to measure from grade. And for fences and walls, primarily because of the use of fill, we're looking to measure from the interior side of that fence rather than the exterior to permit a 6-foot fence in a rear yard for an elevated property. That concludes my presentation.
Very nice, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Just name and address for the record. Counselor?
My wife has taken someone else to the game tonight. Good evening, Commission. My name is Rod Feiner. I'm an attorney at Coker & Feiner, 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue. I will say good evening at this point. I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance, where I represent 2 separate property owners, one who owns a property at 1601 North Riverside Drive, which is currently in for 4 townhomes, and another one, or a 5-story condo unit, and the other one at 117 South Riverside Drive, which is for 4 townhomes. Actually, one is in favor of the height requirement, doesn't care about the fences, and one doesn't care about the height, but is in favor of the fences. So I'm going to address both, and thankfully I have 3 minutes, but I hopefully won't take that long. With regard to the height, a lot of this is derived, as you heard Matt say, from the FEMA regulations. And I think the FEMA regulations had that unintended consequence as it directly relates to the height limitations on your code. The most recent FEMA flood regulations really raised the required finished floor elevation from what was here previously. The prior regulations didn't really do that. Here we're looking at 2 or 3 feet. You've seen that problems with buildings getting renovated, but especially new buildings. So when people are looking to develop their property, developers are coming in to develop their property, sometimes even single-family homeowners who are coming in, and they're going to do a knockdown redo, and they talk to their architect about doing a plan. They look at the zoning code and they say, okay, well, we're allowed to go up to, let's just make up a number, 20 feet tall on this. And then once they get into the nitty-gritty and they say, wait a minute, we've got to put fill on to meet the finished floor elevations to meet height, now all of a sudden it's not really 20 feet anymore, now it's 17 feet. So for a developer, that knocks off a potential story, because you don't want to create, you're not going to sell units that have artificially lower ceilings in it to create those additional floors, right? No one wants to go in and buy a house that has a 6-foot ceiling in their house, or a condo unit that has a 6-foot ceiling. And that's the unintended consequence of how your code does. So we think what staff has done here is followed the intent of what your code is requiring, and is always required with the height limitations, while taking into account the new FEMA regulations. And we would encourage and congratulate them on taking the bull by the horns and doing that. With regard to the fencing, again, because of the flood and the bulwarks you have to put in, what's going on is that creates a public health and safety hazard if we can't put a fence on top of that, because people can walk on top of the retaining wall or do whatever, and there could be a larger drop. And even though the code says a drop more than 30 feet or 30 inches, you have to do something. On 30 feet would be a big drop. 30 inches, my time's running out, so that's why. 30 inches, we all, look, I'm a father of 2 kids as well. We know kids will run on the top of those bulkheads or do whatever else, and then they can fall because they're jumping or doing whatever. By allowing the fence to go on that, it will stop that, will probably end up in lower insurance rates for the property owners, and will also help matters tremendously. But again, by capping what the sort of the height limit on the fence is on the total height that you can do, it still, while providing privacy, preserves views of other properties in the area, especially when those properties are located. And I am out of time, so thank you very much.
Very good. Appreciate it, sir. Further input from the public? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. Commissioner Fessick.
Thank you. So I remember a while back we had somebody come before us, and he was talking about he was a new build, and he was required to fill his property, but then the fence and his pool, like, so his privacy fence and then the pool fence, they were not in alignment for some reason. And so he couldn't have he had to have a 4-foot, like this to grade. There was, I forget what it was, but it was like to grade. It was like he only had 3 feet, but he was required to have 4 feet for his pool or something like, it was something weird.
Yep, I know the application.
Okay.
That one, they actually elevated the house. The overall fill provided was about 3 feet, and the height of the retaining wall was nearly 4 feet. And so then any privacy fence on top of that would be, you know, pretty substantial to the neighbor, and they ultimately decided to do a 4-foot fence on top of the 4-foot retaining wall, which overall measured 8 feet. But classifying it as the fall prevention device, which is required by the building code, is sort of the way that that is permitted to happen. And that's why I'm saying, like, if this is something that we are comfortable with because it's this, you know, expectation of a fence in a yard, you know, regardless of what FEMA requires, that's great. We should treat it like any rear yard. But if not, we should really evaluate how comfortable we are with the use of fill elevating these properties.
Okay. Is there a limit to how much, so is there a limit to, let's say, how high we can build over?
So the way that we are currently advising to limit that is by adding that the way that that overall height is measured is from the required finished floor elevation. So if FEMA says your NAVD 7, that's the vertical datum they use for heights, is 7, and then your finished floor is at 8, 8 becomes your 0, and you can do 35 feet above 8. But if you decide to elevate your property to 10, you've now removed your right to do that additional 2 feet on the top. So it's with that mechanism that we're looking to limit the use of fill.
Okay, secondary.
Or artificial elevation of the property.
Secondary question, you showed us examples of residential, but yet in this, there's a lot of other, you know, it's multifamilies and larger scale developments.
Mm-hmm.
So is it, and I know that what I've heard, especially, you know, and especially in District 1, is there's some questions related to, we already have overlay districts, right? So our overlay districts where we're already given a certain amount of height, I understand that, but there's a lot of people who are feeling like we're getting boxed in by concrete. So even if it was just raising it, let's say 5 feet, right, then that's 1 feet, then it's 6 feet, and then you're getting an extra 105, or they're getting 105, where there used to be 35. So I would like to see I would like to see like a change between, you know, anything over 5 stories or 6 stories, whatever that natural sort of line looks like, or anything. I'd like to see a change based on what was already, you know, not, because 105 feet with you, when you add mechanical, can end up being 125, 130 feet. Then you add 4 or 5 more feet to that. Now you're at 140. See where I'm going with this?
I do. I just don't like the direction. Sorry. I understand the desire to maybe cap the way, the heights that are already permitted in our code, so that if a property is required to be elevated, maybe that isn't increased for them. I'm just stuck on like the development rights side of it, and if there was an expectation for 8 or 10 stories of multifamily, whatever, and now we're saying we're going to allow certain development.
Right, I know. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
And with this, I'm really just trying to address the way that we're measuring heights across the board. My examples are single family because I think that's when we hear about it. But I'm not trying to get into the, should we reevaluate our building heights?
Right. Well, I think I'm more interested or concerned with anything that's already in an overlay district, right? So if it's in an overlay district of any kind, we've already allotted for additional heights, and while I think they should still be able to build to that code, I think we have to be protective also of how much extra we're potentially changing that, because the height is already something that we've already had people take advantage of, to be quite fair.
So let's talk about the east overlay, where if you're doing residential, your maximum height is 80 feet. 80 feet is already a bit difficult to do 8 stories when the ground floor is required to be commercial with a minimum of 12 feet. So now my floor to ceiling heights are automatically less than 10. And then if I'm required to raise my elevation, my slab, to comply with any FEMA regulation, now I'm likely a 7-story building where the intent when established was for 8-story construction. So obviously if you don't care, then great, but if you, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No, well, and that's just it, right? Like, so because I feel like that's what I'm hearing most from residents, and it's maybe more specific to my district because we do have an overlay, you know, in a large section of the corridor. There's questions already related to people and traffic and all of these things. And I look, our entire city, if you're not already in a higher elevation, I mean, we backfilled a lot of this to begin with. And so after years and years of erosion, it would sort of make sense that we would have to at some point sort of put some back, right? So I don't want people's houses to flood, and flooding is a concern. At the same time, I want to make sure that the intent is that it's done for, like you said, the majority of what you're getting is for single families and for, you know, small, like townhomes and smaller condos, you know, things like that make sense. Massive or major development is to me, they're two different beasts. So that's all. Beverly. Commissioner Perkins. Yes, that's all. It's just
Understood.
If we could clean it up, like I say, I agree with this. This is a good idea because we need to raise we do need to raise this, and we need fences. If we could just maybe try to differentiate them between this reading and the next, I would appreciate that.
So one thing I didn't present was the relevant regulation that we have in our comprehensive plan that does direct us to not sort of penalize development as finished floor elevations are increased. And so there is that aspect of our comp plan, and that is a component of why we're doing this, but really it's because of the community desire and supported by our comp plan. But thank you.
That's all I have for now.
Very good. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Max. You know, when we met on a one-on-one, I totally, in 100% agreement with taking the measurement, the overall height of the structure from the first finished floor. Years ago was 8, now it's 9 or 10, and it's punitive to be able to be denied that extra footage. Okay, well, where I disagree is I think the whole fence section should be separate, because now, you know, you could have essentially a 4-foot, because we don't have a limit on how high your property can go, and we know generally that builders will use fill more often than not because dirt is cheap. And I just called someone I know in a dump truck full, like a 20, 30-yard dump truck full of dirt, cost about $200. So it's the easiest, cheapest, where other ways can be done, stem walls, taller grade beams, etc., to be able to come up and close that gap from the existing grade to the first finished floor, which could be 2 feet, could be 3 feet, you know, whatever it may be. But there's ways to achieve it where you don't have to use fill. And the problem is with using fill, it has to be retained. So essentially now, just talk about unintended consequences. Now that we have 6-foot fences that can go all the way out to the water, and they put in, and they could do a 4-foot retaining wall. And the other side, the adjacent property, is going to have a 4-foot retaining wall and a 6-foot wall. That's 10 feet. That's a very distinct possibility. So I disagree with the measurement. of the fence and wall because I just think that there's no equity to the neighboring property. There's no fairness. And regardless about privacy, this one photo you have up, I can guarantee you those people have a view through that
I know.
aluminum
I
picket
was
fence.
just trying to paint a picture of the.
It's really not about
little elevated.
aesthetics because aesthetics, is subjective. So I don't care where this is, but you're going to get situations more like the one on the top left. However, who's to say they're not going to put a 6-foot concrete block wall, which they are totally allowed to do. So the neighbor's going to get a 10-foot sidewall. So I definitely support the first half. I do not support the second. I think it's a completely different subject matter. And it doesn't matter. I don't know that it makes any difference, but Mr. Berman, can I make a motion to split this question? Could that be possible? We split the question?
Mr. Berman?
It's not really going to be clear enough, I don't think, as far as splitting. We could bring it back to you. Yes, you can make a motion to bring it back with one and not the other. Or you want two separate questions brought back? How do you want to phrase it?
Yeah. I think it should be a separate question. Structures are structures, inhabitable or habitable. Fences and wall are a completely different thing. And they're also in our code, that's what it says too. You have a completely different section for the height. You have another one for fences and walls. They're not structures. They're not, as we do so. Yeah, I'd make that motion, Mayor.
And the motion is, I'm sorry, could you repeat it?
To split the question. To take and do the first half, which is building height, taken from first finished floor, elevations as opposed to existing surrounding grade, and then the question of fences and walls and fill, and the height of fences taken from the inside of the property, where there's newly formed fill or a new retaining wall, instead of maybe the other side, or finding some level of compromise between the heights of the properties.
Did you get that, Kervin?
No, sir.
All right. Well, all right. Very simply said,
maybe
the height of the building, the first half of the suggested ordinance, and the fences and walls are two separate questions. That's my motion. And you can figure it out, Mark.
I can figure it out.
Okay. That's the motion. Is there a second to the motion?
For the next time, or, sorry, was it for the next meeting or for this meeting?
Well, I would love to do it this meeting.
Then, yeah.
I mean, it's just to split the question. So, I mean,
But we could do it the next meeting, too.
If we can't do it this meeting, then it'll have to be next meeting. So staff will tell us that. It's not a motion to postpone. It's just a motion to split the questions up.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point in time. So is there a second?
I'll second it, just because I'll second it.
Okay, very good. It's been moved and seconded to split the questions up between the height elevation based on NAVD or whatever it is, the FEMA flood regulations versus the fences and walls on top of the retaining walls. Been moved and seconded. So discussion on the motion. Okay, Commissioner Fesick.
Yeah, I have a question for Max, really. So Max, that was I don't exactly know what the entire intent to split it would also have an effect on the original. That's why I wanted to, sort of get clarification from you. I just feel like with all the things that you've heard already, sometimes with building code, it seems like one begets the other. It has to be together, but at the same time, if not for building, if not for building, and I wanted your insight on that.
Sure. So as I said, we currently allow the use of fill. And if a property is filled to a certain elevation with retaining walls, we are required by the building code to provide a fall prevention device. Fall prevention barrier is what it's called. And so right now, what I was attempting to do, honestly, was just to make our fence standards align with that, so that there was some expectation of a 6-foot fence in a rear yard, regardless of the elevation of the retaining wall. So if the issue is really that now the retaining walls and fill is too much, that needs to be something that we visit in a different. It needs to be a different ask, that now we're going to limit the use of fill so these retaining walls against the existing grade aren't so high. And then maybe if there's a cap on fill, we're comfortable with a 6-foot fence so long as it's like a 2-foot retaining wall. I don't know what we're comfortable with, but the use of the limitation on fill was not a part of this ordinance, and that's what would be necessary if we're not comfortable with fences on top of retaining walls.
So it might be better to bring this back with that in it, or if we're going to bring them back separately.
Or I can well, right. So depending on where there's more consensus tonight, I'll bring the modified version of this ordinance for second reading with those, so long as the title isn't substantially whatever. For second reading. That way we don't have to start over with 2 or 3 new ordinances. So if we're comfortable, to me, the one that's kind of I understand what you were saying about discomfort with building height, but we have to do something about what FEMA is doing to our finished floor elevations. So that one to me feels like the stronger of the asks. And so perhaps on second reading, I don't include any regulation related to the fences and walls. And then separately, we deal with fences and walls and the use of fill.
Yeah, that's good.
Go ahead, Commissioner Fezzik.
Yeah, actually, I like that. I think it simplifies things for everybody because codes can be very complex, and I know that you know what you're talking about, but it also helps us to very easily convey that to everybody who's looking at us to make these decisions for them so we can break it down more simply. So I actually would support that being separated and clearly defined.
Pictures.
Sorry, Max.
Oh, no.
Further commission discussion on the motion. Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Did the motion get modified officially? I know, but, okay, yes. Didn't think it ever actually got modified by Commissioner Eaton.
And Mayor Harton?
Yes. Okay. So now the direction's been to split it up.
Right. Bring it.
Now, did you intend for that to happen right now or but when he brings it back?
Oh, I think when he brings it back.
That makes sense. Okay. So
If you want to bring back I don't know, maybe we have to re-advertise, so what?
So we could probably move forward with it as is, and I think he's gotten direction to split these things up when it comes back for second reading. So the second reading portions will be stricken out. Would that be it, Mr. Berman?
No, it doesn't get advertised till second reading. This is first reading. So it'll come back for second reading modified, at least one of them. The second one will start, and that'll get advertised. The second one, or the second half, we'll call it, will come back for the first time and then be advertised in January for that.
Yeah, or it'll come back whenever you get it drafted.
Oh, okay.
That's also
Okay,
what I
yeah,
understood.
we could strike the language, but I'm not sure exactly what, the technical language is, where to strike it, where to split it, so.
Yeah, Max
He'll
will,
get out
Very good.
he'll take his scalpel out.
Appreciate it.
Get those doctors back in the room.
Max will work it out. Okay, good. I think the direction's been given there. Further discussion on the actual item now. Clear, Max?
I think so.
Okay, that's all. That's what we want.
As long as someone here understands it, we're good.
Very good. Let's go ahead and call the roll on item 15.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harton?
Yes, item 16 is the first reading of an ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, amending Article 2, Section 6 to Chapter 57-174, Laws of Florida Special Acts of 1957, is subsequently amended and supplemented, otherwise known as the Charter of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, imposing limitations on the length of terms of the officers of the mayor and commissioners while expanding future terms of office of a city commissioner and of city commissioners and staggering said terms, providing that if the amendment is approved by a majority of the voters at the general election of November 2026, then such amendment shall become part of the city's charter, upon certification and acceptance of the election results, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded for discussion. Mr. Berman.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, this is, at the last meeting, the vote of the commission was to not hold a special election. I went back and reworded this so that it's clear that the voters will look at these issues, and I can get into the issues again, but we've already pretty much covered them. The staggering the terms and the length of terms, and also basically expansion of some terms, future terms to 4 years eventually of all commissioners to be consistent with the mayor. This would be decided at the election of 2026 in November. We still have plenty of time for that. And basically it would take place, if approved, the changes would take place in November of 2028. And that it would affect the election of 2030 and then 2032. So by not holding the special election, that'll just back it up about 2 years. And hopefully all the adjustments were made correctly in the ordinance to properly reflect that. So I have nothing further unless you have specific questions. We've already gone through this pretty consistently. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there any input from the public on this item? Seeing none, public input closed. Commission discussion, questions, concerns. I've got Commissioner Seekerson-Eden.
Thanks, Mayor. So I thought about this for a long, long time and a lot, and I remember, having now been almost 8 years on the commission, been through a lot of previous campaigns with Vice Mayor Burry as well, and I think the voters resoundingly voted no the last time this rolled through 4 years ago. It's too complicated, it's difficult to even comprehend what you're reading. And I think it's, look, if a 2-year term is good enough for Congress and it's good enough for state reps, it's good enough for me. I'm not in favor of this. I will not vote in favor of it. I don't want to see the next election being mucked up by charter amendments, charter changes, and I think we should just leave things the way they are. Now, I can't have it if you didn't have the foresight way back when to get out of staggered terms. And if there were a way to stagger at some point in the future, but rolling this all in, I think I have no support for it. Thank you.
Very good. Further commission discussion. Commissioner Fessick.
So I actually heard some feedback from residents as well. And so, yeah, it is disruptive to run every, year and a half, or in my case, every 6 months. But it's also, residents, I found out more about the 4 years ago, and that they had already denied this. And I think that this is also, this is lumped together again. I thought we were going to have a workshop. Am I imagining that, or did we, in our long discussion, did we talk about sort of fleshing some of this out a little bit more?
Well, I was asked to prepare the
Right.
change. I did, and then we made the changes to it and brought it back. If we want to workshop it, whatever the commission wants, I'm just trying to follow the direction of the commission. I do want to point out, not that I'm arguing for or against these changes, because I have no skin in this game. I just want to point out, though, when the public said no last time, there were no term limits. This is a different question. This is a different perspective, and this was, we're not going to let you go on and on, but this is different.
Right.
So.
Right. So that's kind of what I would be interested in seeing. So I think that they already answered the question, or part of this, with saying that they wanted us to stay at the 2-year turnaround, so that they could, if they didn't like the direction of who they voted for, they could change it on the whim. Now, I still think term limits are important, because quite honestly, I agreed before that nobody needs to make this like a lifetime thing. If you want to stay in politics, there's other things you can move on, bigger to better things. So I think, and it shouldn't be a sit here forever situation. I know 2 years in my life, lots can change. I'm going to be a grandma in April, and quite honestly, when that baby's 2 years old, maybe I'm going to say I want to spend more time in wherever and have a more flexible schedule, right? I don't know that right now because I'm not a grandma yet, but I will be soon. So, and congratulations, by the way, Commissioner.
I'm going to be a grandfather in April. Just,
Congratulations. All right.
congratulations.
So point being is that I think, look, voters have already spoken to one piece of this. I think that there should be some term limits, because that's also something I have heard. So I'd kind of like to just split this up or work through it so that we remove what they've already voted against and maintain, if anything, we just move forward with, term limits. As for the staggering, I've heard back and forth. It's just really disruptive to have half of your team running again and half your team not running again. The idea of running and staggering elections, at least if we're all in it sort of together, we're all in it together, right? Like it's a little bit, it would be terrible to have politicking going on. Just staggering it just makes me sick thinking about it. So I just don't see how that would be able to be as effective, because if half of you are running and half of you are just trying to get a job done, then it's counterproductive. So I would support term limits, but I think I'd like to see this just get denied and come back with a workshop and we revisit this.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I've always thought the most important part of this was term limits also. And in my head, it's always been like, ideally, I feel like three-year terms. So 3 years is a strange length, but 2 is too short, maybe 4 is too long at a local level, and then it gives you every other term you'd be running in like an off-cycle election, which might be better than, and so, if I were literally just able to say what I thought was right, I think three-year terms, 9 years, it's plenty of time. I think that is right. I think the staggering, I agree with. It is overly complicated in here. The first line of this, I'm like, okay, great. Terms of service for mayor, whatever, 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. And then you keep reading, and we're going to lose everybody with the staggering part, like how we're staggering this. And I agree in practice. It would be weird if half of us up here were running and half aren't. It's already weird up here. So I can't imagine the political games if half of the people were running at one time and half weren't. And frankly, if the entire board turns over because voters are mad at one point in time, then so be it. Then they send a message, So yes, I think continuity is nice and all, but I think the staggering makes it too confusing. So I don't know, in my world, 3-year terms is what makes sense, and I think term limits is the thing that's most important here, though, not the rest of it. So those are my thoughts.
Very good. Further commission discussion? Seeing none, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
No.
Commissioner Perkins?
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Yes.
Mayor Harden?
Yes. All right. Item 17 is a resolution.
Resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Recycling and Solid Waste Advisory Committee of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Alexa Simone as alternate 2. Said term to expire on July 20th, 2027, providing an effective date.
Mayor?
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second for discussion. Commissioner Perkins.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Michelle Grooms.
Michelle Grooms, District 4. Any further nominations for this item?
I'd like to nominate Jerry Moss, District 5.
Commissioner Smith, nominate Jerry Moss, District 5. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. When your name is called, indicate your selection, Michelle Grooms or Jerry Moss. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik?
Michelle Grooms.
Commissioner Perkins?
Michelle Grooms.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton?
Jerry Moss.
Commissioner Smith?
Jerry Moss.
Vice Mayor Fournier?
Michelle Grooms.
Mayor Harden?
Michelle Grooms. Item 18 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, putting blank to the Historic Preservation Committee of the City of Pompano Beach to fill the unexpired term of Karen Moreland. Said term to expire on July 12th, 2026, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second for discussion. I'll go ahead and nominate Robert Whitsitt, alternate 1 from District 1. Any further nominations for this item? Hearing none, nominations closed. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Item 19 is a resolution.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Pompano Beach, Florida, appointing blank to the Nuisance Abatement Board of the City of Pompano Beach for a term of 3 years, said term to expire October 25th, 2028, providing an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I'll go ahead and nominate Russell Adams, incumbent, District 5. Any further nominations to this item?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Quentin Tompkins.
Commissioner Perkins, Quinton Tompkins, District 4. All right, there's only two options there. When your name is called, please indicate your selection, either Russell Adams or Quinton Tompkins. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Quentin Tompkins.
Commissioner Perkins,
Quentin Tompkins.
Commissioner Sigerson-Eaton,
Russell Adams.
Commissioner Smith,
Quentin Tompkins.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Quentin Tompkins.
Mayor Harden.
Russell Adams. Very good. That takes us up to additional audience to be heard.
Okay. Do have some speakers here. Give me a sec here.
Do we still have speakers?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Just getting myself set up
Gotcha.
here.
For any speakers we have, sorry it's so late.
All right. Just going to call out the names, Mayor.
Sure.
First speaker, Mike Wine. Mike Wine. Followed, David Cohen.
All right. Just name and address for the record. Once again, thank you for your patience.
Good evening. My name is David Cohen. I live at 2348 Southeast 10th Court. 4 years ago, I purchased my house. It was built in 1958. It's basically a money pit. But I purchased it for one reason. It was the backyard. It's on a canal. When I purchased the house, I hired the Seminole Indians to build my tiki hut. I relied on the Indians, and they advised me that I could build it on my dock. I was a little ignorant. I believed them. We built it on the dock. It's now been there for approximately 4 years. It's basically my family's oasis. We work there. We sleep there. We live there. I have never had a single complaint in 4 years from anybody. Not a single neighbor. Nobody has ever called the city or had any issues with this tiki hut. We sit on the tiki hut. We have coffee, sunset, sunrises. There's an amazing breeze that comes down the canal, through the tiki hut on a daily basis. We spend all of our time in the tiki hut. The kids, the grandkids, the pets. We got birds nesting in the tiki hut. Everybody loves the tiki hut. It's not an issue. If it's not on my dock, it doesn't fit in my yard. There's nowhere to put it. And when I bought the house, that was the purchase for buying it. We like the boat, we like to dive, and we like to be outside. I would have never bought the house if I realized that Pompano Beach was going to be so involved in what I could do in my own backyard. About 4 months ago, we received a notice on our door that I had violated an ordinance of Pompano Beach, which I was not aware of. I've been threatened with fines of $200 a day, which works out to about $72,000 a year, which I find a little excessive, especially when there's no issues, there's no complaints. The punishment does not fit the crime. All we're trying to do is live our lives under the tiki hut. I've been told that either I remove the tiki hut, and if I don't remove the tiki hut, I have to pay up. I have suffered for 20 years with malignant melanoma. I cannot be in the sun. Nothing protects me like the tiki hut. And basically, if I'm out in the sun too much, it's obviously a problem. This is a technical violation of an ordinance. I acknowledge that. It is in violation, or it's probably in violation, because it's on top of the dock. But nobody is complaining. There's no neighbor issues, and the only reason I was written up is because the inspector drove by, apparently for another issue, spotted it along with 4 of my other neighbors, and wrote us up. It's not right. The city is creating issues that don't exist for any of the other residents. It doesn't exist for my neighbors. It's not a problem. The city does not have to proactively and aggressively pursue residents who may have technical violations with the tiki ordinance. Wow,
It's 3 minutes. Go ahead.
I wasn't
I'll give you
I'll
10,
finish up.
10 seconds, yeah.
All I'm asking at this point is, please either amend the ordinance and remove the setbacks and allow us to have covered structures on the docks, change the fines, they're archaic, or alternatively, you can choose to pursue based on complaints, absent issues of health, safety, and welfare of our community. Thank you.
Again, thank you, sir. Appreciate your patience.
Jennifer Cohen?
Mayor, real quick, just on that. Max, is there any way we can look into that a little bit more in depth to see what the issue is with the code, and I guess code compliance too? So I would like to know more information about what he's going through. I don't know. I was just looking.
Okay. Mr. Harrison? So you'll ask staff to get...
Yeah, I don't believe Max is out there.
No.
It's all right.
We'll put Brian,
Didn't see him.
we'll put
He
Brian
left.
Donovan on it. How about
Okay,
that?
Brian's on it. Brian's going to get the information to all of us about
Thank
what's
you.
going on with the tiki huts out there. Very good. I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Hi, Jennifer Cohen, 2348 Southeast 10th Court. David's wife. We were enjoying this city. We're not too much, and this is my first commissioners meeting, and it's been a meeting, let me tell you. I mean, it seems like you guys really have a lot of other serious issues out here, like $30 million on a parking garage. I mean, a tiki, like seriously? We realize we broke the rule, but the rule needs to be changed. It's totally outdated. It's absolutely absurd that we are responsible to pay and fix a seawall that costs $100 grand, but we can't even put a tiki on a dock. I mean, it's a little insane. And then, because of a mistake that the city made, they sent out a final order for us the other day to show us our fees. $200 a day, $72,000 a year. You want to fine us for an innocent mistake that we thought we were trying to do right when we hired the Indians to do a specific job? You know, I realize everybody's out to get their money, but I mean, this is absurd. It's a ridiculous amount of money. Nobody's going to pay $200. And the threat of losing our home that we came to this community to retire in peacefully on the water, and we can't enjoy the water that we want to relax by. I mean, we need to change the ordinance. We're coming to you guys today. We're just asking that please look at these things. It goes in with the structure or whatever he was talking about with the turf and the structure and everything. It's the same thing. You know, it's just all of these ordinances and the subtext under them, they contradict each other. Like, you can't do this, but you can do this, but only if you're there and not over here. Like, it needs to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed at one time, not a corner lot so your neighbor can see, or maybe 2 feet back instead of 5 or 3 or 10 or whatever it is. Like, it needs to be fixed at one time. It's just an ordinance. It's not that big of a deal to just get it all cohesively together at one time so that all of us taxpayers aren't taking off days and days and days to try and fight violations that were insane to be given in the beginning. I mean, it's a waste. It's a big waste. And to have to keep coming up here year after year after year after year, because I've looked at it, it's been going on for tens and tens of years. I think it's time, and I'm here to fight the fight now. The tiki is my sanctuary, and, you know, I believe we are getting very, very poor use of our yard that we pay a lot in taxes for. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you waiting.
Luis Rosato, followed by Mark Interga.
Thank you for your patience, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Kind of want to reiterate the tiki huts. Louis Rosato, 2267 Southeast 11th Street, and I've been there for about 12 years now. We bought our house with an existing tiki hut structure in the back. We have since knocked it down, redid the seawall, and built it. These tiki huts are what make Pompano Beach freaking awesome. It really is. They're there, they enhance the beauty of it, the character, the whole idea that we live where other people vacation. When friends come down, family come down, and we go out on the water and we get to experience this, the number one thing they talk about is how cool all of these frickin' backyards are. It really is amazing. Just in the city of Pompano Beach, in the districts 1 and 3, where most of the canals and the water are, we have well over 2,000 tiki huts. According to zoning, according to code enforcement and some of the building compliance officers, over 1,000 of those are currently in violation. I really, truly believe we need to take a look at some of these ordinances and some of these setbacks, specifically the ones that say that it cannot go over the dock and cannot go over the seawall. Pompano Beach is the only city that I have found in all of Florida that has this restrictive ordinance and code that says it cannot go over the seawall and cannot be over the water. Other areas have boathouses, boat garages, they have extensive docks. Look at, and I know it's way out of date, but look at Stilt City. You have entire houses on top of the water. If the tiki hut ends at the edge of your dock that is permitted, is allowed, what difference does it make if it's covering this part of the water or this part of the water? It really makes no sense. It is the reason that we live where we live, and it makes no sense at all that we're being told to spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to knock it down or face $70,000+ a year in consequences. I really, truly believe that Pompano Beach can get over this. We can achieve the rule changes and get back to making Pompano Beach really Florida's warmest welcome, which is what we need to get back to. So thank you for your time.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for your patience, sir.
Well, it's been a long day. Good evening. I'm not going to talk about tiki huts. I certainly would love to come here and say something that we're all doing something great here. Alas, not tonight. I want to talk about some recent events.
Sir, your name?
Mark Intragala, 1401 South Ocean Boulevard. Several weeks ago, there was much ado about a commissioner posting names of public employees from the city. There was a censure vote. There was a lot of beating of our chests about how the employees feel badly, but not once, then or since, has anybody addressed the ethics of city employees or their relatives doing business that would at least have the appearance of impropriety. Perhaps they should think about that before they do it. Last meeting, there was a lot of discussion about, I almost spit my coffee out because several commissioners here are very much in favor of spending hundreds of millions of dollars on the city hall, on the botanical gardens, but felt it's fiscally irresponsible to vote for that bridge. I have to say, I disagree with voting for the bridge. Not for that. It's twice the cost of what it was projected at. But I want to just say that I understand why people want it at any cost. It's taken so long. But I also believe it's naive to think that the Army Corps and whoever's going to approve the permit is just going to rubber stamp it. Rules change, regulations change, and even interpretation from one reviewer to another can change. Dr. Good has many years of experience, but I don't understand why, when given the task of designing a new bridge, they don't design a bridge for the maximum height possible. The tides are not going down. I can see from this particular project why the contractors control us. We put out a bid document that has consequential damages that are insignificant, that amount to lunch money. They don't have to finish the bridge on time. Then we'll sign a contract that probably doesn't have any terms. The bridge, Riverside Drive, building a sports complex that's already funded. Those things are not moving forward, but we're moving forward on City Hall. And the last thing I'll say is that there are commissioners that ask questions, don't get answers, and then we wind up with a situation like tonight where, one more second.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Vicente Thor. Vicente Thor. Mayor, that concludes audience to be heard.
Very good. Once again, thank you for everyone's patience. All right, our next regular city commission meeting takes us up to reports. Mr. Harrison.
Yes, sir. Just one mention. We had a very successful drone show. Social media posts were viewed by more than 2.5 million times. We had more than 80,000 comments and shares on Facebook and Instagram, which is an all-time record.
Barry, who said the mind can only absorb what the tushy can withstand. So I'll be very brief since we've been here for I guess 7 hours already. I just wanted to bring you up to date on the PFAS lawsuits. We have received, of course, we previously discussed 2 payments on the 3M lawsuit, and they will be $166.53, which makes a total of $12,155,592.
Evening, everyone. Just going to make a quick announcement that for those commissioners who have yet upcoming opportunities for that, December 4th, that concludes my report.
Very good. Thank you for that. Look forward to it.
We've got this lovely sheet of a bunch of upcoming activities. Some things, obviously, Music Under the Stars is tomorrow night, 7 p.m. It should be a great night on the Great Line. On the BSO safety line approaching the dais item.
I know the report was submitted to the city manager's office. I haven't seen it. I think it was sent when I was out. Levin may have some more information. He was here last week.
Well, yeah, that's right. Except for this, where the city attorney sits, we're going to make sure that we're going to have a strap here that comes across and prevents people from coming in. We're hoping to have that. Well, we're definitely going to have it before the next meeting. So we tried for this meeting.
Just for brevity. Earlier, I heard that the no, when voter says no to 99-year leases, I just want to make sure that it was the voters who said no to that. It wasn't us up here. So the voters voted against that. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Perkins.
Thank you. And I'm just trying to figure out what you're talking about. Okay, but anyway, just one thing. Saturday, November 15th, I'm having my Thanksgiving grocery giveaway. It's a drive-through. Well, we will be giving away free turkeys, groceries, and gift cards. And it's from 9 a.m. to 12 noon at Opalo Park, which is 1580 Northwest 3rd Avenue, which is Estero Avenue. So anybody who wants to get in line and receive some groceries and a turkey, you're allowed to do so. Doesn't matter which district you're from. As long as you're in line, first come, first serve. That's it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Segerson-Eaton.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish everyone a wonderful Thanksgiving. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. I wanted to let you know that the construction at Gulfview Estates was shut down this afternoon. So thank you, Greg Harrison and whoever followed up on that for staff. I got a text from the group that was here earlier, and they said it is shut down. So I know they're celebrating over there tonight. Starlight Musicals and Palm Air at the Gazebo, December 6th. And all of us received an email from Marianne Edge, a concerned Pompano Beach resident, asking us to provide some protection for our SNAP residents that might not have enough money to get their food for their families. And she asked if they fall behind on utility payments, is there something we can do? Well, I asked Mr. Harrison about it, and he informed me that it's been a long time practice that Pompano Beach not to cut off anyone's utility during November and December. And I think that's a very great, caring way to tend to care for our residents that are struggling. My quote tonight's from Betty Davis. You will never be happier than you expect. To change your happiness, change your expectation. Happy Thanksgiving.
Very good. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I have a few things. And it seems like there's never a good time for it, so my apologies. First, the Kip Jacoby pickleball courts are almost done, and The ribbon cutting will be December 3rd at 10 a.m. So I know the district and city is excited about that. So hopefully people can join us December 3rd at 10 a.m. With respect to the bridge, subsequent to the last meeting, I met with the city engineer and other city staff to talk about a plan forward. We worked through some options. I will put an update out in my newsletter and online, but the current plan is to put it back out to bid probably early in the new year as a package, in the hopes that we can get bids in before the permits expire. But this is definitely a fluid process, so I will give the updates as I get them. What I wanted to talk about earlier, and I've wanted to talk about for I don't know how many meetings, it's been on my mind for a while, is I've believed that we need some kind of call-up option here, or some ability for this board to look at important site plans in our district without, right now, I often say that the Planning and Zoning Board is the most powerful board in this city, because they are the ones that review minor site plans, major site plans, and give approvals for all the development projects that we see around the city. So we get blamed for it at times, but we don't actually have a vote on it. So I did some looking around at what other cities do, and I think Ms. Dolan's gone too, but they had done a benchmarking exercise. In most cities, the commission has some role in site plans or some ability to review site plans. And in looking at all this, the Fort Lauderdale process seems to be the most efficient one to me, that would give us an option to look at things. So, I mean, I don't know the best way to do this besides making a motion to put something like that on our agenda for us to then we can debate it on the agenda and it goes up or down. But I don't think I think sometimes we do this. We debate things now, whether we put it on the agenda, and then we debate it on the agenda. So I'd like to make I can describe it, but basically Fort Lauderdale has a request for a review process, so the commission can ask, any commissioner can ask for a hearing of a site plan approval issued by a lower body, and it's really just a review of it. And there's some more details to it, but it's relatively simple. They can only really call something up if there's something at issue. There has to be some kind of exception or something that was done by the lower board, or you could just believe, I think, that they failed to apply the standards properly. But you could then call a site plan up for this board to review in some type of appeal process. So I would like to make a motion to put a similar item on our agenda at an upcoming meeting. So I don't know I would like to do that, unless we want to discuss it now. But I'd like to make a motion to ask the city manager and city attorney to look at the Fort Lauderdale call-up option and put something on our agenda for us to discuss it in the future.
There's a motion made to put an item on the agenda to discuss.
No, and to put the item on the agenda. To put an item on the agenda to add a call-up option for this board, and then obviously we would discuss it at that time.
Okay.
Second.
There's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion.
Mayor.
Commissioner Segerson.
I have absolutely no backup on what you're talking about. So if you're putting it, if it's to discuss it, that's one thing. But to say, put it on so that we're calling it up, I mean, I have no backup.
We've been through this so many times, and I feel like we end up doing things. No, in general we have, and I feel like we end up doing things twice. So we can't just get something on an agenda. We have to first debate it here without the backup. You're right. We don't have the backup here right now, so we could sit here and debate it, and then we decide to put it on, and then you actually get the diligence and the backup, and the work is done, and that's. So I actually think that any one of us commissioners should be able to ask to have something on the agenda without having everyone else to vote on it, but that's a different issue. The backup would come with the item, and that's when we would debate it, have an hour discussion on it, and vote it up or down. But I think it's something worth a discussion, given that we are an outlier as a city that doesn't look at site plans in any way, shape, or form as a commission.
Well, I would just chime in that, I mean, it's your motion. You could, of course, you made a motion, it's second, but without any kind of information about it, of course, you can always, make a motion, direct staff to give us a report on this type of thing too.
Sorry, I did that before.
And that would be, thank you, we're discussing this, and that would be an effective method to get the information to the board so the board can digest it before we have a motion like this one. But it's your motion.
I believe I did that before. I asked Mr. Berman to look into this for us, but I haven't seen anything. So do we have anything?
I don't believe the commission directed me to do it, however. That was the issue. But I can bring back, first of all, I can present to you what Fort Lauderdale has. We can discuss it and then see if there's any interest in me creating an ordinance and working something similar in our code. If that would be a more orderly transition for this, I'm happy to do that as well, if the commission would instruct me to do that.
Yeah, that's fine with me. We can modify it to that, but I feel like we did that a few meetings ago and then nothing happened. So, yeah, I guess I could modify my motion to ask Mr. Berman to bring forward some information and a discussion of what Fort Lauderdale does.
So the motion's been changed. Is there a second to that?
I would like clarification first. I have my hand
Oh,
up there, but yeah.
okay, sure. Clarification question then for Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
So just on any agenda that you get, since we're not added to the draft agenda email that goes out that everybody else gets, and clearly because I find out from things sometimes from news people that are asking me questions about what's going to be potentially on the agenda before it's published. I mean, how many things on this agenda did you know about that were going to be on the agenda until you got it? Because that's my concern. I think we should be able to add things to the agenda. I agree with you, but we don't. Look, if you want to add something to the agenda so we can discuss it, I'm all for it.
No, I knew about nothing that was going to be on the agenda, so at least this ask is something that everyone would know is coming on an agenda.
Right. That's basically my point. Is if there's anything you or anybody else wants to put on the agenda and have.
Me too. I'd be happy to discuss it.
I'm happy to
but
discuss it. Exactly. Thank you.
Mr. Berman looks like he wants to say something.
Mr. Berman, go ahead.
I got to make sure I'm recognized. We can put it on as a discussion item. I can bring you Fort Lauderdale, so you can indicate if there's any interest in pursuing that or modifying it in any way, rather than me just taking Fort Lauderdale's, coming up with my own ordinance and putting it on the agenda where you may not like it. I mean, I'll do whatever the commission wants me to do, but that might, if it's going to pass, that might be a more orderly way to put it on as a discussion item. So
that's fine. I modified my motion to say that to put it on as a discussion item. I do think I brought this up a couple meetings ago, so I'm ready to do this.
Okay, so that's
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Put an item on the agenda for discussion purposes of the
call-up option.
Call-up option
For
based
major site
upon
plans.
Fort Lauderdale's. Is that it?
I mean, yeah, it's a call-up option for major site plans for this board to review.
Okay, so that's the motion. Further discussion on the motion. Once again, it's your motion. Absolutely, make any motion you like, but I would fully support asking staff for information on it. But no, I don't want to have a discussion item on without just going blind. No, that doesn't make sense to me. We've got staff who can give us information about what other cities do, what other call-up options there are, ways to do things like that, and what staff feels about it also, and also what our Planning and Zoning Board has to say about it. But we don't. I don't want to have a discussion about all that. But I'm just one person.
Mayor,
Yes, Commissioner Perkins.
can she reiterate the motion?
Yes, the motion is to put a discussion item on an upcoming agenda to consider adding a call-up option for major site plans, so this board could look at major site plans that we have issues with that have been passed by the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay, so in other words, you're asking the city attorney to place something on the agenda based on how this site plan is worked out with another city.
Right. So this in Pompano, this board doesn't look at site plans. The Planning and Zoning Board approves all site plans, and we have no ability to say anything. You could hate that site plan, and it doesn't matter.
Right. I get it.
Or you could disagree with their conclusion. And most cities, smaller cities, the commission reviews at least and votes on at least major site plans. And Ms. Dolan had done some benchmarking, and that's where. So I hope they can present that also. But the benchmarking showed that most cities, the commission makes a decision. And then there are some that are like a hybrid, like Fort Lauderdale's, which I think would make sense for us, which is any commissioner, you have like 30 days or something to call up something, a decision that happened. at planning and
I
zoning.
agree with your motion. I was just trying to make sure I understood it.
That's
where
the point, yeah.
city attorney understand what is supposed to be done. I'm good.
Thank you.
Good. Further discussion on the motion? Commissioner, was that Commissioner? No. Okay, then let's call the roll on the motion.
Commissioner Fezzik,
Yes.
Commissioner Perkins,
Yes.
Commissioner Sigerson Eaton,
No.
Commissioner Smith,
No.
Vice Mayor Fournier,
Yes.
Mayor Harden.
Nope.
Okay, the last thing I want to talk about is charter amendments, and we had a meeting last week with the tax collector, and there's some new fees that are coming our way, and I wanted to ask the city attorney to look into whether our taxing districts, like the EMS taxing district, is created via charter amendment or not, because if it is, we should be looking at potential other charter amendment changes going forward. So can we get some kind of memo on that, please?
My understanding, it was created around 1975. I believe it was done by resolution, but it was a special district. It's a dependent district, and to dissolve, we have to follow what the statute requires. I've requested and will receive. We're doing the search now because I already heard this was in process after the meeting last week. Whether or not we need it, trying to see why it was formed in the first place, and whether we'd be better off and save quite a bit of money by dissolving it and just getting our fire EMS cost out of the general budget rather than a special taxing district, which will create fees to be assessed by the tax assessor. So
2%.
it's in progress.
Okay, great. So I'm sure everyone else will have to get up to speed on that one too. So maybe some kind of brief memo once we have the answer. And if it isn't done via charter, this board can take action.
It's not charter.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. Thank you. And then other than that, happy Thanksgiving. I don't have a quote today. I'm sorry, Darlene. Happy Thanksgiving.
Very good. Thank you for that. All right, all I've got is happy Thanksgiving. And great drone show. Thank you very much. Great job. This meeting's adjourned.